attention right now if they're around. I take a deep breath. My shaky fingers turn white at their knuckles as I grip the wheel. Dear God, if I wasn't on the phone with Quinn, I'd be a basket case by now, I'm sure of it. Where are you? I ask. Are you close? On my way. I smile at that. How I already knew. Where, Quinn? In town. Just coming out the other side. Is he closing in on your ass? Making any moves to try to ram you? Ram me? Holy hell. That's action movie stuff. The thought never even crossed my mind. And I hold in a breath as my eyes flick back. No, he's still 3 or 4 car lengths behind the trailer. The sign telling me the highway is coming up comes into view. I'm almost to the highway again, right by the Bobcat, I think. Perfect. I'll be at Grady's in a few minutes. How fast are you driving? I shake my head, knowing how long it takes to get out here from Dallas's main drag. Why's it matter? He asks. Because you must be speeding. I don't want you getting into trouble. I know all the deputies. They won't give me shit. I smile. What about the highway patrols? Tori, fuck. They won't pull me over either. Now stop talking crap and tell me you're on the highway. Almost. I don't turn on my blinker this time. Quinn will drive past this road on his way, so I ask, are you near the intersection? I will be shortly. I slow enough to get on the highway. He's right behind me now, taking the corner onto the highway. Okay, chin up. Grady knows you're on your way. He's waiting in the parking lot. That makes me worry about his safety. How long was that text you sent him? Sounds like you told him everything. Can you see the bar? He asks, ignoring my question. Nope, I haven't topped the hill just yet. You'll be able to see it as soon as you do. I know. That's why I said I hadn't topped the hill, but no sense in pointing it out. We're both so keyed up it's a miracle we can think. A double miracle, certainly, that I'm able to drive like this. I glance at Owl, who stares at the mirror outside the passenger window like he also knows something's very wrong. I can see the purple Bobcat sign, I tell Quinn a moment later. All right, slow down. Tell me if he brakes too. I tap my brakes and turn on my blinker, then shut it off, knowing that would tell Polyphemus what I'm doing. But before I can worry more, the Chevy changes lanes abruptly. He's changing lanes. He's passing me. Thank God. Perfect. Just pull into the lot. Can you see Grady? I see someone standing next to a black truck. It looks like Grady, but I'm not there yet. He's too far away. The Chevy just flew past the bar, by the way. Okay, I'll be there in a jiffy, Peach. Hang on. For him, I think I always will. I see Grady, I say softly. I'll hang up now. See you soon, and thanks. Don't even, Peach. Don't thank me. He rumbles with an edge. If anything ever happened to you, I'd... Fuck. You know, Tori, I think you know. Suddenly I have a whole new reason to freeze up. The intense, ferocious, and adorably choked-off way Quinn Flipping Faulkner says he cares for me puts the whole car chase to shame. Holy hell. I wait until he says bye before hitting the end button and turning into the parking lot. Then I brace for how obscenely hard I'm going to hug this man and never, ever let go.
12. We've goat issues. Faulkner. The relief that washes over me when my truck crests the hill and I see Tori's trailer in the purple Bobcat's parking lot shreds me. Son of a bitch. She's safe. She's sound. She's still in one gorgeous piece. If the psycho following her had tried to run her off the road, there wouldn't have been a damn thing I could have done. I'm thankful as hell for small favors, even if it pricks up the hair on the back of my neck. Somebody knew what they were doing, tailing my girl just enough to shake her up. Wayne. My girl. Shit. I suck in a few gulps of air to anchor my nerves and try to get my head back in the right space. Clearly, I'm the one who shook. I ain't thinking straight because it was too fucking close. This can't go on. Can't and won't. My original plan was to head for the dairy farm to check on her, but just as I've been leaving town, Joyce Selleck called. I'd sent the video Tori took straight to Joyce's lawyer this morning, after leaving Dean's place. I'd gone home then to put out some feelers on Jean-Paul DeLong. William Selleck's cheating ass on video, literally, was almost an afterthought. The lady was mighty pleased with my work, though, and she gave me a bigger paycheck than I expected. Money I intend to split with Tori, since those X-rated shots of Mr. Cheater were hers. I turn into the parking lot, pull up next to Tori's truck, and throw mine in park. "Falk, she's fine," Grady tells me under his breath as I race around the front of my truck to the door, pushing past him into the bar. I have to see for myself. The instant I see her, I'm glassed. She's parked on a bar stool, looking drop-dead sexy as ever. Being scared out of her wits does nothing to sand away her beauty. I don't even realize I'm standing there, gawking like a fool, until she pokes her head up and opens those lips I might die to taste again. "Hey, Quinn," she says, her smile wobbly. "Sorry for making such a fuss." "Don't," I growl, stepping forward, rapidly closing the space between us. "Don't you even dare apologize. Not for doing the right thing." And the instant she stands, I can't tell who ignites first. All I know is my arms are wrapped around her, pressing tight, hoisting her off her feet as she squeals and locks her arms around my neck. I want to kiss her so fucking bad. But seeing how I'm already whacked out of my head, and we haven't even talked about my lips mauling her on the Ferris wheel the first time, I settle. Settle for pushing her face to my shoulder, stroking her hair, breathing her in, convincing myself she's okay, damn it. She's okay. One more tight squeeze from her and a sky-blue glance, and I finally set her down. Tori shakes her head, spilling her auburn curls everywhere. "It was probably nothing," she says. "He might even work for the Newmans, or maybe he was just going in the same direction as me. I've never met them. Uncle Dean set the job up, and the guy thought I was being kinda snotty since he scared me, put me on edge, so—" "Bullshit. He shouldn't have followed you like that, whether he was a Newman worker or not. I'm going to follow up and find out, don't you worry," I say, trying to make her feel better. The angry black storm in my gut says there's no fucking chance it was anything so innocent as a dairy farmer being a jackass on the road. Still, I don't want to scare her, freak her out, so I leave her with the slim possibility. "I got a couple pictures of the truck as it blew past," Grady says, joining us. "They might be blurry. My phone's 4 years old. But maybe we can blow them up so you can get a license plate number or something. I'll text them to you, Falk." "Thanks. I'll send them to the sheriff's office and the Newman place. See if they can make anything out." Not wanting to upset Tori more, I changed the subject. I sent Joyce Selleck's lawyer the stuff we talked about. They're both impressed. Don't think he'll have a leg to stand on in court. I ain't no lawyer, but it sounds like North Dakota still recognizes fault in some cases. And this dude definitely didn't just slip and fall into Rosie's tits. Tori belts out an adorable laugh. I grin, because it's good to see her laughing again after what just went down. "Damn, Falk. You really outdid yourself, getting them in such a compromising position," Grady says, giving a thankful nod. "Joyce already offered me a lifetime of babysitting, but of course I'm not biting and taking advantage. She's already too good to my girls." "Gotta give credit where it's due. Tori here shot the juiciest stuff at the rodeo," I say, casting a proud grin her way. Thank her for making Joyce's prenup ironclad. "Thanks for helping Joyce out, Falk," Grady says, turning. "You too, Tori." Her cheeks glow bashful pink. "No problem." Nodding, she adds, "Thank you for returning the favor today, Grady. I hope I didn't cause much trouble for you and your customers." "None at all. It's pretty dead right now before the regulars start rolling in for the evening." Grady motions to the empty seats. "Why don't you two stay a while? Beer's on the house." "I wish I could." Tori shakes her head. "But I have Al to worry about and need to get home." "I need to get back to town, too," I tell him. "Rain check, man. Thanks again for your help." "Anytime." Grady slaps my shoulder with his big paw. You know it. He waves at Tori one more time and then heads back behind the bar, doing what Grady does best. Are you okay to drive? I ask her. I'm fine. Just embarrassed, really. I'm sure this was a bunch of excitement over nothing. And I'm absolutely sure it wasn't. The pressure is on to tell her the truth. The whole truth. But not here. I'll follow you to Granny's, peace of mind. I reach for my wallet and pull it out. Oh yeah, and before I forget, half of this belongs to you. You wrote me a check? She looks up, confused. You did the lion's share of the work with our little cheater bust at the rodeo. Fair's fair, and I bet you can use the money. Don't fight me, I warn. Oh, Quinn, you don't have to do that. The check or following me home. She tries to push the slip of paper back to me, the little minx. I ain't having it. Swatting her hand away, I grab it, open her palm, and then close her fist around it. But, no buts, Paige. That's the one thing we've got no time for today. I shift my hand and give the back of her neck a soft squeeze. I want you to keep it, just like I want to make sure you get home okay. Removing my hand, I lead her outside. Tori follows, prettier than she has any business being under the evening sun. My eyes roam every chance they get as she follows me to my truck. Once we're there, I give the door a quick slap. I'll be right behind you. You good? With a slow, jerky smile, she nods. Yeah, you're a heck of a guy. Wrong. I'm the whole reason she's worried about mysterious wolves with sharp teeth chasing her out of the blue. Still, I keep my mouth shut, flash her another easygoing grin, and climb in the driver's seat. She waits till I'm in my truck before getting back in Dean's rig with Al and pulling forward. Her trailer rumbles across the parking lot and then onto the highway. I'm right behind her, and now that I'm no longer on the phone with her, I dial an old FBI contact who can drill deep. He's got intense resources I don't have in private security, even though he turned in his badge before I did. Ever since we were classmates at Quantico, James Noble left an impression I'll never forget. Always the smartest sounding dude in the room. Platinum blonde hair like a prince. Permanent stick up his ass with, well, everything. I smile, knowing married life and years of working for InGuard security out west has softened his assholery. Even so, I'm betting he's still the sharpest tool in the box. The call goes direct to his voicemail. James, it's Faulkner. You got the stuff I sent over about Bart Pickett's files being sealed a few days ago? I need an update whenever you get a chance. Thanks. A sigh leaves me as I follow Tori into town. I think I'll always appreciate how the countryside just melts into Dallas like a Mayberry dream. Idyllic Midwestern fields give way to busy people on little streets. Kids running along beside their parents with ice cream cones hanging in their hands. It's innocence itself. An oasis in a world full of lethal shitheels like the Pickett brothers and their corrosive drugs. In the blink of an eye, I wonder what it'd be like to take Tori 3 names on a real date around here. Not the kind where we end up sharing burgers or giving into animal urges on a Ferris wheel we don't talk about again. More like the kind where it's just us. Easy conversation and a lazy afternoon. The kind where I'd have her hand in mine and we'd browse the little shops, chit-chat with the locals, feed the ducks in the park, and then stop for a stolen kiss or two in the evening's orange glow. The kind where those greedy kisses wouldn't stop with awkward second-guessing, but they'd lead us straight home, out of our clothes, into a frolicking flesh heap equal parts sugar and spice. Yeah, fuck. Silly as it sounds, I'd like that a lot. I'd like to be with her, even if I know full well it'd only be temporary. This morning, when I logged into the cloud she'd sent me with the Selleck stuff, I'd taken a few minutes to look at some of the other videos she had saved. I'm normally not a snoop, but curiosity caught me by the balls. Soon, I was staring at Tori on the stage, dancing her heart out graceful as a swan. Everything Dean said was dead on. She's one hell of a dancer. Her style ain't exactly the traditional ballet with tutus and old-timey shoes I pictured. It felt more like a blend of modern and traditional moves and music stitched together in harmony. Energetic, beautiful, indescribably elegant. I'm no artsy-fartsy guy, but I couldn't pull my eyes away. I've never seen anything like it. Never watched a ballet before, but the videos of her dancing were pure perfection as she moved, whirling in tight form, making her body an instrument of the music, arms and legs like spinning silks in the air. Not a single misstep or stumble. Dean described it perfectly when he said it was like watching a butterfly take flight. Damn right it was. In fact, if I hadn't already sent out feelers about that Jean-Paul D. asshole, I'm not sure I'd want anything to do with keeping her away from home after watching those videos. They spoke loud and clear. Tori needs to return to Chicago and her dreams. Whether she dances with his outfit or another, she belongs on the stage. Those videos showed her talent, her soul, how she's in her glory while she's moving like an angel, bathed in soft music and basking in bright lights. It feels like it barely takes a few minutes before we arrive at Granny's house. Tori climbs out of the truck with Al hot on her heels. "Home safe and sound," she says, more flippant than she appears as we meet near the front of my truck. "You're free to get back to better things, I'm sure." The worry lines on her face are proof I haven't been the only one thinking hard about a lot of things the whole way here. They'll ease, I'm sure, but it makes my blood go molten to think about her scared. I'd heard it in her voice on the phone during the chase. Hell, she'd probably heard a little fear in mine, too. I better get Al a drink of water. It's hot out here." She folds her hands in front of her. The glance she throws me behind those long lashes tells me the prick from the Newman place ain't the only thing on her mind. I can also sense this isn't the place or time to gab about us, for lack of a better two-letter word with infinite awkwardness. So I manage a smile. "What time will the infamous eggplant parm be served tonight?" "You don't have to eat supper with us." She shakes her head. "Wrong, Paige. If I don't, Granny Coffee will hunt me down like a rabid dog." The grimace she makes is not only cute, it tells me she knows I'm totally right. 6 o'clock. Does that work?" she asks. "Sure. I'll be back with an appetite." "Thanks. And thanks again for—" She shrugs, meeting my eyes. "For everything." "It's what I do." With a parting wink, I walk around my truck and get in, lingering till she's inside before starting the engine and backing out. Bearing gifts, I knock on Granny's door a few hours later. As usual, it's Granny herself who answers the door. "I knew you wouldn't let me down," she says, nodding at my full hands. "Time to face the music, punk." "Eggplant has a theme song. News to me," I say with a grin. Granny isn't the least bit amused at my shitty joke till I hand her the wine bottle, a large one with a California label. Her eyes light up. "That's for the trouble I've caused. Should help the medicine go down easier," I say, then hold up the purple flowers in my other hand. "These are for the cook, something to match the stuff she's preparing." Finally, I pull out the big rawhide bone tucked under my arm. "And this is for your boy on 4 legs." Granny laughs. My, a busy man out to steal the hearts of the entire household." Granny gives me a wink. "I like it." Stepping aside, she waves me inside. "Come on in." "Thanks." As she shuts the door, she whispers, "Just so you know, I have ham sandwiches hidden in the garage fridge in case you need a real dinner." I laugh, but also admit, it smells good at least. "Smells can be terribly deceiving," she snaps. "I think you've got eggplant phobia, Granny." "And?" she shrugs, hoisting her nose in the air. "There are far worse afflictions." "Maybe so," I say, swallowing another chuckle. "Beer or wine?" she asks, leading me into the kitchen. I go for the beer and take a seat at the table as directed, after giving Tori her flowers and Al his bone. They both appear to like their gifts. Within a few minutes, the food materializes on the table, and it all looks delicious. I don't care what the old lady thinks. Besides the heaping pan of steaming eggplant parm, there's a garden salad prepped from a real garden, a diced fruit mix, cottage cheese, and garlic bread slathered with melted cheese. What can I say? I've never been an overly picky eater, never had much choice, especially while spending summers here with Grams. The Army didn't offer much variety, and neither did the years I spent working for the FBI. My meals were usually grab and go or straight out of a can. I start with a forkful of the eggplant. Granny and Tori's eyes are both glued to me in breathless expectation. Shoveling it in, I give it a good chew, letting the flavor wash over me. Good stuff, I say. Seriously good. No lie. With harsh skepticism in her eyes, Granny sneers at her fork. Then, after a heavy second, she decides to bite the bullet. Or eat it in this case. I share a subtle grin with Tori across the table as we both watch the old woman gingerly trying to make sense of the dreaded plant in her mouth. A moment later, Granny's eyes light up. Well, this isn't the slop I expected. She takes another bite, this time a bigger one. Not bad at all. Tori grins, but doesn't say I told you so, like most people would. She's too good an all-round person, and once again, I'm torn up about what I have to do. Convince her to go home. My sources are still looking into Bat and his likely parole date. The fact that his records are all sealed is too strange. I'm counting down the hours till James gets back to me. Sealed records don't happen with thugs like him. Not unless he's made some kind of deal. A sick, tortured part of me wonders if he's already out. Already here. I think back to the car chase earlier. So tall, it's scary. That's how Tori described the man she encountered. An unmistakable Pickett family trait. Even if I have a hard time believing he'd be out and about, doing the dirty work himself. But my gut tells me if it wasn't Bat, it could have been somebody else from the Pickett clan. A cousin or something. All rolling into Dallas, searching and plotting a grisly end for yours truly. Shit, it ain't fair. Then again, nothing in this world ever is. Despite how gutted I'd felt when she'd first told me about the new job offer, I need her to leave Dallas behind without looking back. I can't keep an eye on her 24/7, and that's what I'd need to do if she stays here. Bat and the scum working for him have already connected her to me. I wait until our plates are almost empty before saying, "So, when does this new job in Chicago start up?" Tori shrugs. "It doesn't have a set date, but it won't be long before the groups from overseas arrive. I'm not going back to Chicago until after Granny takes her cruise." "You decided to go after all?" I asked Granny. Talk about a wrench in my plan, getting Tori out of town ASAP. "That's news to me. Last I checked, I'm not going." She clips, looking at Tori warily. "Oh, yes, you are, Gran," Tori insists. "What kind of granddaughter would I be if I stopped you from going on the trip of a lifetime?" "Now, who said it was the trip of a lifetime?" Granny narrows her eyes. "Robert Duncan, when I picked the goats up from his neighbor's place before the Newman job." Tori answers. "How fitting," Granny snorts. "He's such a nasty old goat himself." "Gran, you've already paid for the cruise," Tori says, her voice strained like she's on the verge of pleading. "I said I'd stay here and watch your house. It's no big deal." "You can't, dear," Granny says. "There's no other option." "Yes, there is," Tori argues, hot frustration bursting on her cheeks. "Is something going on? Is it Mom breathing down your neck again?" For a second, Granny Coffee looks jarred. Damn. Not totally wanting to self-insert into the middle of their fight, I feel I have to, especially when I don't like the thought of Tori staying here alone. "But you could go if she took the Chicago job, right?" "Oh, no. She's not taking that bait, Granny answers, rolling out a sigh. She came here to heal, and she's not done healing yet. I'm healed enough, Gran. Tori levels a glare at her grandmother. And you never answered my question. Are Mom and Dad involved in this? I don't know why you're being so stubborn otherwise. Me? You're the one who's being stubborn as a mule, Missy, Granny says. And no. You really think I'd do your parents' bidding? Ha! Granny throws up her arms. Tori facepalms. Yep. I'd say they're neck and neck in the stubbornness department. Then give me one solid reason why I can't just stay here and house sit while you go on your cruise like a normal person. Tori holds up a finger. A good reason, Granny. Not an excuse. Granny sets down her fork with a clink and leans back in her chair, arms crossed. Fine. You want to know the real reason? I'll tell you. It's because the cruise was a package deal that Imhoff Builders offered to seniors. Anyone who booked a cruise was given a large percentage off the cost of a home remodeling project to be completed during the cruise. What? Oh. Tori frowns thoughtfully. So that's what you meant when you said you were having your kitchen and bathroom remodeled soon. Yes, soon. And that's exactly why you can't stay here if I'm gone. You won't have a kitchen or bathroom or any running water. So I'm just canceling the entire thing. I'll do it next year. Next year? No. Tori shakes her head. Did you already pay for the remodeling too? It was all one big ball of wax. Granny shrugs. No biggie. I've lived in this house as it is for 40 years. What's one more? It's a lot if I'm the cause of it. You deserve a vacation and a nicer place, Gran. Tori runs a hand through her hair, letting out a hiss of frustration. Let's not get dramatic, Granny says softly. It's my choice not to go, dear. I'm still kicking, and my mind's plenty sharp. I invited you to come here and stay until you're fully healed, and that's what's going to happen. You're not going back to Chicago until you're ready, and I'm not going to Alaska. Easy peasy. You're right about me not going back to Chicago just yet. I have to finish the goat gags. I promised Uncle Dean I would. Tori slaps the table gently. Hey, that's it. I could stay with Uncle Dean and keep an eye on the remodeling project for you. No, damn it, I think to myself. Her going to Chicago would solve bigger problems. In that hovel? Granny scoffs. He only has 2 bedrooms, and with all the crap in his house, good luck finding them. Last time I was there, he had a lawnmower engine on his coffee table. She looks at me. I love my son, but he's a Neanderthal. I smile in agreement, but the hair on my neck starts to stand on end as Granny's gaze locks on. A slow, curly smile forms on her lips. Oh, hell. What now? As her eyes begin twinkling, she glances at Tori. Say now, that's not such a bad idea, Granny says, rubbing her chin. You staying with someone else in town. Why didn't I think of that? Shit. My stomach churns as I realize what the old woman's thinking. And it ain't happening. Tori living with me isn't even an option right now. I've got headaches with men who want me dead, a torn-up house, and last but not least, she's a walking siren. How the hell would I ever get anything done with Peach up in my space? How could I even undo the kiss at the rodeo and keep us friends? It would have to be someone upstanding, Granny continues while she stands. Someone I could trust 100%. She pats my shoulder as she walks behind me, around the table. Come to think of it, I would like to go on that cruise, and they can't guarantee me a spot next year. I watch her, glaring as she opens the fridge and pulls out a lemon meringue pie. And wouldn't you know I've dreamed of having a dishwasher for 30 years. She laughs. Tori gives her a weird look, and then starts collecting the dinner plates and silverware, carrying them to the counter. Well, maybe I could stay next door with Otis and Velma. Not happening. Granny sets the pie on the table. It has to be someone who can stand up to your folks if they start trying to jerk you around. Would you, handsome? She hands me a knife to cut the pie. Yeah, I say dryly, stabbing the knife into the creamy layers. Because you just know your parents, or that John Paul character, she says his name with a sneer, are going to show up with pretty excuses sooner or later. They'll try to reel you back in as soon as they hear I'm gone. I mean, fine. You're right. Tori brings small plates and forks to the table and sits down with a sigh. They'll give it their best annoying shot. Maybe I can just rent a cheap place. That won't work. But I don't have to say it. Not when Granny's already on the case. Maybe if it was winter, but this time of year, there's nothing to rent around here. She pats my shoulder again. We need someone with a big old house, lots of spare rooms, and it always helps to have somebody you know because who needs that awkwardness, living with a total stranger? Yeah. Subtlety and Granny Coffee don't share the same universe. I help her lift the pieces I've cut up with the knife, ignoring her brutally obvious hints of me and my house. Granny sets 3 big pieces of pie on the plates and lays forks next to them. Then she picks up 2 of the plates. Well, this old gal's brain is fresh out of ideas. Why don't you 2 think on it while I take these next door for Otis and Velma? She gives me a devilish wink. Ta-ta. A moment later, she's out the door, whistling to herself. Oh, Granny. She only left us 1 piece. I'll get another plate and fork. It's a big one, so we can share. Tori says. I lay a hand on her arm. Don't worry about it. I'm full. The eggplant parm was really good. She picks up the fork with a sunny smile. You sure? Granny makes the best lemon meringue pie on the planet. She slices the pie with her fork and holds it up to me. It's won more than 1 blue ribbon. Just try it. I lean over and take the bite of pie off the fork. The sudden tart hit of sugar and citrus is blue ribbon worthy, I'll admit. She laughs when I'm still chewing after 10 seconds. That good, right? Very. I grunt, hating how my eyes instantly fall to her pink lips. The lemon meringue might be dessert heaven, but it's not the pie making me hard as a rock now. Fuck. Using the same fork, she takes a bite, moving her lips in a way perfectly designed to torture me. Oh my God. I'd forgotten how good. Oh my God. Hearing her gasp in sheer rapture replays in my head like a loop. My dick jerks in my pants. I can't help picturing her under me, those long legs wrapped tight, raking my back with her nails, while I tame that wicked mouth and my hips pound hers into the mattress. So this is what it feels like when a man loses his mind. The fork hangs at my mouth again, holding another piece she's peeled off, offering to feed me. I eat it, hoping the taste brings me back to earth. Why don't you want to go back to Chicago yet? Besides the goats, I mean. She eats another bite of pie. It's a mess back there, Quinn. I'm not ready to face it yet. What sort of mess? I wonder, surprised at her honesty. Setting down the fork, she shakes her head, blinking away sadness. A mess. A bigger one than here, she whispers, throwing me a bitter look. Thing is, I can deal with whatever small-town drama happens here. But back home, I just don't know where to begin. The dance director job has a massive catch I'm still working through. Great. So Chicago isn't the best place for her. And who am I to tell her how she should go about chasing her own dreams? Even if she's damn good at what she does, and I think she'd be real sad giving up dancing. There's also no mistaking what she means about Dallas drama, something I had a big fat hand in, or rather, a big fat mouth. My brain scans through my options and keeps sticking on the same one. If she's going to stay here in Dallas, it has to be where I can keep her safe. At least till I know for sure what's going down with Bat Pickett and his crew. I pick up the fork and feed her a hunk of sweetness as I gather up the strength for what's coming next. The unbearable admission that Granny Coffee's dumb idea might be right. "Quinn, you're quiet," she says, smiling sheepishly when she's done chewing. "We better get your stuff packed," I tell her. She frowns. "Stuff packed? Why? I just told you I'm not going back to Chicago." "I know." Filling the fork with a bigger chunk from the end, I hold it to her lips again. Once she's so full of pie she can't speak, I drop the bomb. "You're moving in with me tonight." Her eyes widen. She slaps a hand over her full mouth, desperately trying not to spit. I hope like hell I didn't just ruin that last bite, waiting with bated breath for her to swallow and speak. She beams a look at me like I've lost my mind. What did you just say?" she asks, her words shaking. For the life of me, I don't fucking know. I just know what has to be done.
13. You've got it bad. Tori. When I think back, it's somewhat of a blur how it happened. But I'm here. Quinn's house. This time for a whole lot longer than just one evening installing appliances and a swing. I'm not sure if it was Granny's idea or Quinn's or God's. But the fact remains I've moved in, and Granny is busy packing for the Alaskan wilderness. She'd flat out told me if I didn't stay here with Quinn, she'd cancel the trip and the remodeling job, ultimately forfeiting half the money she'd put down for a deposit. Ugh, what could I say to that? The only part that surprises me is it was Quinn who invited me. Well, more than invited. He'd demanded it in all his growly, green-eyed glory. I knew I shouldn't just up and agree. Not with the issues back home. The issues in my head or the ginormous, fire-breathing issues of living with my best friend who kisses me with the solar heat of 1,000 suns. An issue I still haven't touched with him. Much less sorted out. Much less forgotten. Happy days. It's so rare when a red flag whacks you right across the face like this one, screaming, "Bad idea." But it did, and I'd ignored it. That first day was awkward to say the least. We went about our business on pins and needles, inhabiting the same space without truly sharing it. Yesterday was better, though, and today might be the first day I can actually call this arrangement fine. At least the house is gorgeous, no thanks to Quinn's remodeling work and keen eye for detail. It's plenty large enough for far more than 2 people. He gave me my pick of the 4 bedrooms, excluding his, of course. Sharing a house already makes me 12 shades of red. The thought of sharing a room with him might cause spontaneous Tory combustion. I finish brushing my hair and leave the tiled bathroom attached to my bedroom. Sitting on the bed, I pull on my boots and give my arms a solid overhead stretch. My muscles are still burning from the resistance band exercises I did this morning. Without Granny around, I'm not riding the bike all over town, so I'll have to find another way to give my legs a good workout every day. The house is quiet as I make my way downstairs, though I'm sure Quinn is up. Owl was also part of the move from Granny's to Quinn's, but I don't see him in the laundry room where he's made himself comfy the last couple of nights, sprawled out on the cool floor. He must be dying in the summer heat behind all that fur, so I like to get him outside to check on the goats early in the mornings, before the day's oppressive heat rolls in. The coffee brewing in the drip maker is still hot. I pour myself a cup and grab one more for Quinn before walking out the back door, looking for signs of activity as I walk down the steps. Besides a smaller metal workshop building, there's a large barn behind the house. Noting the open door, I make my way over. Owl, with his sixth sense, rushes out of the barn and races up the small hill to greet me. I give him a friendly bump with my hip, the best I can manage with my hands full, before we walk to the barn together. The building is old, but it's been painted recently on the outside. Classic red with white trim, which makes me smile. "Mornin', Peach." Quinn steps out carrying a dustpan. My heart skips a beat at the sight of him. Basically the normal thing it does now. Actually, it was already a thing when it came to seeing him, but I'm not dwelling on it for too many reasons. "Good morning." I stare at the broom in his hand. "You're sweeping out the barn with a dustpan?" "No, just the corner." He dumps the contents of the dustpan in a cardboard box on the ground. "There was some old broken glass. Never noticed it before, probably something from way back when Gramps was around. He liked to have his whiskey out here sometimes." I nod, grinning as I step toward the open door. I remember a big party in this barn one summer. That time he was out of town, fishing in Montana. "A party you were too young to be at," he growls, his eyes flashing mock serious. "Yeah, right. I was as old as half the other kids here," I say, heading inside for a good look around. The Faulkner barn has happy memories etched in its worn wood. The barn is just as spacious as I remember, with big brace timber framing overhead and an old scuffed-up wooden floor. He follows me inside. "The other kids were also too damn young to be here." I know. "Here, figured you could use a refill." I take a sip off my coffee and pass him the extra mug. "You were always Mr. Hall Monitor, sending everyone underage home." "And you didn't listen." He takes a loud slurp off his coffee. "Because I knew you wouldn't make me." I laugh, flashing him an evil smile. "Brat now, brat then. What else is new?" "I think you'd agree we've both done some growing up." I laugh again as a sense of genuine happiness fills me. And also at how he sputters on his next sip. "I distinctly recall leaving well before 11, my curfew time." "Because if you hadn't, your granny would have come looking. Probably riding Edison to help sniff you out." Laughing, I nod. She totally would have. I walk deeper into the barn, sipping coffee and staring at the rafters. This place really is huge and so wide open. I'm not sure they make them like this anymore. What happened to the old tractor? Didn't he park it here in the winter? I ask. "Sold it at the auction," he says. "Hated to give it up, but it's in better hands with somebody who needs it for work." Slowly I turn, watching him pull a couple cans of paint off a shelf in the corner. "What auction was that?" "My brother Alan and I inherited this place, but he didn't want anything to do with it, so we decided to auction off what we could from Gramps' old tools and antiques. He got some money and I got the place." "Won't you be a little sad to sell it?" I bite my lips, knowing it's none of my business. He sets the paint cans on the floor and leans back, arms crossed. "Honestly, yeah. The longer I'm here, the more it's grown on me. I'm a country boy to my bones, I guess, even if I've spent half my life away from farming. I thought I could just spend a few months fixing it up and sell real easy. But now, after a year and a half, I'm wondering if I should keep it. Maybe rent it out or, hell, I don't know. Turn it into another place Ridge and Grace can use for their projects." "Aren't they like bazillionaires? They probably don't need the space," I say softly. "You could just live here." He nods once, but then shakes his head. "I mean, nah, it ain't practical. No matter how long I stay in Dallas, I can't be running after a place this big forever all by myself. Tons of upkeep." "Why's that? Looks like you've been managing just fine," I say. "Are you thinking ahead? Once you go back to the FBI? He picks up the paint cans with a shrug that almost seems annoyed. "I won't be going back to the FBI, Peach." "Whoa, what?" Confused, I shake my head and speed up to follow him to the door. "Why? You said you were on a sabbatical." "I was. For a year. Then I quit." His eyes seize mine darkly as I catch up. He even sounds bruised, like I've just poked at a painful scab. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. So you've been doing your private detective work since then? That's the long and short of it, he tells me, though his voice says there's a lot more. Owl joins us as we head for the house. You make enough to live on with those jobs like the one we did for Grady's friend? Not being nosy, I'm just curious. Peach, you're nosy as hell. And it's okay. He laughs. Some months the money's good. This is a quiet town in Sleepy County, but there's always some asshole who's 5 years behind on child support or runaway teenagers to find. Some months the money ain't great, but it doesn't matter. No? I'm baffled how he's surviving, especially with what he must have sunk into this house for renovations. I know Grandpa Faulkner wasn't a rich man, so he couldn't have left behind much. Okay, Miss Nosy, you really want to know? Quinn gives me a lopsided smile, his eyes flashing. Alan, besides being a bush pilot, is a financial planner. Years ago, when he was first starting in the trade, he convinced me to let him invest my army pay in a couple of big A's and G's. I couldn't spend it on shit while I was overseas with no family to support back home, so I took the gamble. Big A's and G's? Amazon and Google, mostly, back when they were little. I've also made out like a bandit on a few other companies you'd recognize. He's kept up being my financial planner ever since, and makes sure to wrap me across the knuckles if I ever start trying to draw out so much money it won't last. Wow, the Faulkner Wolves of Dallas Street has a nice ring to it, don't you think? I'm being silly, but I love how his face lights up anyway. Let's just say my brother's ingenuity not only set him up for life, it's bought me one hell of a cushion. He gives me a cockeyed grin. Good for you. And Alan, you guys are humble about it, too. So not like Mom's old-school money and Dad's endless boasting about his tech stocks. We arrive at the house a minute later, enjoying a companionable silence, and I point to the paint cans he'd picked up again just before leaving the barn. Are you finally tackling the cupboards today? Sure am. He holds open the screen door for me to enter. Are you interested in helping? Definitely. But Owl and I have to go do goat duty first. They've still got a long ways to go at Newman's Dairy before they're close to finished. He sets the cans down on the laundry room floor. I'll come with, he says, his voice serious. We can go through the drive-thru and pick up a couple breakfast burritos on the way through town. Then we'll come back and paint some cupboards. I'm game for that. I set my coffee down. Ready whenever you are. He opens the door again. Then let's grab our stuff and go. We'll take my truck. Like Uncle Dean's, it's a large GMC, just a whole lot newer and nicer. We should take mine. We'll need Owl in case we need to chase the goats around the property or something. My truck's dog-friendly, Peach. I shrug. If you don't mind, neither do we. I'm sure he'll love the air conditioning. It's not working in your truck? It's Uncle Dean's truck, I say. What do you think the answer to that is? He chuckles knowingly. We can have one of Jess Berlin's mechanics look at it. He owns the Chevy dealership. I bought my truck there and he's a good guy. Grady's nephew, Weston, also does auto work part-time. We climb in his truck with Owl filling up the back seat. Sounds like overkill, I say. I'll only need the truck for a couple more weeks, tops. The relaxed smile hanging on Quinn's face fades. Still thinking you'll head back to Chicago by then? He asks, steering us out of the driveway. I nod, even as a tight knot forms in my stomach. I can't stall forever. I have to face my other life sooner or later. Watching the trees, the grass, the open space go by through the window, I hold in a sigh. I guess I'm a lot like you. The longer I'm here, the more this place grows on me. It's nice not having the pressure of the city. All the people, all the work, all the stress. I release my sigh then as reality hits home. But I'm not like you. I didn't have an older brother invest in any magic letters for me. And you miss dancing like hell. He finishes for me. Maybe. I twist my head to get a good look at him. How'd you know? You have to miss what you're good at. He grins. I've got a confession. Don't hate me. When you sent me that link to the cloud, I checked out a couple of your videos. Oh my God. I barely resist the urge to pull my hair over my face and hide behind it. You're one hell of a dancer, Tori Three Names. Like lightning in a bottle. Oh, wow. Suddenly I'm less upset that he looked at the videos I'd clumsily left up. Actually, I feel weirdly flattered. Thanks, I think. And how much do you know about ballet? His next laugh comes straight from the gut, one of the best ever. So intense it makes me want to join in just hearing it. Probably about as much as you knew about goats when you showed up back here. That much? I'm giggling as I say it. Yup. But just because I'm clueless doesn't mean I didn't like what I saw. You were fucking amazing. Well, thanks, I sputter, trying with all my might not to blush. Good thing we have Owl. I think he's a secret expert on everything. Quinn's eyes are glowing like emeralds in the sun as his gaze turns on me, and I have you. You must know more about dance than anyone. You've been doing it your entire life. I nod but no longer feel like laughing. You're not wrong, I tell him. So, what's it like? Dancing on the ends of your toes? He shakes his head. Just thinking about that shit makes my feet ache. It hurts, I say, at first. But once you get the hang of it, you don't even notice. And most dancing these days is a lot more contemporary, a fusion of past and present. Memories whip through my mind so fast I close my eyes. When the music fills you and you've got your routine down pat, it's a little like you're flying. It doesn't take any effort, any thought. You just let the music be the wind beneath your wings. I lean back and smile at the rush. I do miss that, letting the music carry me away like I'm a feather on the open air. The hundreds of routines I've practiced over the years flood my mind. I can see myself dancing, twirling, and spinning on the tips of my toes. You really miss it, don't you? He asks quietly. I open my eyes. Yeah, but I don't miss the pressure, or all the shit that comes with the territory. People, a few very specific people, are the worst. Everything's a give and take. No denying that. I whisper, my eyes fixed on him. Somehow I get the feeling we've moved past ballet, casting these longing looks at each other. Or maybe it's just my imagination after being run through an emotional juicer. Thankfully, we've arrived at the breakfast place, lending a much-needed distraction. One burrito or two? He asks as he pulls into the drive-thru. Just one. I'm still a little burritoed out after Kenny's truck, even though these are way smaller. He orders 6, plus 2 orange juices. 6? You must be really hungry, I say just as we arrive at the window to pay. 1 for you, 2 for Owl, and 3 for me. Owl barks in loud agreement. We both laugh. We eat our food in the parking lot and then head for the dairy farm, talking about nothing important, yet conversing the entire time. It always was that way between us. Easy conversations and easier feelings. I should be glad that's falling back into place. Our friendship, especially now that we're living in the same house. Too bad this wild, anxious part of me isn't glad. The persistent part that keeps wishing something would happen with Quinn Faulkner. Consequences be damned. The goats are fine over at the Newmans. As we stand in the pasture, after accounting for all of them, I ask, if you do decide to keep your grandpa's place, will you get any animals? Probably not. Why? You don't like them? I like them just fine. It's just that being a detective can pull me anywhere, anytime, and then what do? Animals need people around every day to take care of them. You've got friends who'd help in a pinch, right? He shakes his head. Wouldn't be fair to them or the animals. I think my farming days ended while Gramps was still alive. We start walking back to the gate. I guess I see your point, I mutter quietly. And I do, even if I can't help being a little disappointed. It's too easy picturing this place with a happy family and a diverse menagerie scattered across the grounds. "Are you getting attached to the tribe?" he asks. I mean, I don't mind them. They're cute little guys, and I will miss them. They just don't quite fit in my life or Uncle Dean's once he's moved on to his next scheme. I'm really going to miss this big guy, though. I pause long enough to give Owl's thick neck a hug. I already made my uncle promise he'll hang on to Owl if the goats have to move on. "You've never had a dog before?" "With my mother?" I laugh hysterically. "No way. Not even a stuffed dog because they collect dust, don't you know?" "What about a cat?" "Something that pees in a box? Absolutely not. There was a squirrel living in a tree near my room once, and she called animal control to get rid of it." "Shit." He rakes a hand through his sandy brown hair like he can't believe it. "Yep." "Is your apartment near your folks' house?" I'm ashamed to admit just how close it is, but it's Quinn. It's kinda right above their garage. When I turned 21 and wanted my own place, Mother had the attic remodeled. Damn, woman. I wondered how she filled your fridge with food. Now you know. Yes, I'm blushing. Big surprise. Now he also knows how pathetically stunted my adult life has been, and why my summers with Granny meant so much. They were the only freedom away from home I've ever had. Getting a taste of it again makes me not want to return. Ever. But I have to. I miss my career. It's a part of me I'm not quite ready to bury, and I'm also not excited to stare down the barrel of what's next. If you quit, what then? "Well, are you ready for some painting?" he says, slashing through my thoughts with the perfect distraction. "I'll make those cupboards sing, Quinn Faulkner." "Wow me," he rumbles. We share a wicked grin. Surprise, surprise. As much as I love painting, the giddy excitement wears off fast. Hours later, I arch my back to smooth out a kink from bending over for so long and set down my brush. The cupboard doors are laid out on sawhorses throughout the barn. We've already painted all of the actual cupboards inside the kitchen, but brought the doors here where it was easier to lay them flat. "Your arm's about to fall off yet?" Quinn asks. "Are yours?" I flick my tongue out at him. Laughing, he sets his brush down. "Fuck, this is tedious. But they'll look so nice once they're done. No work, no reward." "Yeah, well, right now they need to dry before we can give them a second coat. Let's clean up and stretch our legs. I could go for a walk, then I'll grill us some steaks." I collect my paintbrush and rolling pan. Holy crap, it's really almost dinner, isn't it? Forget having fun. Time flies when you're working yourself into jelly. We use the outside spigot to wash our painting gear and leave it in the sun to dry before making our way around the barn. Behind it, there's a trail that leads into the trees, where a shallow creek twists and turns through them before making its way to the pond on the far side of the grove. "How many acres do you own?" I ask as we walk together. 10. Luckily, it's never been annexed into the city, so I just pay state and county taxes for the land. The others are that much more? Yup. They'd be charged as buildable lots rather than farm acreage. I think about that as we continue. There are so many things I don't know about because I've been so sheltered. And how badly I don't want to go back to that. I really don't. I can't help but wonder how different things would be right now if my life took a detour. What if I'd just told Mother to pound sand and stayed at Granny's that last summer after high school? Would I be a dancer somewhere else? Would I be someone totally different? A wife? A mother? A rodeo clown? Someone who wouldn't be afraid to do what she wants, namely, press my lips to Quinn's and let our tongues lead where they may. God, the possibilities in a person's life are like tree rings. He takes my hand as we cross into the rougher terrain, stepping from boulder to boulder. We walk over fallen logs while crossing the creek several times as we head through the trees. In my imagination, I go back to when we were teens. How I would have died 100 times over just to have him hold my hand. My heart almost stopped forever that day I took a peach pie to the face, and he was so good to me. But he'd always been aloof, too. That's just who he is. Kind, funny, handsome, and alpha as Hercules, but never ready to risk what we had, never ready to take our friendship further than the kids we were then, and the adults we've become. I was just the tag-along little girl, his sidekick, wishing for more than a silly one-sided crush. And here I am again, wishing, hoping, and praying for something I'm also scared to death to plunge into. Once we step out of the trees, Owl barks and goes charging ahead to the pond, chasing 2 Canadian geese swimming near the shore. They take off at the last second with a few parting, "Screw you" honks. Wait, I recognize this place, I murmur, slowing down. It's where your grandpa had his bee boxes, isn't it? Quinn smiles, and I wonder if he's been meaning to lead us here this whole time. Good memory. I was wondering if you forgot. This right here is the exact spot where we first met. He shakes his head. What a fucking day. I thought you'd fall down and die from shame if the bees didn't get you first. Almost 10 years ago. I pause to snicker. Wow. His hold on my hand tightens. My breath seizes. That feral green gaze sharpens as our eyes meet, and my heart beats its way up my throat. Nearly a decade, Peach. Long damn time. His eyes fall to my lips and linger. Oh no. My lips, my entire body, quiver as I remember kissing him at the rodeo, tasting the heat of his growl. Kissing him was more than I'd ever dreamed then. Sweet Jesus, I'm still dreaming about it, constantly. It's worse with us both dancing around the subject, never bringing it up. Apparently, part of our emotional maturity level is still stuck in the last decade, too. I wondered about you so many times over the years, he tells me, and I wonder if I'm wrong about being stuck. A hot thrill rips through me. I thought about you, too. I wish I'd tried to write while you were overseas, but I knew you didn't want me worried sick. Still, I wondered where you were, what you were doing, who you'd turned into. He smiles, those green eyes flickering in the soft light. Thinking about you. That's all I ever did, Peach. Whatever comes and goes, whoever I work for, however the seasons change, that's the one damn thing that never strays. And I know it's out of line, but I'm telling you right now, it ain't gonna change when you head back to Chicago. I'll be thinking about you then, too. Holy hell. My heart nearly explodes. I can barely breathe. I start opening my mouth, searching for words, but he casts me this sad hangdog look, like he's realized he just said too much. Quinn. Let's, He clears his throat and glances quickly at the pond. Skip rocks. We used to do that shit all the time. How long has it been since you tried? I smile, loving and hating how he tries to save face. I have half a mind to grab his face and kiss him, but for now, I'll play along. Probably not since the last summer we were here, I say. Far too long. He lays a hand on the small of my back and guides me to the pond. High time we have another go. We search the ground, find the flattest rocks, and then take turns pitching them over the top of the water. A fun little competition breaks out over the number of times each rock skips before sinking into the murky depths. It's more fun than I've had in ages, and not because it's something so easy, so innocent. It's because I'm doing it with Quinn, and the fact that my rocks win nearly every round doesn't hurt one bit. Who the hell went and made you Miss Rock and Roll? You're too good, lady, he says. I give up. I toss a rock in the air and catch it, flashing a victory grin. How? He wipes the sweat off his brow, grinning back. Just how'd you go and kick my ass that hard when you said you haven't done this for years? I was taught by the best. I wink at him. Growling, he swipes the rock out of the air when I toss it up again. And you've been practicing the last 10 years. Liar. I grab his hand and try prying it open to get my rock back. No, I haven't. Swear to God. Give me my rock. He holds his hand just out of my reach, using his height to his advantage. I don't know. What will you give me for it? I hear these things can be pretty valuable. A kiss, you lunk, I want to say. But that's the one thing that would ruin the evening, the week, the rest of our lives. Scrambling for the ground, I pick up another rock. Here, bozo. I'll give you this one for it, rock for rock. Sound fair? He tosses the rock in the air and catches it again, swinging his hand down with a grin that almost melts my panties right off. That rock for this one, huh? Yes. What are you expecting, a Ferrari? He holds it up to his face, stroking his chin like he's pondering the meaning of life with a stone that's magically turned to solid gold. It's so ridiculous and exaggerated, I burst out laughing. Sorry, this is a far better rock. Can't part with it for that crappy basic bitch skipper you picked up. It ain't even an eggplant. Then he spins while I'm busy laughing my butt off and side pitches it across the water. I yell out the count as it skips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7! I throw my rock on the ground. 7, you dick. The most I had was 5. So you've been letting me win this whole time? With a knowing chuckle, he grabs my hand. Or maybe I just got lucky with the right rock. We'll never know. Come on, darling. I'm getting mighty hungry. Time for steaks and hash browns. I'm making us a salad. I'm not going to die here from protein and carb overload, I say, playfully pushing at his side. Quinn whips out another Slayer smile. Even if he does it 1,000 times, I swear, I'll never get sick of that look. Oh, and as for the food, yes, I'm hungry. But I'd forego ever eating again in a heartbeat to do more than hold his hand.
14. Goat me all riled. Faulkner. I had to be out of my mind to agree to this, having Tori 3 names move in with me. Ridge might as well have tossed me in one of his Western flicks and cast me as the idiot who gets tied to a pole with fire ants crawling up his pants. That can't be more torturous than spending whole days with the girl I've jacked off to since before I could drink. Shit. I'm as horny as a quarterback watching the cheerleaders. Make that cheerleader singular. Just one. But even that ain't right. Tori's a full-blown, sexy-as-all-hell dancer who can do a whole lot more with her body than an entire cheer squad. Of course she has dynamite legs. I've been staring at them all day, tracing how they run up into that supple peach of an ass. I try to end my creep in there, before my eyes slide up her spine, turn her around, and find those tits I want to shove my face in and own. Don't fucking care if she's not the bustiest gal in the world. What she's packing is enough for 10 lifetimes, and if I don't find some goddamn self-control, I'm gonna rip that flimsy outfit right off her and see what she's been hiding. As soon as we got home from checking on the goats this morning, she'd changed out of her jeans and boots into a pair of white shorts, a lime green tank top, and flip-flops to paint in. She'd still been wearing her flip-flops on our walk, and not wanting her to slip on the rocks or fall in logs, I'd taken her hand as we'd followed the creek to the pond. That simple touch, holding her hand for balance, almost burned me down. And sparring with her by the pond, fighting over rocks? Fuck. I think I've reverted back to caveman, and I'm still trying to remember how to talk as we work on dinner. Do you want tomatoes in your salad? She asked through the screen door. I'm just as surprised as anybody my fridge now houses vegetables. So much green and red I think I see Christmas every time I open the door. Even a couple eggplants. If you do, I call back, checking the grill. She's silent for a moment, then asks, What about kale? We bought kale. Was I drunk? Laughing, she pushes open the door and takes a swig off a beer bottle, one from the case we'd also picked up on our shopping trip. Psych, I was just testing you. She hands me the beer, winks, and saunters back inside. I'll buy some next time I'm at the store, though. You're not getting off that easy. I take a long pull off the beer, hating how her lips make it taste better than it should. Then I go back to flipping the steaks, trying to deduce whether I'm more pissed at my poor blue balls or the fact that I'll be eating kale before this is over. Damn, I need to switch gears, whip my thoughts back in line to a place that doesn't involve picturing Tori bouncing on my cock, but it's damn near impossible, especially when I think about the curve of her ass in those shorts as she turned after sassing me. Welcome to hell. Population? Me. I can't even think straight. I'm a raving beast. Like down by the pond, when she looked at me with those baby blue eyes brighter than a desert sky. They're as gorgeous as the rest of her, and just as likely to tempt me into signing my soul away. Al lets out a sharp bark from beside the grill. Huh? Oh shit. I yanked the steaks off the flames just in the nick of time and set them on the side of the grill. Thanks, dude, I tell the dog. You'll have some extra meat on the T-bone in your dish tonight, I promise. He wags his bush of a tail, flopping his tongue out. What are you two talking about out there? Tori asks from the kitchen window. The steaks. Next time I'm buying 3. Oh, there'll be plenty for him. Those are 2 of the biggest steaks I've ever seen. They'll be the best steaks you've ever tasted, too, I tell her. Promises, promises, she says, laughing as her face disappears. I'd damn well like to make a few other promises we could only fulfill in the bedroom. If I know for certain that Bat Pickett wasn't coming for my ass, I'd write them with my tongue all over her skin and deal with the fallout later. Until then, I'll have to learn to live with the raging hard-on from hell. Until then. Hell, what am I saying? I'll never be able to fulfill carnal promises of any kind with Tori once Pickett gets released. That's a given. Same for the fact that he wants to cut off my head. The psycho won't ever get over my part in putting his brother away. Not while I'm still breathing. I need to be prepared for that. Fully. I'd shown her Pickett's sneering mugshot, and she said that probably wasn't the man who'd been in the red Chevy. I hate that she couldn't get a good read on his face. We couldn't get a positive ID from the low-res pictures Grady took, but my gut tells me the dude had something to do with Pickett. Guaranteed. Another Marvin, another minion, looking for intel to feed to Bat. I pull the steaks off the gentler side of the grill and carry them inside. Even with the kitchen in disarray with all the cupboards open, missing their doors, this place has started to feel more homey than anywhere else I've ever lived. I'm starting to like it a lot. And yeah, that might just have something to do with the fact that I'm not alone anymore. No denying I also like the sight of Tori, wearing her short shorts and skimpy tank top, in the kitchen, in the house, in the guest room. I like it more every time I see it, and the only thing I'd like more is having her wearing less. Shifting my pants for cover, I try to battle the bulge before heading back into the house. I buck up, pull on my best wasn't just thinking about you naked grin, and call out, "Steaks are done." In the morning, I drive her to check on the goats again. Then we stop by Granny's house before heading home. Wow, Tori says, staring at the dumpster in the driveway. They left the whole freaking kitchen and bathroom in here. Frowning, she asks, "Do you think they'll have it all done by the time she returns?" Yep. They're a good, trustworthy company, and that's why they wanted the place empty. A house is a lot easier to remodel with nobody living there. We go inside, chat with the workmen for a few minutes, and have a good look around. Then, once Tori's satisfied that all's well, we head back to my place. "I'll go change and meet you in the barn," Tori says, as she climbs out of the truck. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. She's bound to return with another skimpy pair of short shorts clinging to that delectable ass. I'm starting to regret ever giving her that peach nickname. "Come on, buddy," I tell Al, holding the door for him to hop out of the truck and into the balmy summer heat. I think we could both use a splash of ice water. After I've watered the dog and tried to douse my own fire, I turn around and face today's death by sexy roommate. Bam! Right between the eyes. The shorts she's wearing are cut-off blue jeans with ragged fringes. They're short, riding up to the edge of her ass, and naturally they look damn good. So does the tight red t-shirt hugging her chest, a wicked eye trap contrasting with the jean shorts. The blocky white lettering on her shirt says, "Nobody's perfect, never mind." Granny strikes again. I stare, not skipping a fair chance to have a good look at her tits, my eyebrows raised. "Nope, all me this time," she says proudly. "Kind of a running joke in our dance group. That's what happens when you throw together a bunch of girls who obsess over every single detail." I nod, fully aware I'm the one doing the obsessing right now. Can't peel my eyes off her till she begins walking. Later, we make small talk while giving the cupboard doors a second coat of paint. As I walk over to the last door, I test the paint on the first one I'd finished. Finding it dry, I say, "We'll be able to hang these after lunch." "Awesome. I can't wait to see how they look." Tori smiles like I just made her day. "I really like this slate gray color. What's next on the list after these?" "Mainly trim work," I say. Half sorry the project is almost over. I've enjoyed working on the house, and having her help has even made it fun. Quarter round molding on the doors and windows, and crown molding for the ceilings. "Is that what's wrapped up in plastic in the corner?" she asks, pointing to the section of the barn where I've been storing materials like a beaver prepping for the apocalypse. Bingo. It's already painted white. Didn't want it getting scratched. "Are you going to do anything more inside the barn?" she asks, her eyes big. "More? Like what?" I haven't done anything to the barn except clean it out for storing supplies, which are almost depleted. It has new siding and a new roof, both upgrades I paid for. Those jobs were too big to handle alone. "I don't know," she says. "Extra space to store stuff?" "Hadn't planned on it. Why?" "Well, I was thinking—" She glances around, and her eyes land on the beams overhead. "Thinking what?" I ask. "So, I know I'll only be here a few more weeks tops. But if you aren't using the barn for anything special, I was wondering if maybe I could—" "For the goats?" I ask. "Sure, if that's what you're thinking. It'd save you a trip to Dean's place between jobs." I smile at the thought of her beasts roaming around here. Gramps never had a lot of livestock the older he got. He'd pulled the stable walls out years ago to make more room to store the old antique junk he collected. The corral's still in good shape. I'd fixed it up and painted it a month ago, just in case whoever I sold it to might have animals. For the goats, I'd have to fence in an area with more grass for them, which wouldn't be that much work. "No, the goats will be at the dairy farm for at least that long." She grimaces slightly. "I want the space for me." "You?" I blink in confusion. "Don't like your room? Wish you told me, Peach. It must suck awful bad if you'd rather sleep in the hay." No. She swings her arms with a loud belly laugh. "I love the room, but with Granny gone, I'm not getting enough exercise. With bike riding gone, I need more strength exercises, room to do workouts. I can't run for long stretches. That's too rough on my knee, and walking isn't strenuous enough." She points up. "The beams in here, though, they'd be perfect for aerial silks." "What the hell's an aerial silk?" She flashes her perfect teeth and continues to roll paint on a door. "You've probably seen them. They're these long silk ropes that people climb, great for aerobics. I can show you on my phone." A heinous vision of Tori climbing colorful hangers without a stitch of clothing on streaks through my head. God damn, not what I need to think about. I clear my throat. "Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen them. You know how to do that?" "I've done it for years. My friend Miriam got me into it. Her dad owns a huge gym downtown, and they were offering classes. It's great for overall body strengthening." The excitement in her voice makes me grin, despite the fury in my cock. "Sure, we could figure something out. But where would you get the supplies? Dallas ain't Chicago, darling. Everything's online, Quinn. Remember that big A you invested in? Probably wouldn't cost a ton to have it shipped here. She stands back and examines the door on the sawhorse in front of her, then runs the roller over the edge. Oh, and I need to put up a couple big mirrors, too. I examine my door and, satisfied with the work, walk over and set down my roller in the tray we've been sharing. Mirrors, huh? Right. She sets her roller next to mine. People always think the mirrors in dance studios are because dancers are vain, but that's not it. They're an important training tool. They give you instant feedback, show you the height and shape of your movements, your body and line position. She shrugs. You can't fix what you don't know is wrong. There's nothing wrong with her body whatsoever, but what the hell do I know about ballet? We could hang up some mirrors, no problem. But what about the floor? It's pretty old and scuffed up. Won't be much good if you get tripped or step on a sliver. It's fine. She rubs the floor with the sole of her sandal. A good sweeping and mopping and it'll be perfect. I've had to practice in worse places. I'm not so sure, but I could rent the industrial sander I'd used in the house again. What about under those silks? Don't you need a mat or something? Padding in case you fall? I'm not convinced I love the idea of her climbing silks, whether or not it makes me hard enough to pound nails. I've seen it on TV, and the shit looks dangerous the higher it goes. More bad news for her knee if she slips again, or worse. You worry too much. Tori laughs, her mind made up. I won't fall. I've done this for years, and it's exactly what I need right now to get back in shape. You ain't out of shape, woman. The words burst out before I can stop them. If anybody's telling you that, give me their name and I'll set them straight. I'm out of form for a dancer. A thoughtful expression crosses her face as she slowly looks around the barn, visualizing everything. With a little bit of equipment and your help, I could go back to Chicago in tip-top shape. Damn. There's a longing in her voice, a determination. Whatever doubts I've got rolling around in my head can't argue with that. Order whatever you need, I tell her. I'll put it up and check everything over to make sure it's solid. You promise me you won't go crazy till I've signed off on the safety. Absolutely. Her face lights up like I just descended from the sky with a halo. Thank you so much, Quinn. She claps her hands together, lets out a wild squeal, and then throws her arms around me. You're too good to me. My hands instantly grasp her waist, which fits too perfectly in my palms. She hits me with soft blue-eyed gratitude, and the same smile she'd always give me when we were kids. Every time I ever got between her and disaster. It's so familiar it hurts. But there's a key difference. Feeling her under my hands puts lightning in my blood. She makes me hungry, almost rendered breathless and definitely speechless, awestruck by how sexy, how tight, how beautiful she is. Forget the fucking silks. Having Tori up in my face like this, tempting me to do terrible things, that's the real danger. No question. I'm so excited, she says, bouncing a couple times on her heels. I've missed having them around for a real workout. You don't even know. Bull. I'm sad to say I do. Because her missing those silks can't hold a candle to how horribly I've missed having my hands all over her, exploring places I shouldn't, capturing her flesh the same way I want to seize that strawberry of a mouth, with teeth. When she looks at me again, she must see the seething in my eyes, the bearish need coming out. Fuck. We both know what I need. And looking at her, blinded by those perfect pink lips, without leaning down to touch them, to kiss them, to take them over, is killing me. I'll go make us some lunch so we can get the doors hung up as soon as they're dry, she says, stretching, offering her lips. I don't release her. Not when we're human magnets with a sexual polarity I can feel singeing the air. The way she smiles and arches her back makes hot, sticky blood roar through my veins. Neither of us dare to look away. I have to kiss her. One more time, just to get it out of my system. Tori's eyes fluttered closed as I pull her close, her body against mine, and she knows what's coming. I swallow a growl, loving how her breasts feel on my chest, how her hips mold to mine. She has to feel the demanding bulge in my jeans, too, and I'm past caring. My lips find hers like a hunter. They come down hot, slick, devouring, prying her open with my tongue till she whimpers. I almost fucking gasp, reaching up to clasp her chin, cradling her face as I pull her into a kiss with no surrender. And she knows she's beaten. Her arms tighten around my neck, her lips part, kissing me back with the same giddy passion I'm pouring into the kiss. Even though we're chest to chest, I pull her closer, wanting more. My hands caress the swell of her hips, the small of her back, roaming with mad intent as my tongue chases hers, driving a moan out of her. I don't want to stop. Not until I've had her under me. Not until I'm in her balls deep, wrenching moan after sweet moan out of her ruby lips. Not until I brought her off so hard so many times she's ruined, spent, her legs crooked and her pussy leaking my seed. I fully admit I'm insane. Driven mad by crossing lines with my best friend that should still matter, but aren't worth a damn when we're this keyed up, tearing at each other's clothes, and the sudden screech of a vehicle's horn rips through me like a cold shower, along with Owl's bark a second later. Damnation. I rip my lips off hers so fast I nearly pull a neck muscle. She drops her arms from around my shoulders, and eyes closed, stumbles a step back. Reluctantly, I release her hips. We're both staring out the barn door at the direction the sound came from. I'll go see who it is, I say numbly. I'll get rid of them too. Whoever decided to interrupt the most important kiss of my life better have a damn good reason. Stomping out of the barn, I jog up the hill toward the house with every part of my body still heated, still throbbing, still angry that it hasn't gotten its fill of Tori. My teeth are bared as I plod over the top and see a police cruiser. "Hey, there you are," Drake shouts as he rounds the corner of my house, wearing his Dallas PD uniform, gold badge flickering in the light. "I knocked, but no one answered. Your truck's here, so I honked. Hope I'm not interrupting anything." "Only the hottest sex ever, buddy. No big deal." But I can't stay pissed at him forever. No, just painting cupboard doors in the barn. I half lie, walking the last few feet to meet him, and give a handshake that nearly tears his arm off. "Damn, man. Must be some paint job." He grins, shaking out his arm. "The extra cameras I ordered for you came in. The winter fried a few of the sensors on the ones I gave Ridge, but these are brand new and should do the trick." I'd almost forgotten. Since Tori's here now and the picket situation uncertain, I figured I'd have him put a few up around the property, so I'll know if anyone comes prowling around. "When can you put them up?" "Now? Might as well if you're not tied down. This camera shit is almost turning into a running gag for too many dudes in Dallas," he says, his blue eyes sparking. "Guess you're gonna get married off next, seeing what happened to me and Ridge." "Whatever," I growl, silently rattling off a few curses. "Sounds good, I guess. Where do we start?" "If you're busy, I can do..." I slap a hand on his shoulder. "Nah, I'll help. We were just finishing up the painting anyway." Honestly, cooling off a little after what almost just happened in the barn right now would be a good thing, even if my dick objects fiercely. "Okay, it's all in my truck. Let me grab the gear," he says. We discuss where to put them while opening the boxes and then get to work. Tori brings us sandwiches and iced tea later. I don't want to worry her, so I tell her it's just the security system I ordered, which is half true. Some of this is stuff I'll pay him for and leave up for the new owner if I decide to sell. After she carried our empty plates and glasses back into the house, Drake eyes me slyly. "So it must be going good between you two, yeah? She's moved in." "It's fine. We've been friends for years," I tell him, keeping my voice even to head off the shit he no doubt wants to serve me. "Friends?" he echoes dryly, raking back his dark blonde hair. "Friends. That a problem, officer?" I grunt back sarcastically. He looks at me and grins. "I'm gonna have to give you a citation for excessive bullshit, yeah. Come on, man. Who do you think you're talking to? An old married guy like me knows when a man and a woman are more than friends." "You haven't been married that long," I tell him. "And I'm not that old," he laughs. "I'm happy for you, man. She's hot. Nothing like my Bella, of course, but no woman ever is." "Just keep those eyes to yourself," I warn him. He chuckles harder. "There's nothing like it, Falk. You ought to get over yourself and try." "Try what?" "Being married to your best friend. The woman you want to grow old with." He shakes his head, his lips quirking up with a whimsical smile. "Falling in love with Bella hit me like a fucking freight train, truth be told. Just between you and me, it scared the living shit out of me at first. There was a lot going on in my life then, and I thought there wasn't room for a woman. For marriage. A real marriage, I mean. Not the fake one we started with. You know how old Jonah Reed set us up?" "Everybody does," I bite off. "Right. Anyway, once I came to my senses, from that moment on, life has been better than I ever imagined." He continues. "Yeah, well, there's a lot going on in my life right now," I say, echoing his words. "And that's why I'm here, to help you get your shit worked out. And I don't just mean the cameras and this fuckhead in prison who hates you." He picks up another camera. "You going on top of that barn or am I?" "I'll do it," I say sharply, though I wonder at the shine lingering in his deep blue eyes. Drake's one lucky man with a wife, a kid, and another on the way. Could that ever be me and Tori? Could the mountains between us just melt away someday like they did for Drake and Bella, leaving a bliss I'd know he'd die for? It takes the better part of the afternoon to get everything set up and checked over. I thank Drake for his help before he leaves and then head into the house. Tori carried the cupboard doors from the barn to the house earlier. I told her to wait for me before hanging them up. She's at the kitchen counter now, cutting raw chicken into strips. I have to tighten every muscle in my body to resist walking up behind her, spinning her around, and picking up right where we'd left off in the barn. "Hey," she says, glancing over her shoulder. "I screwed the knobs and hinges on the doors, but I couldn't get them in place. They're just too cumbersome." I walk to the sink and wash my hands. "I know. That's why I said wait up. Thanks for putting the hinges on, though. Hanging them won't take long at all." Nodding at the cutting board on the counter, I ask, "What's for supper?" "Chicken stir-fry. The meat just needs to marinate for an hour or so. Plenty of garlic and ginger." I inhale, and my nostrils are pleased. "Smells damn good," I tell her. "Let's hope it tastes good, too. Are you a stir-fry fan, Quinn?" I shrug. "Is that kale shit in it?" She pushes a giggle back with her hand. "No, you're safe tonight, but there is bok choy." "Bok what?" I wipe my hands with a paper towel. It's kind of like celery and green onion had a baby. You'll like it." "I'm trusting you," I say, pointing 2 fingers at my eyes and then at her. I wad up the paper towel and throw it in the trash can. "I'll start on the doors while you wrap up the grub." She hits me with that sunshine smile again. "I'm almost done. I just have to get the chicken in the fridge, then I'll help with the doors." True to her word, she holds the doors while I use the drill to screw the hinges to the cupboards, all while trying like hell not to let my eyes crawl up her legs the entire time. She tells me the silk ropes and mirrors are ordered, and they should show up in the next 48 hours. I'll rent the floor sander tomorrow, and then give the floor a good varnishing. Can't risk her tripping over roughed up spots and hurting herself. She balks at that idea at first, but agrees before mentioning she's also ordered a small sound system that'll be arriving soon. I'm happy she's so excited for her space. Dirty thoughts aside, I'm legit excited for her. We've just hung the last door, and we're admiring our handiwork. The entire kitchen looks picture perfect when her phone rings on the center island. I watch her walk over, look at it, and freeze in her tracks. The ringtone continues to blare. "Aren't you going to answer that?" I ask, suddenly damn curious what's wrong. She whips her head back and forth from me to the phone and gives me a horrified look. "It's John Paul. He's been texting all day." Hot, jealous rage hits my veins like a storm. "And you haven't answered?" I ask, fishing for more. "No." She flips around and leans against the island as the phone stops ringing, this dread in her eyes. Her voicemail pings a few seconds later. "Talk to me, Paige," I demand, stepping up to her, hating the sadness in her eyes. "I love dancing, Quinn. I really do. It's been my whole life, but I know I can't do it forever. I'll be too old soon, or who knows, maybe my knee will never be strong enough to handle the rigors. That's why the director job would be perfect. A dream come true. I'd be teaching, directing, planning, all the things I love just as much, if not more, than dancing itself. Everything I think I could do forever." I wait, and when she doesn't say more, I drop the inevitable. "But..." Her shoulders roll with a heavy sigh. She looks at me with a wry smile. "How'd you know there's a but?" "There always is," I growl. "Tell me, darling, what's holding you back?" "I don't want my old life." Her eyes pinch shut. Well, it's not a fun life. I have no freedom there." I recall what Dean said about her ma smothering her. "Your folks? Your mom?" I ask. "And John Paul. I hate the man I'd be working with. My title would be creative dance director, but I won't have any artistic freedom. He'll still be calling the shots and expecting me to execute everything. I'll be put in the same sad box I've always been in." She throws her arms in the air. "And when I refuse to marry him..." "Marry who?" I blurt out, wondering what the hell I missed. "John Paul," she says, her voice just a whisper. I can't fucking help it. I can't stop the jealousy curdling my face. "Bullshit. You're telling me you're going to go marry that fucking..." "No, I'd never marry him. Not after what he did, and that's the problem." She runs a nervous hand through her hair while shaking her head. "We dated for years. It was always assumed we'd tie the knot eventually. Lord knows Mother wanted it. But we were never engaged. And then he cheated on me with that bitch, Madeline, and she knocked me down, hurt my knee, and..." "Hold up. The whore he cheated with caused your injury?" Anger, not at her, but for her, tears through me like a bolt. I know Dean hinted at it before, but I wanted to think he was wrong. Hearing it from Tori's mouth confirms how big a clusterfuck she really lived. Then her phone starts ringing again. I swear on my mother's grave I could break a window with that thing. "Yeah," she says quietly, ignoring the phone. "It's just a mess, Quinn, and I don't want to deal with it. Not yet. Maybe not ever." Damn right it's a mess, and she's not diving back in just to get her heart torn up all over again. Not if I can help it. Snarling, I march over and grab the phone off the counter. The screen says John Paul Yuck. Turning away from Tori, I hit the answer icon. "What?" It shoots out of my mouth like a bullet. There's a confused silence before the man on the other end clears his throat. Who's this?" "Quinn Faulkner," I snap. "Who the fuck are you calling every 5 minutes?" Another long pause. "This is Tori Redson Riddle Coffee's phone, is it not? I'm looking for her. We need to have a very important discussion, and I don't appreciate this odd reception." Shit. He even sounds like a colossal prick. Big surprise. "She's busy being happy," I grind out. "And I don't think she cares to listen to you flapping your gums till you learn some goddamn manners, champ." "Champ," he echoes back. Well, enough of this nonsense. Where's Tori? I've been calling all day and you need to stop. Fair warning. Next time I see your name on her screen, I'll fly to Chicago and make sure the only person you're calling is your nurse, fuckboy. She doesn't want to talk to you. You read me? And why the hell should she, you heartless, crusty fucking baguette? When and if she ever wants to talk, she'll call. Don't dial this number again, because I'll be the one answering, and you definitely won't want to hear what I have to say. My heart slaps my ribs like a bear charging its cage. I hit end call, knowing if I don't stop now, I'll probably say something illegal and slowly turn around. Tori has a hand over her mouth, trembling. The look on her pale face is pure bloodless mortification. Tori, I whisper, taking a step forward. Paige? Shaking her head slowly, she pivots on one foot and races to the laundry room. Then, a moment later, the screen door slams shut. Yeah, somebody just fucked up big time. One guess who?
15. We've got this. Tori. I'm shaking so hard my teeth rattle. One fact keeps replaying over and over in my mind, pressing my thoughts through a spinning kaleidoscope. Quinn told Jean-Paul his name. Crud. No, crud. Now Mother has all the ammo she needs to shoot down my decisions. Hell, to tell me I don't have a hand in deciding anything because somebody has to be putting ideas in my head. I can just hear her now. Grow up and be responsible, Tori. You're acting out, Tori. What? You're still listening to that farm boy, Tori? And me. It doesn't help that she's the only person, besides Granny, who knows how in love I was with Quinn. The last summer I made it to Dallas, Mom had puppies over me coming here since I'd just turned 18. Old enough to decide my own fate, with a boy I'd always had eyes on. And when she found out Quinn wasn't there and he'd enlisted in the army, she'd been ecstatic. Pain shoots up my leg. It's the running making my teeth rattle, I realize. Still favoring my undamaged knee, my gait isn't so smooth. It's hurting, too, so I slow to a slight off-kilter jog and push through the grove of trees. At the first fallen log, I sit down and rub my leg. The hurt muscle is nothing compared to the soreness inside. Mother always insisted Quinn Faulkner was beneath me. Not because she singled him out, really, but because no one in Dallas was good enough. I have 3 last names, after all. A pedigree that stems from her side of the family. Oh, never mind the fact that she married a small-town farm boy who'd bootstrapped his way up the social ladder. She'll be the first to jump up and explain how Dad was the first crab to pull himself out of his backwater bucket. He made it to a good college. He learned real estate. He's slayed 100 dragons in business and investing. No thanks to a little lemon squeeze from her trust fund. The wealth and pride behind the Redson Riddle line goes back generations, and Mother clings to that reputation with an iron fist. It's how she keeps Dad on a short leash, and, though I hate to admit it, it's how she controls me. She's held big money, bigger pride, and fantastic dreams over my head my entire life. If I played along, there was always a prize at the end. A new doll, a new dress, new ballet shoes, hell, even my car. She bought me a shiny pink convertible that's sparkling away in the garage back home when she first heard I'd started dating Jean-Paul. I needed something fitting to impress him. In her eyes, because my personality and good looks count for diddly, I guess. A stick snapping loudly has me glancing over my shoulder. Owl bounds forward, tail wagging as if to say, "Found you." Then I hear heavy footsteps plodding over more twigs strewn on the ground. Quinn's right behind him. "Hey," he says, somewhat cautiously. "Figured you'd need the fresh air." "Yeah, well," I rub Owl's head as the fluff of a mastiff hunkers down beside me. No sense in letting what happened back there waste a nice day. Quinn steps closer, running a hand over the back of his neck. I'm sorry, Tori. I don't know what the fuck else to say. I shouldn't have answered your phone and ripped his throat out. Shouldn't have said what I did to that dude, even if he is a pushy fucking snail of a dude. It's hard not to smile. Okay, make that impossible. I've never seen Quinn anything but confident. Just protective. Upstanding. Righteous. Hard-ass. That's how he's always been, and it isn't a bad thing. His apology right now makes him even more endearing. Slowly, I sigh, craning my head to look up at him. There's nothing to be sorry about, Quinn. I'm not mad at you. Sit down. He walks to the log and hunkers down next to me. Then why'd you run? He asks. I thought you were gonna bound right out of here and hop on the first plane home after I pissed in Jean-Paul's Cheerios. I hold my breath until my lungs burn. Letting it out, I tell him the truth. Because you told him your name. Yeah, guilty. What's that got to do with... He'll tell my mother, I say, shaking my head. So? I've never met your mother. He quirks an eyebrow, clearly not comprehending the fire-breathing piece of work Gloria Redson Riddle Coffee can be. No, you haven't. I sigh again. Thank God. He scratches the side of his neck. I'm not sure what to do, Peach. How to make up for what I did. Don't think your ma's got any place telling you what to do, but it's your life. I ain't here to make your decisions, but I do get real pissed off at the folks trying to make them for you. You don't need to do anything. I lean my head against his shoulder. I owe you a huge thanks for telling Jean-Paul to stop calling me. Honestly, he has no business harassing me constantly. I told him he'd hear back once I've made up my mind. I need time. Time to figure out what I'm going to do. He wraps an arm around me and pulls me close. You deserve time. It's your life to figure out without any prick getting in the way, he rumbles, his inked muscle tightening around my shoulders. It was my life until my knee went out. Maybe I just never realized how stuck I was, how I was letting everyone else control me. Can't beat yourself up, Peach. Your blinders are off. How's the knee doing now anyway? He asks, his eyes flicking to my legs. I saw you rubbing it. It's fine. To prove it and to prove I'm in control of myself, I stand. He rises with me, arms still around my shoulders. Come on, I say. I have stir-fry to finish. With bok choy, he mutters, dryly amused. And you're going to like it. No promises, lady. I giggle because I can't decide who's more ridiculous with new foods, Quinn or Granny. But I love how he can make me laugh so effortlessly. And an hour later, I love that he wolfs down the stir-fry I made and goes for seconds. 3 days later, I have something else to love. How he's transformed the old barn. I've helped, sure, but Quinn did the heavy labor, with his shirt off at times. Lord, he has a body to die for. It's like he's trying to destroy any daytime reprieve from the dirty thoughts I've been having at night. It's safe here, quiet and peaceful. But I've spent every night since I moved in tossing and turning, knowing he's just a few walls away. We're both early risers. I know he sleeps shirtless the times I've caught him coming out of his room, wearing nothing but a loose pair of shorts that hang off his hips like the devil's own torture, obscenely close to exposing what's under the rigid V of muscle slicing up into his washboard abs. And just like today, when he's shirtless and I can see, really freaking see, that mass of muscle flexing, pumping, folding its ink like a living canvas. Holy Toledo, holy London, holy Tokyo. I don't think there's a city big enough to stand in for the tingle that shoots through me, pools between my legs, and leaves me so wet it's an effort just to walk. Last night, I lost it. I rubbed one out like an animal in heat, biting my fist to keep from gasping his name, fingers striking my clit with reckless need. every single time with the same forbidden visions of Quinn Faulkner on top of me, behind me, under me, flinging me against his slab of a body until I break. It's not like I had any choice. It was either give in to raw fantasies and bring myself off, or tiptoe to his room and jump him. And we know I'm not brave enough for that. I also haven't been able to decipher his signals, if they're actually signals at all, and not just wishful thinking. No, he hasn't kissed me again. Not since that day Drake showed up. Mainly because he's been working on the barn nonstop, rigging up everything just for me. He rented a huge sander for the floors, then coated them with varnish that shines so bright I can practically see my reflection. He also hung new lights, big ones, so I can be out here long after dark if I want. Then today, after the big brown truck dropped off my mirror panels, aerial silks, and sound system, he instantly went to work installing everything. The space is transformed into a proper dance studio. An amazing one. I'll never doubt it again. Dreams can come true, I say, watching him secure one of the speakers up in the rafters. He shoves a screwdriver in his back pocket, then turns around on the ladder, looking around at the space. It does look pretty awesome. Pretty? I shake my head. It's totally awesome. Kicking off my shoes, I drop the ballet slippers I've been holding onto the floor. I can't wait any longer. I have to try out this floor. I've been itching to break it in ever since I watched him varnishing it. Moving to the center of the floor, I position myself in front of the mirrors, bend, rise up, and glide left, loving how wonderfully the smooth floor helps me flow so free and easy. I dart around, complete a tight turn, and then glide back to the center, where I do a full pirouette, spinning, rising to a full point on my toes. Arms over my head, one hand up, I whirl on the ends of my toes until my momentum slows. I bend at the waist, spread my arms wide, and lift one foot, revolving on the other until coming to a stop. Unexpected applause echoes off the high ceiling and solid walls. Blinking, I twist around to face him and bow, a smile tucked between my reddened cheeks. Thank you, kind sir. Fucking speechless. He walks closer, off the ladder now. That was glorious, Peach. But aren't you dizzy after that? Nope, I'm used to it. I tap my temple. My brain adjusted years ago. I can't even remember the last time spinning made me dizzy. He glances at my feet. And your toes? They don't hurt either? No way. I press both hands to my chest and flutter my lashes. They feel like heaven. What about your knee? He's too sweet. His concern is too real for me to laugh at, but it does make me smile. The knee's just dandy. A sigh full of happiness escapes. I can't wait until tomorrow morning when I can try out the silks. Why do you have to wait till tomorrow? Because it's almost time for supper. I have barbecue ribs in the slow cooker, and you must be starving after all the work you've done this afternoon. We'll eat later. Go ahead and give it a whirl. Excitement fills me. I bounce a couple times on my toes. You're sure you don't mind? I won't take long, I promise. The ribs should be fine for a little while longer. He grabs my hand. One question first. If your mom made all your meals, how do you know how to cook like a boss? You think I cook well? Very well. He tilts his face down, bathing me in a gaze that leaves zero doubt he's serious. Oh, wow. Just when I think he's out of ways to charm me. From Granny, mostly. She drafted me to help her every summer here, but I picked up a few things from Mother, too, in all fairness. Let me guess. The eggplant parm? I give him a wink and run to the colorful ribbons hanging off the last beam. Leaping as I reach it, I twine the silk around one leg and climb, finding my balance and inching my body upward. Silks, like dancing, are kind of like riding a bike. Once you learn, you never forget. In minutes, I'm in the midst of a full routine of wraps, swings, and spirals, loving the freedom that comes with gliding through the air on makeshift tethers. By the time I finish the routine a second time, my muscles burn, proving just how out of shape I've become since leaving Chicago. Not wanting to overdo it the first time, I flip my way down the silks, shimmying carefully. Quinn's big, firm hands grasp my waist before my feet touch the floor. Next thing I know, he's twisting me around, pulling me against him. "Good job scaring the hell out of me, Tori," he growls, his arms locking around my hips. "You were all the way at the top. Nothing there to hold you up except that flimsy material wrapped around one ankle. Be careful." I cup his face with both hands, gently squeezing my palms against his jaw. That's how it's done. Too dangerous. "I'm installing a damn net next. What happened to your fear of heights?" I grin. "I told you. When I'm in control, it's fine. Quinn gives me the stink eye. Why does he look so hot when he's pissed? And dangerous is definitely the way he's holding me. Off the floor, flush up against him. It's the feral way he's staring, sending my heart racing. God, I want to kiss him so bad. And his lips land on mine before my thought finishes. He pushes into my mouth angrily, as if he wants to tame it for talking back, for taking risks I shouldn't. His arms close around my hips, his hands clasp my ass, and then I'm tasting his heat, his passion, his fury. I shouldn't love this kind of bossy, grumpalicious kiss as much as I do, but good luck resisting. No woman ever had a prayer when a man this hot, this intense, and this maddeningly caring lifts her up in his storm. Thrilled, I not only wrap my arms around his neck, I hook my legs around his waist, sealing us together. His body is too perfect, too firm, too muscular. Nothing like the men back home who carve lean bodies with orderly protein and trips to the gym. Quinn's country edge comes naturally, sculpted by real work, sweat, tears, and the harsh, scary things I'm sure he did as a soldier and a secret agent man. Holy hell, even his smell makes me delirious. Earthy and masculine, like lying underneath a huge pine tree. It's enough to drive me mad, and I flush when I realize I'm grinding against him, dragging a harsh groan out of him against my tongue. "Peach, fuck," he snarls, pulling his hips away from mine, only for a split second before he collides with me again, this time making me feel the raging bulge in his jeans. Every vicious inch of him catches my folds, with just the right friction, behind a few thin layers of fabric. It's so on. I don't think the entire town walking into the barn right now could stop the Category 5 full-body lashing Quinn Faulkner is about to lay on every bit of me. I can't help it. I shudder. I've never been that into sex. But now, I want it like a crazy person. He pulls out of the kiss, and like the last 2 times, I feel his regret. Like he shouldn't have kissed me at all. It's a total contrast to the passion flooding his kisses, barely a second ago. Without a word, his hold lessens, and a war rages behind those emerald green eyes. Disappointed and still throbbing, so wet I could die, I unhook my legs and lower them to the floor. "Those ribs are probably done by now," he says, trying to sound like he isn't as breathless as I am. Screw the stupid ribs. Is he trying to make me have a stroke? My body sacks with frustration. He can't even hint at why he goes all cold shoulder. And I know I'm not revolting, not with how he attacks my mouth like a starving beast. I drop my arms from around his shoulders. "I'm sure they're done. I made a potato salad to go with them, and coleslaw." Taking my elbow, he guides us to the door. "I'm not used to having someone cook for me all the time." Cooking is hardly what I'd like to discuss. Still, I'm too confused to ask him point blank, what the hell just happened? Funny, I'm not used to cooking for anyone either.
"Could have fooled me. You're an amazing woman, Tori. In the kitchen and..."
"And?" I repeat, stopping and casting him a harsh look.
"And on those silks. Safety shit aside," he says, coughing once into his hand.
You glide like an angel acrobat. He's so hard to crack, acting like nothing happened, like he didn't just grab my ass and glorify my tongue and give me a horrible tease of that thick, hard flesh below the belt. I've never gone pole dancing, but for Quinn, naked, a girl can learn. Jeez, it's not like I want him to ask me to marry him or something. Is that it? Is he so old-fashioned he's torn up about taking me to bed, the wall, or right here on the floor? Any old surface will do. I just want to jump his bones. A little affair, like Granny said. It would finally release this hellish tension between us. It's there all the time, and I'm sick and tired of pretending it's not. I think about that the entire time we're eating, picking at my food, averting my eyes every time I see his lips chewing. I know too well what that mouth is capable of, and the fact that he's wasting it on delicious ribs instead of decadent, sex-crazed me leaves me reeling. Afterwards, when I go upstairs to shower, it's a miracle I haven't just pounced on the table like a cat and thrown myself at him. But I'm not about to lose it for a monk who feels some kind of way about the relentless, panting, sheet-ripping, horizontal tango we could be having. And the fact that we're not having it right now says it all. Pitiful, right? Technically, it's old news. I was desperate as a teenager, and adult me might just be famished. Does he still see me as that little girl who'd get into trouble and make him laugh, but was always too young to steal a kiss from? Is he that trapped in the past? Too afraid or too stubborn to see the full-grown woman right in front of him, who's ready to roll the dice? To take a chance on a different kind of relationship, even if it isn't meant to last forever. My phone is ringing when I step out of the shower, and though I have no intention of answering, I glance over where it's lying on the counter next to the sink. Mother is lit up on the screen. My nose instinctively wrinkles. Whatever. I've been expecting that call ever since Quinn told Jean-Paul his name and where he could shove it. Ignoring the ringing, I wrap a towel around my hair and dry off, then apply body lotion before putting on a pair of loose-fitting shorts and a t-shirt. I cut off the sleeves and widened the neck a while ago. Comfort always beats beauty when it comes to sleeping attire. After drying my hair, I brush it and leave it hanging loose to air dry. Finally, I pick up my phone and read the texts while brushing my teeth. Mother, I'm so disappointed in you, Tori. Your father and I gave you everything you've ever needed, ever wanted, and this is how you repay us? Mother again. By shacking up with some townie who's totally beneath you? I'm not stupid. I know your grandmother is off on a cruise and you're with that Faulkner boy you were always so infatuated with. She follows that text with a sad emoji and then delivers the knockout punch. You're not a child. It's time you stop acting like one. I've booked you a flight home from Bismarck later this week, and you'd best be on it. Look for the email with your flight info. Call me immediately. Ah, there she is. Gloria Redson Riddle Coffee at her finest. With a level of anger approaching DEFCON 1, I close out of the message, spit, and rinse out the toothbrush. Leaving the phone on the counter, I exit the room, shutting off the light and closing the door behind me. Hell no! I won't be on a plane tomorrow or any time soon. She's right. I'm not a child, and it's high time I stopped acting like one. It's also time for everyone to stop treating me like one, too. Her, Jean-Paul, and Quinn. He's sitting on the front porch, a beer at his side, next to Owl when I emerge. I take a deep breath. The worst thing that can happen is he'll say no before I push open the screen door, but he doesn't hear me coming. It's hard to buckle up for a heavy confrontation when it's so peaceful here at night. The frogs are croaking, crickets chirping away, and a soft breeze rustles the leaves overhead. The nights here really are perfect. See any lightning bugs? I ask softly. Nah, not dark enough for them yet. Come on out, he says without ever turning around. Stepping onto the porch, I let the screen door bang shut behind me. He's sitting in one of the rocking chairs. Rather than sitting in the other one or on the swing, I walk over and lean against one of the pillars, right in front of him, suddenly feeling very underdressed. Dusk is the best time to see them, I hear. Must be plenty down by the pond. Plenty of mosquitoes down there, too. Those little bastards will suck you dry for every inch of skin you give 'em, he says, slowly looking me up and down. Probably. Oof. Awkward. I suck at confrontation. I've also never tried to seduce a man before, so I really don't know how to start. Thanks again for letting me use the barn and for all your hard work. I'm planning on doing a workout before I go and check on the goats tomorrow morning. Okay, just be careful. I need to put down something under those things if you're going to be climbing up near the ceiling. He's showered too, I notice. His hair is still wet, and I can smell the spicy soap he uses, mingled with that quintessentially Quinn essence. A sigh builds inside me. Tori, he calls my name, sensing the weight in the air. What's on your mind? You? It comes out harshly. You with your hot and cold seesaw crap? You kiss me and run away. You put your hands on me, and then we never talk about it again. You always give me those looks. The same kind of look you're giving me right now? Like it's eating you up inside that you can't just... Just what, woman? His voice is low, distant thunder as he stands, crossing the tiny space between us. Make the biggest goddamn mistake of our lives? I pinch my eyes shut. Mistake. That's all I am to him? Believe me, I'm tempted, he finishes. I've been fighting like hell so I don't fuck you blind ever since you moved in. I open my eyes again and catch his gaze in the shadows, this sexy, stern profile of masculine torment, staring out of the darkness like a statue being ripped apart by the soul held prisoner inside. You have? Ain't it obvious, Peach? Today's been the worst, he growls, barely an inch away from me now, his hand reaching up to slowly, tenderly caress down my face. I'm not playing games. I know what just happened in the barn. I know what we did on the Ferris wheel. I know what I'd like to do every hot second I look at you, and I wish I didn't know some of it when I see you twirling that body, moving like you were made to take every loving inch of me. Holy, holy hell. My legs are shaking. I feel like I'm melting in place, a candle under the roaring flame of his eyes, his words, that little hitch at the end of his sentence because he wants me that bad. I feel like an ass now. Quinn, I know you never meant any harm. It's okay. It's good, even, to look at me like that. Because it's the same way I've been looking at you. Wanting and hoping. It's so hard to say these words, especially when his lips quirk up in a smirking, excited, almost proud smile. What now? Do I just ask him? Jean-Paul was always the one to suggest sex. Literally. We should have sex tonight, he'd say over dinner, an android who never had an ounce of game in his system. I can't see Quinn saying that, nor can I imagine feeling obligated to agree. Not like I had with Jean-Paul. Sex with him was a chore. Another task I had to complete before my day ended, and I could finally sleep. What would Quinn do if I just up and used Jean-Paul's craptacular phrase? What's the grin for? He asks a moment later, his voice more even. Is jacking myself off every night to you that funny? Pure angst and amazement rips through me so swiftly I shudder. No! God, no! Sorry. And what grin? The one that showed up on your face a hot second ago, Peach. Like you have some sort of secret that just made you real happy. His voice is so smooth, so sexy, it curls my toes. I am happy, and I do have a secret. Yeah, he rasps. Your new gym? Gonna guess that's what you're smiling about. He doesn't need to wink. I almost die on the spot as he transforms into an even bigger tease. Dance studio, I correct, trying to play along. That makes me happy, too.
Two? What's the other thing?
He growls, his eyes so bright. I whimper. Welp, it's now or never. Pushing off the porch pillar, I fall into his arms, stretch up on my toes, and plant my hands on his back to bring my face directly in front of his. You, I whisper. Shit. He stiffens slightly. Tori. No, we're so done talking. I stop whatever he was going to say with my lips, pressing them hard against his, begging for a chance. He stalks still, and for an agonizing second, my heart sinks, until his lips move beneath mine, and his hands grab my waist, hoisting me up. He flings us both back into the chair, and I'm anchored to his lap. The kiss we share is so hot, so reckless. We're both gasping when our lips part. He presses his forehead against mine, fingers skimming through my hair as we try to catch enough breath for more. Tori. I want you, Quinn. I cup the side of his face with one hand. I've wanted you for years, and you know it. I'm not a kid anymore. We're both grown adults with wants and needs, and there's nothing wrong with us acting on it if we both decide we want to. Can we just have tonight? Can we try?
Sure. But you should know I have things going on in my life. Things that...
Nope. Not taking no for an answer. I have big things happening, too. But right now the most important one is you. I kiss him again, delving my tongue against his.
Tori.
He groans, his hands reaching behind to squeeze me, a bulge I can't ignore suddenly in his jeans, shifting up against my thigh.
Fuck.
One simple word. The walls come crashing down. There's no hesitation in his response, or in how his hand dives up my shirt. The skin-on-skin contact nearly sends me over the edge, dangerously close to grinding on him again and coming in my shorts. He devours my mouth, fingers working around to my breasts, spilling more hot breath against my tongue before he pulls out of the kiss.
You sure about this? He rasps. Tell me now. I can't fucking stop if we keep going.
I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I whisper, running a hand through his damp hair. I'm clean. As soon as I heard about Jean-Paul sleeping with someone else, I went to the doctor.
I'm clean as a whistle, too.
He shakes his head and curses.
Shit.
What?
I don't have any condoms, though. Never had any plans to bring a girl back here since I was always so busy. And the casuals at the Bobcat ain't my type.
It's your lucky day. I smile and kiss his chin. I'm on the pill. The look he flashes me could devour a city. I bite back how I've been on the pill since before coming out here when I was young for the last time. The summer he wasn't here. My mother took me to the doctor because she didn't want me coming home pregnant. Another offensive fear of hers she never kept from Gran. In one swift movement, he's standing, lifting me up, holding me. I loop my arms around his neck and nuzzle his cheek. Where are we going? I whisper.
Inside.
He whistles for Owl, and once the door shuts behind us, he releases my legs and kisses me like there's a screaming meteor on the way to end life as we know it. His embrace is so tight, I can barely breathe. It doesn't matter a moment later when his tongue finds mine, when my knees buckle, when he's holding me up and taking me over, pressing every single button I've got. I'm so flipping gone. I have no idea how we wind up on the couch, but when the kissing ends, that's where we are, stroking and caressing each other like our lives depend on it. The skin beneath his shirt is so hot, so hard. I need more. Pushing his shirt up reveals muscle anointed with dark tattoos. He does the same with my shirt, and as I pull my arms free, he grasps them, holding them over my head, devouring me with those shining green eyes.
Damn it, darling. You're so fucking beautiful.
For a second he bares his teeth, sucking a sharp breath through them.
So ready.
Again, I almost spontaneously combust into an O on the spot. He's also too sweet, considering I've always felt extremely inadequate in one place. Fair warning, I'm a dancer, and we're often kind of flat.
Bullshit,
he snarls. The thrill he sends through me, kissing my nipples one at a time, shows how much he means it.
More than a mouthful might be a waste,
he says, bringing one nipple fully into his mouth to resume proving his point. Holy Hades, I've never experienced anything like the rough, playful, and utterly needy way he sucks me. Guys like Jean-Paul just did it out of habit, lacking real passion. But Quinn teases my breasts like he's been waiting to his whole life. Every slap of his tongue, every soft kiss, every tender scratch of his teeth. It jolts me so sharply I can hardly even think, except to relish just how incredible this is. He's still working my buds and raking his stubble against my breasts when his hand slides inside my shorts, straight to where I'm throbbing, burning, pleading for him most. The way he touches, strokes, it's thrilling and soothing at the same time. Beyond perfection. This man knows exactly where to touch, how much pressure, when to give and take, when to tease, and when to render me breathless. My pussy tenses, sending a white-hot needling heat down my legs, up my spine, through my entirety. And when he finally parts my soaked folds, shoving 2 fingers in, when his thumb smothers my clit, when he barely moves until I ride his hand, I'm worse than screwed. I'm owned. Holding my breath at the pressure building inside me, I gasp his name. Quinn!
Go with it, Tori,
he whispers, quickening his fingers, stroking my walls with this mad, hot glint in his eye. Oh, shit. My hips buckle. My thighs squeeze his hand. My legs start trembling like he's going to split me in 2. I've never felt anything like the breach in my body right now. The intensity of Quinn Faulkner's otherworldly pleasure. My walls clench around his fingers as he glides them in and out, all the while keeping this mad, steady pressure on one specific point. Devastating. He has me pumping against his hand, losing my mind while a tsunami builds, demanding release. I can't stop it to save my life, nor do I want to. It's like the end of a dance routine when the music is about to crescendo and you're given over to the sweet, sweet insanity. That's it, Peach, he says, urging me on, even as I grab his wrist and dig my nails in. Quinn, I'm going to...
Fucking do it, he demands. Come hard for me, Peach. Let me feel you lose it.
My eyes pinch shut, and my body nearly convulses as his strokes continue, tenderizing my most sensitive nerves. Flames ignite, starting at my clit, winding in, working through me like searing hot ropes. Coming! Out of nowhere it hits with brute force, racking my body with wave after wave of the most intense pleasure ever known to womankind. I scream his name as it tears through me. I try, but I'm not even sure what planet I'm on as he holds me down, pumping his fingers, thumbing my clit with that endless heat, endless control, endless call to surrender. Sweet hell, do I ever. I'm having my first orgasm with a man. Another something that's never happened before. Ecstasy consumes me in all its relentless, shrieking glory as I sink deep into the couch, utterly amazed, trying to comprehend what he's done to me and what I'll always want him to do. Smiling, Quinn kisses me back to life. Sure, it's not quite Sleeping Beauty, but if that drowsy bitch ever came this hard on the hand of the man she's been lusting over a whole freaking decade... Yeah, I think Prince Charming's kiss might be the only thing in the universe to snap her out of that coma. I've never come before. I tell him once I can form words again. Not during sex. The grin he throws at me threatens to make it happen again.
I figured. You had a lot of pent-up energy, darling. You still do.
His expression sharpens into something very, very hungry. It was amazing, I whisper, shaking my head at how inadequate that word really is. He stands, scooping me off the couch like I've gone fully weightless. Maybe I have, considering I can't feel gravity anymore.
Wait till round 2.
Oh, crap. How had I forgotten? We haven't even had sex yet. Or the 1,000 other things my body suddenly aches to do with him. Looping my arms around his neck, I smile. Will I have to wait long?
Just the minute it takes to get you to bed,
he tells me. Joyous, I laugh and tease him, stroking my legs against his. Promises, I whisper. You'd better not underdeliver. He quirks a brow.
That even a question after I made you cum your soul out?
Flushed cherry red, I shake my head. No way. If there's one thing I'll never doubt, it's Quinn Faulkner's prowess in the art of mastering the female body. No sooner than we're upstairs, he throws me on the bed and sheds his clothes. Before I can even say ginormous, I'm faced a shaft with a swollen, angry rod of a dick that's almost as thick as my wrist. He turns, mischief on his face, like he fully expected to stun me speechless.
Your move, darling. I'm all yours tonight.
He inhales sharply. I look up, catching the want in his eyes and their dark, amused energy, wrapping my fingers around his cock, just as full, hard, and strong as the rest of him. A few quick pumps send this pearly, clear liquid pulsing into my hand, which I use to stroke him. Every glide down his balls and back up again makes me wetter, especially as he tilts his head back, closes his eyes, and grinds out his pleasure. Time for another first, I think, gingerly giving his swollen tip a quick peck with my lips. The look he shoots me is pure torture. If you're gonna suck, woman, then do it, his eyes say. For a second I hesitate, squeezing the full, sweet length of him. Oh, I've given head before, but with Jean-Paul it was overly awkward and over too fast, and now I just want to know how a real man reacts to my lips. I find out a moment later, opening wide to engulf his seething length. Quinn growls, fisting my hair, urging me on with just the right tension. I do my best. I take him faster, finding my rhythm. I don't even know if I make it halfway down his steel, but Lord, do I try. I love how his chest billows out when my tongue finds the skin just under his crown. I love how he stiffens, swelling around my lips, releasing one long growl as his hips move slowly, meeting my pace, using my mouth like it was always made to be used. And holy hell do I love the thrill when he uses me for several breathless minutes, until he pulls away, just when I think he might come. It's a little disappointing that he doesn't, at first, but then he draws me up for a kiss, wraps his arms so tight around my back, and lays me down, centering his well-teased hard-on against my pussy. A half-stroke of his hips has me crying out. I realize I'm feeling the head of his cock against my clit, so devilishly close to what we both need. Quinn, I whimper, breaking the kiss that smothers me. Quinn, please, I want you inside me. For a second his hand caresses my face. Those feral green eyes brighten, alive with this animalistic need. Something wild he's tried to hold back for so long, and now I've just given my permission. Oh my God. You know how many times I've jacked off to this, Tori, he whispers, his voice like sandpaper. This very second, both of us naked, tangled, having you under me, my dick ready to split you apart. Quinn. Yes. I run my ankles up his calves, teasing him, wishing he'd do all that and more. Not just because it's what he deserves, but because I'll die like this if he doesn't. Tori. Fuck, he growls, his hips rolling back. I spend a breathless second worried he's having second thoughts. But then, his hips roll forward, perfectly aligned with my body, slowly feeding his pulsing tip into my depths. Quinn tries to go slow, but I don't let him when I push back, taking him fully into me. Panting, fingers tangled in his hair, every inch of him inside me. I see the very instant Quinn loses the last shred of his control. He's already into the hilt, his balls resting on my ass when he makes this sharp jerk, sinking deeper, showing me I'm unmistakably his. Forevermore. Because if I thought his hand owned me, if I thought I lost myself in his kisses, I didn't have a clue what was coming. Every frenzied stroke, every slash of his hips, every time his teeth find my throat in these hot, wicked kisses brand me for life. Hell yes, I'm his. His as he makes me feel every punishing thrust, training my body to accommodate him. His as his pubic bone grinds against my clit, his strokes coming harder and deeper, making me clench around his length for dear life. His as I'm racked with a bestial pleasure I never dared imagine, every limb pinched to his body, trying to scream because I flipping can't. He's made me this breathless. He's made me this wanton. He's made me a toy as I rasp out a breathless screech, coming for the first time with his cock still pumping like mad, his body just a streak of tattooed muscle above me. I'm so many levels of gone I might never come back. I'm coming, gasping, groaning, raking my nails down his back in a fever. He gives back an even faster rhythm, even harder strokes, wringing every bit of pleasure out of me. And just when I think I'm done and spent, his steady thrusts start again, reminding me we're only done when he says so. I want to feel him come inside me so bad. I'm driven half insane, imagining the heat, the thought of him pouring into me, taking his release from my flesh. Quinn, I whimper, barely recognizing my own voice as I try to match his rhythm. Almost there, darling. He strangles out, his throat tight with pleasure. I'm going to be brutally sore come morning between the silks and this wilder workout. But right now the only thing that matters is this mess of limbs and so many hot, rampant kisses I know I won't last. Every tight pitch of his hips brings me closer, a merciless, machine-like friction designed to ignite the fuse in my core. Oh, hell. I'm going to come again, just as soon as he... Tori. Fuck, he pants. Gonna come inside you, baby girl. Yes, I hiss, the last coherent word I get out before it happens. My whole reality shatters as he pins me down, kisses me with thunder on his tongue, and throws his full force into me, pushing my ass deep into the mattress, right before his cock swells and molten heat washes over me from the inside out. Call me marked, wrecked, ruined, reborn. Call me 1,000 outrageous names and filthy adjectives, and they still won't be enough to describe the moment Quinn Faulkner floods his seed into me with a snarling crescendo, a wave of tense muscle, and this animal relief carved across his face in sheer release. I don't come this time. I go supernova. The sensation rocketing through me as my release joins his can't be anything less than unadulterated, sexy nirvana. Instinct binding me to this beautiful beast of a man who strains through every jerk of his body, filling me to overflowing, each thick rope he hurls into my depths, making me come a little harder. Even when he's done, he stays rooted in me, kissing me softly again and again, playfully drawing my tongue out and then chasing it back into my mouth. I'm almost crying when I run my hand across his cheek, loving his rough stubble, loving this Loving him. The only man who's ever been worthy of my heart. The only protector I've ever had. Of all the amazing things that unfold tonight and keep unfolding when we slip apart, resting in each other's arms, I know what blindsides me the most. It's this undeniable sense that life will never, ever be the same. Sorry, Gran. Turns out those flings, affairs, and yes, even nighttime nibbles, ugh, come with major cases of feelings, altered lives, and so many unpredictable ripple effects. I'm already trembling.
16. Almost Goat to Eden. Faulkner. By the third evening since I started taking Tori 3 names to bed, you'd have to beat me off her with a crowbar. I swear to God, I've never wanted to give pleasure as bad as I want to deliver it to Tori in buckets. She's never been treated the way she deserves, loved the way she ought to be, worshipped from head to toe with my tongue, my hands, and every wicked inch of me intent on keeping her fulfilled. I could tell she was starved the first time I brought her off with my hands. And tonight, after we're back from the Newman place to check on the goats, and I've spent a few frustrating hours trying to draw more info out about Pickett without much luck, I dive right into the one thing I can still control. What happens with my best friend, my obsession, and the hottest angel ever to come to earth? I think we've got ourselves a slice of Eden. Feels like it as I slowly lay her down on my bed. My breath catches at how fucking gorgeous she is. Her skin glows, flawless, except for this adorable mole on her neck, which adds a splash of character. Her trim shape is a perfect balance of lean muscle and firm flesh, topped with auburn curls I've come dangerously close to pulling out of her head when we're really going at it. I run a hand up her arm, across her shoulder, along the side of her face. Then, leaning down, I find that strawberry mouth and take every last bit of it. I knew this is what would happen if I ever touched you. I whisper against her lips. Knew I wouldn't be able to stop. She giggles, a musical sound that just makes me harder. It's what I hoped would happen. Looping her arms around my neck, she kisses me. Now, about those promises you made at the Newman place. I grin, shrugging like I've got no idea what she's talking about. It's because this little game, teasing each other with promises, ever since I talked myself up the first time. Damn glad I delivered. It wasn't easy. Not with how hard I fought to hold myself back from coming the instant I slipped inside her. I kiss my way down her neck, adding the hint of teeth I know she loves. What promises are those? Jog a man's memory. She lets out a little moan. While trailing kisses across her shoulder blade, I grasp the waistband of her shorts, and as I kiss my way down her torso, I slip the shorts over her hips, straight down her thighs. She's wearing a lace pair of panties today, pink with a tiny black bow on the elastic. All dressed up with no place to go, except where my mouth takes her. Adorable. Growling, I tug them lower, noticing how wet they feel. It's beautifully obscene how responsive she is to every kiss, every caress, every filthy word I whisper in her ear. Of course, it sends my cock into a manic frenzy, throbbing with need. Not yet. Not fucking yet. Soon I'll be inside her, scratching my itch. But first I want her to come on my mouth. I run a finger over her pussy lips, trying not to shudder. Just like her namesake, she's all peach sweetness down there. And in less than a week, I've become addicted to her nectar. A soft moan soars out of her the instant I graze her clit. My cock jerks at the greedy way she arches up, pressed against my hand, giving up another throaty moan, this time louder. This got anything to do with those promises I made? I ask, grinning. Fuck. Do I love how her eyes roll? Oh, yes, she whines. My knuckle presses against her clit, adding wicked pleasure, and I nearly come spontaneously at how her body trembles just for me. It's a wild thing when a man takes control like this, binding it in soft sighs and frenzied flesh.
Quinn,
She half groans out my name.
that feels so...
Good? I ask, chuckling. I'm hoping that's why you can't speak, darling. She digs her hands into the comforter and her hips rise up.
beyond good.
Music to my ears. I go down on her then, sealing my mouth around her clit, sucking till she's pumping her wet heat against me, hard and fast and reckless. Just a little tease, a warm-up before my mouth moves to her folds. Then she's splayed open, dripping, bearing her sticky sweetness for my tongue like this rare wine. Too flowery sounding? I don't give a single fuck. I'm not exaggerating when I say I could eat this pussy morning, noon, and night. She tastes so good it ought to be illegal. Makes for a savage aphrodisiac, too. And the more I taste, the harder I ache. I'm panting, damn near growling as my tongue fucks her from the inside out, fighting back mindless lust with all my might. I'll get my reward in the end, even if it feels like it'll take an eternity at the moment. This is for her. Completely. I lick, suck, and torment her with my tongue, pushing my whole mouth in deep, making her feel the scratch of my scruff on every last bit of her thighs. It doesn't take long before those moans become breathless hitches.
Whether you're walking...
Her fingers pressed against my head, digging at my scalp, but I'll be damned if I'll stop for anything.
Quinn, you're about to make me...
Yeah, darling, I know. There's my cue to push my face in even harder, lick back up to her clit, and pull that nub between my teeth while it gets one good tongue lash after another. Just when her legs are starting to shake, I do it. Carefully, I hoist her up, throw her legs over my shoulders, and carry her across the room. She's held up and perched on me while I hold her midair, pinning her sweet ass to the wall, securing her so my face can go to town. I love how she thought I was out of tricks, and I was just going to finish her in bed. The surprise turns into a delight as she goes back to the brink in no time, shuddering, grinding her soaked cunt against my face. And when her body goes rigid, legs vibrating on my shoulders, feet kicking my back, pure electricity shooting through her with every feral tongue stroke, I get what I want. I drink my fill of Tory three names, long and deep. I get fucking drunk on her scent, her cream, her shrill whimpers, her everything. I make her pleasure last till her body goes limp, her back flat against the wall, and she's gasping for air. Her nails dig into my scalp, trying to hold her balance. That's when I look up and catch a scene stolen from heaven. The brightest blue eyes I've ever seen peeking out behind a tangle of auburn hair splashed over her face. Holy shit. She's a hot mess. No thanks to yours truly. More importantly, she's my hot mess, and fuck do I love it. When she's finally breathing again, I help get her feet back on the ground, then fold her in a tight embrace so we can kiss.
How do you do this to me?
She asks, pushing her little hand into mine, pulling me playfully back toward the bed. Because I know what you need, Paige. Unbuttoning my jeans, I know what I need too, and it ain't gonna wait any longer. I kick off my jeans and boxers, then pull off my shirt as I climb into bed with her, finding my place between her legs.
I'm that predictable? Sad.
She gives me a mock pout, pursing her lips. Hardly, I tell her, brushing my lips over hers. If finding new ways to make the hottest woman I've ever had in my bed come like a rocket means predictable, sign me the hell up. Just because I know you'll blow like the prettiest firecracker ever made every time doesn't make it any less enjoyable, woman. For a second she laughs, new redness painting her cheeks. Sooner or later she's going to get used to flattery too, But I can't blame her eyes as they drift to the angry spike jetting out below my waist.
Good Lord, Quinn.
She's staring at my hard-on.
You're so big.
My ego grows 3 times bigger, even as I fight the urge to laugh at her comment and her pink cheeks. She must have seen it up close at least a dozen times by now. And still she acts like I just descended out of the sky with a dick sculpted by Zeus. Hey, I'll be the first to admit, there are worse things a woman can say about a dude's equipment. And as long as this tool gets to go happily to work soon... My mouth closes over hers again. I kiss down her throat, finding her nipples, making sure she's good and ready to take every inch of me. If you want to go slow tonight, just say so. I whisper, stopping my tongue work when she moans. She arches her hips with another pout on her face. This time, not so playful.
Not too slow. I want you now.
Shit, she's good. The girl doesn't even need to be a born dirty talker to make my balls ache like they're on fire. The heat in her voice and those steaming witch-fire blue eyes turn me rabid. Sitting back, I wrap a fist around my throbbing base and guide my tip into her. The first touch of her hot, wet pussy feels divine, like having my entire length sucked off by an angel the deeper I go. So fucking tight, you're killing me, I growl when I'm in as deep as I can go, pinning her fully under me, touching my forehead to hers. Between her slick heat and the moan I pull out of her, I know this won't last as long as I want it to. My full glide inside her is as close to perfection as I've ever known. For a few seconds, I just savor her, closing my eyes. The way she clenches around me is just that fucking good. I hold still, giving her time to get used to me, filling her completely. If she wants it fast and dirty tonight, the more she's warmed up, the harder I'll take her.
I've never felt anything so perfect,
she says, reading my mind and letting out another sultry groan. Never, I agree. More to come. Hold the fuck on, darling. We're gonna go hard. She wraps her legs around my hips and lifts her head up to kiss my chest, adding this teasing nip of her teeth. Fuck. I can't hold on any longer. My hips peel back and crash into hers again, one harsh, full-bodied stroke. I love how her eyes flutter shut as she lifts her hips to meet me several strokes later, sucking me in all the way to the base of my cock. For such a small woman, it's a miracle how well she takes me. It's like we were built to fuck, crafted for passion, meant to be tormented with a decade apart so this would be that much more rewarding. Hell, I make sure we're both rewarded plenty as my speed picks up, slamming myself into her, grinding my pubic bone down hard on her clit. I thought I'd be the one in trouble trying to last, but Tori loses her mind in a matter of minutes, riding my fullness with these mad, desperate jerks of her body. She practically climbs me as I fuck her deeper, faster, harder. We're a mess of tangled limbs moving as one, and the magic words hurl her straight over the edge the second they're torn out of my mouth. Come like you mean it, Paige, I snarl, sending her eyes to nirvana as they waver shut with one last glimpse of my crazy sex gaze. Fuck. She nearly rips an orgasm right from my balls when her pussy hugs me so tight, constricting, her release rocking every bit of me. Somehow, I'm still thrusting, powering straight through her release, hammering her with pleasure like a storm churns the sea. Call it what you will. Embellished, over the top, outrageous, even a little violent. Whatever. It's exactly how Tori Three Names makes me that much more addicted, that much more driven to own every bit of her. She barely gets a minute to catch her breath before I'm flipping her over, finding my place. I mount her from behind when she's on her knees, feeding inch after raging inch in, kissing the back of her neck, then stopping with my lips near her ear. Hands above your head. Grab the pillows if you need to. Keep your ass up. I whispered darkly. Tonight's the night I'm going to make you forget every man you've ever fucked. I can't help it. It's jealous as hell and maybe a little psycho, but truly. There's exactly one fucking snail I want to erase from her brain, her body, her soul. And if I can grind him out of her by bringing her off so hard she can't remember her own name, Lord knows I'll try. She's made me a Tory-crazed monster. Still, judging by the way she gasps and how her walls milk my cock, it seems I ain't the only one interested in making that happen. She's fucking me as much as I am her now, and it's devastating. A high unlike anything I've ever known whips through my brain. I clamp my jaw tight, wanting to drag this out as long as possible. With long, languid strokes, I make sure my balls slap her swollen clit. She moans real sweet for me a little while later, flinging her ass back into my abs, her fingernails tangled in the pillows over her head as she arches, screams, comes unfucking done. Shit. I don't know what comes over me when my hand flies and crashes across her ass cheek, but it makes her come instantly, so I drive on harder, losing myself in her climax. Coming with you, Paige. Hold the fuck on. And I do. An electric current blasts up my spine as I get in a few last angry thrusts, then piston down against her ass, burying myself balls deep a split second ahead of the torrent that rends me in two. Holy fuck. I'm barely human when I come inside her, my spine bent and my head back, hurtling every last fiery drop in her depths. I've reverted back to some savage, primal thing. A beast absolutely crazed to plant his seed hot and hard and deep, and brand this girl from the inside out. Forget control. It ain't just Peach losing herself in complete surrender and unconditional rapture, forgetting what she is as she squeals, her pleasure heightened by my flood. I'm the one who forgets my own name. Every last shitty, stubborn, unbreakable mountain between us comes crashing down as I empty my balls, snarling out her name, filling her with a passion and a roar that'd scare a lion. My fingers are pale, digging into her cheeks, fusing us together. Everything drops away except for us, and how fucking good we feel locked in bliss. Spent, I release the death grip on her ass and brace my weight on my arms so I won't crush her as I relax, hovering over her body gently, brushing my lips across hers as she turns her head. Now I know, she whispers, still trying to catch her breath. Know what? What the big deal over sex is. Closing her eyes, she flops down deeper into the mattress. With you, it's like nothing on earth. Just when I think she couldn't make me smile any harder. Well, hell, she's right. What I just experienced with her was like nothing I've ever had in my life. Talk about worrisome. Now that we've unleashed a passion a whole decade in the making, nothing else will ever compare. Now that we're more than just friends, happy lovers, there's no way I can ever stop it from taking over everything we thought we knew. I wake up to the sun painting the sky rosy pink. Still sound asleep, Tori pulls the sheet over her naked body tighter, wrapped up next to me. Let her rest. It's amazing I'm even awake, considering I'd never gone so many consecutive rounds as we'd had last night. 6 times. That's how often I let that little minx ruin me with the hottest, ball-busting nuts of my life. If you asked me to remember how many times I sent her over the ledge, I couldn't tell you to save my life. It's even more incredible I want her again. Fuck. I'm officially out of my depth when it comes to this woman. Needing to prove that I still have a faint shred of self-control, I ease off the bed and quietly walk to the bathroom. Thinking she's so tired she won't hear, I step into the shower and turn on the water. The cold spray helps wash away a little of the black magic spell she's got on me. At least I feel human again, and not like a freaking wolf in mating season. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set some boundaries. We want each other. We want to enjoy each other, fine. It just can't go anywhere further right now, beyond sex. My past and present won't allow it. Not till my dire situation clears up. Bat Pickett thinks I killed his brother. I hadn't, but I wanted to. Justin Franklin, a great agent, never should have went down the way he did, especially not in that godforsaken bust. He ought to be alive and happy, making love to his woman and watching his kids grow up. He had a wife and 2 sons, boys who'll never know their father. And the only reason he died is because he was by my side, trying to put one more devil behind bars. It doesn't help that Jake died like the savage he was, drowned by a pack of fellow demons. I shoved my head under the spray of water, trying to wash away the images that crashed through my head like a bad movie I had to live. Jake Pickett leering over me, back at the interrogation in the OKC, looking like he wanted to reach across the table with those freakishly huge fingers and snap my fucking neck. If only he'd fucking tried. The call from his girl Janie, hearing how scared she was, how she knew she shouldn't even be talking to us, but she didn't have another choice. I promised we'd keep her safe, a promise I damn well broken even when I gave it my best. Justin smiling as he climbed in his car, telling me he couldn't rest easy till we had Pickett's girlfriend in witness protection. He knew as well as I did that her flipping on her rat fuck of a boyfriend would give us an express ticket to lock up Jake and take apart his grimy little laundromat distribution system. It ain't fair, goddammit. There was no justice. And now, thanks to some shady insider, Jake's equally wicked little brother is going to walk out into the broad daylight and come up here. For me, and everybody else I've been stupid enough to reel into my web of a life. Tori deserves better, and so does Dallas. They deserve to... Something touches my shoulder. My eyes fly open and I whip around. My heart skips a beat at the sight of a smile like sunshine and blue eyes as naked as the rest of her, promising a damn good morning.
I missed you when I woke up.
Tori steps closer, lays her hands on my chest and stretches on her toes.
Knew you hadn't gone too far. Good morning, Quinn,
she says, laying her lips on mine. That's all it takes before I have her against the wall, pulling at her bottom lip with my teeth, pushing one hand between her legs. I think it's the longest shower of my life, but I'm not complaining one bit. Roughly an hour passes before we're on our way to the Newman place, and for the life of me, all I can think about is the killer fuckery in the shower we just shared. She'd gone down on her knees like she sensed my tension, locking those luscious lips around my dick in a soft pink ring, launching me to heaven. Just thinking about her mouth so full of me turns my brain on again. If we were anywhere else but the drive-thru, waiting on our breakfast order before goat duty, I'd find a way to take her right here in this truck. My stomach growls, pulling my thoughts to food and coffee, when Tori grabs my arm.
Quinn, that's the truck. See it there? The red Chevy.
Every part of my body snaps to attention. A red truck as bright as a fire engine turns onto Main Street, heading for the highway. And we're boxed in, waiting for a good-sized order because I let my gut do the talking. Fuck. There's a car ahead of us and one behind us, besides the building on my side and the tall concrete barrier on hers. My teeth clench. There's no way for me to make a clean exit to give chase. Not the worst thing, honestly. Going after a potentially dangerous piece of scum with Tori along isn't smart. It's not safe either, meaning I couldn't go flying with that vehicle even if I had a clean shot. Keep an eye on it, I tell her, even as I watch the Chevy turn and start barreling down the highway. It's going north at a fast clip, the same direction we'll be heading soon. The car ahead of me grinds forward, but then stops. The people in the car search their bags for a fucking century, obviously making sure they got the right food. A muscle in my eyeball twitches. Then it's our turn to race up. Here's your order. The smiley teenager in the window hands me an OJ and a steaming coffee. Sorry, we're in a hurry, I mutter, getting grabby real fast. I barely avoid spilling as I mash the drink in the truck's holders, yank the bag from her hand, hold my breath while she swipes my card and floor it, almost ramming the car ahead of us. They finally pull forward a few more feet, giving me a well-deserved dirty look in the mirror, and I swerve around them. Quinn, whoa! Sorry, I'm driving like an asshole. We need a rate on that truck. Can you still see it? I ask, jerking my head from side to side, searching. It just pulled onto the highway. I lost sight of it then. Tori sets the bag on the floor by her feet. Maybe they do work for Newman's Dairy. No. I checked that out right after it happened. No one at Newman's ever had anybody on payroll fitting that man's description with a red Chevy truck. I take the highway turn sharply, laying my foot on the gas. Behind me, I hear Al's breathing sharpen. His big tongue flops out like he's enjoying the action. With Tori in the truck, I won't overtake the guy or do anything stupid, but I do need to know where he's going. Even though we slept in a little, it's still early, barely 8 in the morning. He could be a local, even if he's not a Newman's employee. An extra summer field hand going to work for some farmer or something. My gut disagrees, though, rumbling with this dark hint that tells me he's here for one reason. He wants you dead. I think to myself, he wants to help Bat Pickett put you down like a mad dog. Holding our speed steady, I stay far enough behind the guy to keep an eye on him. We're several links back, a comfortable distance to avoid raising his suspicion. Is there anything down that road except for the lake? Tori asks, just as the red truck turns off the highway. Not that I know of, I answer. It's close to Drake and Bella's property. The spare acreage they barely use, way the hell out. Except when Edison does his Houdini escape thing, I mean. I think there's a couple other big old farms down that way. She nods, then gives me a surprised look. Hey, aren't we going to follow him? Not today. I bite off. Why not? She rubs a hand at her eyes, casting a dirty look. Quinn, he had to slow down on that service road. You could catch him real easy. Acting nonchalant, I stiffen in my seat. We don't know who or what the fuck he is. He could just work out here somewhere. I can feel her confusion and taste my own sour lie, trying to quell her worries. Still, I keep staring at the road straight ahead as we roll past the gravel road the Chevy turned down. Once we get to the dairy, I'll call Drake. With his place being close to the lake and being Sheriff Wallace's right-hand man, he'll know what, if anything, is down that road. He'll also know how best to get a better look if warranted. Do you want your breakfast? She asks. Al belts out an enthusiastic woof. Trying to keep things as normal as possible, I smile in agreement. Sure, we might as well eat before we see the goats, I say. She passes out the food to me and Al, who's anxiously waiting with his head stuck between the seats. I devour my breakfast burritos deep in thought. Food's food, even when it sits more heavily than usual in my stomach. When we roll up to the dairy farm, it's eerily pleasant. Sunshine galore, the cows grazing in the distance, and a few workers milling around the far-off barns. Makes it feel like an idyllic trip with my girl in the countryside. Easy to forget the shitty reminder of what I'm really dealing with. No sooner are we out of the truck than I'm awed by the size of the Newman place yet again. The critters are making steady progress, but they've got a heap of chewing left to go before the wild acreage is anything close to clear. Though the goats have wiped out a lot of brush, there are still several large overgrown thickets that make it impossible to see them all at once. Tori and I separate to make a head count, her taking Al. While I'm walking toward a clump of bushes, I take out my phone and wake the screen. I hadn't checked it last night or real closely this morning, seeing how we were happily occupied. Now I see the alert from the app rigged up to the cameras. Shit. I curse myself for slacking off when I see a notice that the camera named Granny's went dead and stopped recording at 5:30 this morning. Those things are built to withstand World War III, at least when it's not winter. Nothing short of a person with tools snipping the right wire could have disabled them at Granny's empty place. It could be a glitch with the app, or maybe one of the remodeling crew accidentally shut them off, though I know the probability of that is next to nil. Jaw clenched, I tap my contacts, find Drake's name, and hit call. He answers on the first ring. "I didn't wake you, did I?" I ask, aware of the time. "Nah, just getting ready to take Bella for the baby's checkup. What's happening?" I tell him about Granny's cameras and the red truck heading down the old service road to the lake that runs past the edge of their massive property. Thing is, I don't know how the fuck that tech stuff could just crash abruptly, I say. You said it's state-of-the-art stuff. The kind of gear you need to take a bomb to or else clip the right wire. Yeah, realistically, the only way they can be totally disarmed without the built-in alarm chirping is if someone took the batteries out, he says. Stop over here when you're done with the goats and we'll check out Big Fish Lake. The only vacant place down that road right now is the old Maddock farm. I agree, tuck my phone away, and hustle over to Tori, counting goats along the way. Something's off, and it's not just the bad juju with the cameras going down. We're missing a goat. I recount just to be sure when I only total 17 before asking, "How many in your head count?" 17, but Al's in that overgrown area, sniffing around like crazy. I'm hoping he'll flesh out the last one. She winces, shaking her head. It's Hellboy who's missing. Of course, I grumble, slapping my thighs lightly. If there was ever an animal made for trouble, it's him. Can't ignore the worry lining her face, though, or the ill feeling tossing around my gut. I lay a hand around her shoulders, rubbing her for comfort. Al will suss him out. He could find a chicken bone in a sulfur pit. I hope you're right, she whispers back. I swear, if something happens to that poor stupid goat, I'll... She's cut off mid-sentence the instant Al starts barking. Not his usual goat-gathering bark either. Tori starts forward, but I grab her arm, gently urging her back. Wait here, I tell her. Let me have a look. It's a mess out there, and we don't know if... Oh, no, she replies, bolting toward the dog. He's my goat. Keep up, Quinn. Damn her cute, stubborn butt. My feet hit the ground, and it's not hard to pull ahead of her, leaving her in the dust. I'd give anything to hear her laughing, if this was just another one of our dumb games. But I know that ain't it. Today I'll give anything I can to shield this woman who's got me falling so hard I'll never stand up again if I lose her.
17. You goat me dreamin'. Tori. 3 things I've learned about goats by now. They're curious creatures. They're cute to a fault, even when they decide to be bleeding pains in the butt. And they love trouble with a capital T. But the way the rope is tangled around Hellboy's curved horns sends an ice-cold shiver up my spine. An old rope wouldn't concern me. This one is new. Maybe Hellboy doesn't have an innocent bone in his body, but the pitiful little whine he makes as soon as he sees me says this wasn't his fault. No way in hell. The end of the rope caught in the V of a fallen log looks frayed, possibly from Hellboy dragging it through the brush. Quinn gently folds an arm around the animal's back, and we work together to get the rope off the goat's horns and cut away from the log. You poor little monster, I whisper, stroking his fur. Hang on, you're almost free. A few frantic seconds later, he's out of his predicament. Hellboy bumps my arm and bleats, softly but purposefully, as if to say thanks. Then he turns and scrambles out of the brush, back toward the safety of the tribe. Something about his woes seem extra unsettling. Over the past few weeks, I've noticed he's basically become the self-proclaimed leader of the tribe, Who knew goats were such social creatures? Whatever else Hellboy is, he's shown his intelligence repeatedly. And to see the black, shaggy alpha goat with the wicked smile almost brought to a humiliating end? It's too suspicious. Something stinks to high heaven. Where would that rope come from? I ask, frowning so hard my face hurts. The Newmans haven't used this land in ages.
Hard to say,
Quinn replies while wrapping the rope's remnants into a coil.
Could have just been lying around. An old artifact from years ago, maybe. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
His voice is too level. I stop and study him. No way he believes that, and neither do I. Yet neither of us say it as we walk to the truck. I hadn't pushed him to chase the red truck to the lake either, because I'm not sure I want to know if that guy is part of Quinn's past or not. What happened to him, I wonder? All of those years we spent apart. There's this shadow hanging over him, dark with secrets. No, he hasn't mentioned anything more about the brother of that guy he'd busted, but I have a pretty keen sense he thinks about it a lot. The last week has been so incredible, turning my world upside down. I just didn't want to dwell on it. Still, the pinholes of darkness in our light are there. When he thinks I'm asleep, I catch him up, staring into the night. I see a lonely, faraway look in his restless green eyes, an anxiousness, and I know he's not thinking pleasant thoughts. That worries me.
Before we head home, I need to stop by Drake and Bella's place,
Quinn says as we arrive at the truck. Okay. I hold open the back door for Owl to jump in the back before I get in the front. I saw what he was doing. Quinn was examining the ground the entire time we walked to the gate, and now he's paying an eerie amount of attention to the gravel road. He doesn't say anything when he climbs in the driver's seat, just leans over, grasps the back of my neck, and pulls me toward him.
You okay, Tori?
Perfectly fine, I lie, flashing him a side eye. Are you?
If Hellboy's all right, so am I. I'm in no mood to come here and find a man down, goat, I guess.
He gives me that boyish smile then, the same kind he always wore when we were kids. God, you've got to appreciate just how hard it is to stay mad at him. I don't complain when he leans in, delivering a long, sweet kiss. So very different from the storming inferno of tongue and teeth this morning. As he pulls away and starts the engine, he gives me a wink. I let out a long sigh as I lean back in my seat, wishing this weren't so hard. His kisses, like the rest of him, are unlike anything I've ever experienced in all the best, masculine, oh-so-growly ways. If only his secrets, whatever he's hiding, didn't feel equally devastating. Drake and Bella's ranch is only a few miles away from the dairy. They walk out of their house as Quinn shuts off the truck. Bella freaking glows like her skin can't hold any more sun. It's a throwback to how she looked when we were young, petite, pretty, and bubbly as ever, except now she has a round stomach from the new baby they'll be welcoming into the world in a few months, their second child. Her pregnancy wasn't as noticeable at the rodeo as it is today. Or maybe she's just one of those girls who starts showing big time a few weeks apart. Confession? I'm a little jealous. Surprising, really. I've never thought of having kids before. My focus was always dancing, and more dancing. How could I live that dream with a baby to look after? Whoever said to dream big wasn't thinking it through. I'm dreaming as big as it gets. A sudden vision of myself as a mother with one special, achingly handsome Oklahoma snarly pants husband by my side. And it sucks. Because baby dream collides headfirst with ballet dream. Because some dreams get so big and overgrown, they become binary choices. And right now, the director job waiting back home with a life and man who trigger my gag reflex feels like a phantom from another life. Here, in Dallas, the dreams are just different. I can't lie. Not when the biggest recurring dream this week includes falling asleep in Quinn's bed. with his inked arms snug around me every night. Turns out it also includes looking like Bella one day, with a basketball belly and skin kissed by Athena. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? The pregnancy glow is practically made to communicate happiness to the whole world. While Owl mills around the pasture, where I see Edison and his mare Edna grazing, we spend the next hour visiting before we climb back in the truck and head for town. Uncle Dean's truck is parked at Quinn's place when we return, a warning that this day is about to get so much better. Ugh. "Finally, I was about to go driving all over town for you, Tori," he says, flashing me that toothy, disarming Uncle Dean smile. "What are you doing here? Is this about the goats?" I ask, trying to check my inner bitch and hear him out. "Well, sorta. I'm supposed to drive you to Bismarck," he tells me quietly. "Your flight's tonight, I hear. Your mama called me, said if I didn't get you to the airport, there'd be hell to pay." Okay. No. Inner bitch activated. My phone is still on the counter in the bathroom where I'd left it last night. I bet there are 100 missed calls and texts from Mother. She's been eerily quiet the last few days, and I'd ignored the email from Delta with the flight info. She must be really desperate to have drafted Uncle Dean for roundup duty. "I'm sorry she called you, but I'm not going to Bismarck, and I'm not going home, Uncle Dean. Not right now." I shoot him the coldest look I can manage. Uncle Dean shrugs, clearing his throat awkwardly. He gives me a sympathetic look. "I'm not supposed to take no for an answer, babe. I know you've got issues with your folks. Fair issues those damn idiots caused, I'm sure. But they care about you, Tori. They just want you home." "Not going," I grind out while Quinn lays a gentle hand on my shoulder, trying to calm me. "Sorry." For a second, we have the world's weirdest staring contest between uncle and niece. He's pissing me off, sure, but I also feel for him. It's not fair that he's been put in this position, but it's even less fair that I've never had a say in my own life, and the one time I try, they want to force me home? No. I'm a grown woman, an adult, and I'm entirely done with Mother's passive-aggressive brainwashing. "Tori, if you'll just hear me out..." "Uncle Dean, I've been hearing you. No is my final answer." Quinn's fingers tighten on my shoulder, subtly promising backup. I almost go pale at the thought that he'd need to against a human golden retriever like my uncle. "Damn it. Yeah, I know. Figured you'd say that." My uncle sighs and shakes his head, unsure what to do. "Trouble is, I'm supposed to fire you, too." Anger lances through me, and I take a step forward until we're just inches apart. "Interesting. I wonder who'll take care of the goats, then. They're only halfway done at the Newman place. Still plenty of cleanup left to go." I pinch the bridge of my nose and look down before meeting his gaze again. If Quinn and I hadn't gone out there and accounted for each and every one of them this morning, Rent-A-Goat would be up the creek without a paddle, Uncle Dean. Poor Hellboy would be tangled up in a rope, or worse. He could have easily wound up breaking his neck or something. "That bad?" He winces, a guilty look on his face. Behind me, Quinn nods for emphasis. "Yep, he's fine now, no thanks to us. But if we hadn't been there in time..." I trail off, watching as it sinks in. "Aw, hell. You're right. Guess I'll have to do it myself or sell them ASAP." Uncle Dean replies, kicking at the ground. "I don't want to. Right now we're actually making a profit. It's not big money, but hell, this is by far the most profitable business I've ever had." "Right, because I'm doing all the work. I mean, Owl might be the real MVP, and Quinn helps me more than he should, but I'm still the coordinator and the rep who signs off on everything. That's beside the point, though. Tell me one thing," I mutter, tilting my head. "Since when do you take orders from Gloria Redson Riddle Coffee?" For a second he's a deer in the headlights, then his brow wrinkles, confusion giving way to spitting anger. "You know what?
I bet she's kicking her heels up and laughing her ass off right now using John as a footstool. He growls. She sounded so desperate on the phone. Real worried for you. But this is just like her, isn't it?
It's no laughing matter, but it's hard not to smile at how furious he gets, realizing he's been had. This is totally out of her playbook. I'm not upset with Uncle Dean. Not really. I'm just mad at my parents for believing they can keep ruling my life. And I'm angry at myself when I should have seen it coming. I've let Mother steer my ship forever. So what makes me think she'll stop all of a sudden? I need to draw a clear, unmistakable boundary she can read. I need to...
Peach, maybe you should think about going back home.
Goosebumps prick my skin as I turn and look at Quinn like he's grown a second head. What the crap? You want me back in Chicago? I stammer. I'm completely lost. I thought the last few weeks meant as much to him as they did me. But if he's asking me to cut and run? Maybe that's one more fatal flaw in dreaming big. You're bound for disappointment.
No. But maybe it would be best right now,
he says slowly. Best for who?
You.
He looks around as if he doesn't want to make eye contact.
You miss dancing. You said you need the right equipment to get the exercise you need for your leg to heal.
He shrugs.
You'll have all the best stuff there, plus therapists and sports doctors. Nothing like a 2-bit studio I threw together with those silks, which I still haven't gotten a damn net for.
That can't be it. This sudden, odd worry over my exercise routine. There's something he's withholding, and I don't get why. Anger, hurt, and disbelief erupt in my belly like a dam crashing down. I have the right stuff here, I throw back, and actually, I think I'm going to take a break from this crap and put it to good use. I have to get away like yesterday. Turning to Uncle Dean, I tell him, call my parents and tell them I won't be on a plane until I want to be. Or don't bother, Uncle Dean. I don't care. Seriously. With the cold shoulder I'm getting from Quinn, I'm tempted to hop on a jet to Madagascar and leave everyone behind. After changing my clothes, I go out the back, not sure if Uncle Dean and Quinn are still on the front porch or not. I'm past caring. In the barn, I hook my phone up to the sound system, choosing a playlist that should help me focus and find my zen. I have some feels to sweat out. Like the fact that all I can think about is Quinn suggesting I go back to Chicago. Ouch. As the music starts, I go through a series of stretches, loosening my muscles and my mind. Then I grasp a bright yellow silk and work my way up. Reaching for the second, a crimson one, I grasp it and let my body do its thing. Clear my mind. Work through the moves that loosen my muscles until I'm a burning mess of jelly and bone. It's so routine I don't need to actively think about what I'm doing, which is kinda counterproductive to getting Quinn Faulkner and his stupid games out of my head. If only it worked like that. Nope. Of course he's all I can think about. I don't want to be a fling, a mistake, an outburst of passion. But after what he said... Yeah, I wonder. Trouble is, it doesn't make sense, even if the outside possibility exists that he lured me into his bed to blow off some much-needed steam. If that was all he wanted, he could have had it years ago. Quinn always claimed I was too young then, though. A young man who only wanted a few red-hot nights wouldn't have let that get in the way. And he wouldn't have taken it slower than a burning candle this summer, after we reunited. He wouldn't have stopped with a single beautiful heart-stabby kiss on the Ferris wheel. He wouldn't have been so torn, so conflicted, before we finally gave in and enjoyed the kind of sexy sex you only get in romance books and TV shows where the people are forever gorgeous. God, I know who Quinn is. At least I think I do. He's righteous, strong, reserved, and a tease. He's a natural protector, hauling around a heart so guarded I feel like I need a prowler's kit just to make him crack, to steal the truth caged behind those lush green eyes. With my mind wandering, I'm not paying attention. I forget to catch the second silk after a single flip. Unfazed, I do a double flip instead, barely catching the silk. Tori, Jesus! I thought you were gonna fall on your ass and break something. Quinn has a hold of the silk in his fist, staring up at me. Haven't you done enough for one day, lady? I twist the silk tighter around one ankle, rolling my eyes. Why? So I can go hop in Uncle Dean's truck and catch the flight home to misery? No thanks. He shakes his head, giving me a look that's equal parts sexy and pissed with his eyes blazing jade glass. Get the fuck down here, he orders. I don't know. Need a good reason to shimmy down when I've worked so hard to get up here, and I'm not seeing it, I say, my sarcasm echoing through the barn. He makes a flustered sound, muttering a few rapid-fire curses under his breath. Can we just talk without me worrying you're gonna break a leg? I'm not going to fall. I'll be convinced when you're standing on the floor next to me, he snaps. Now get down here. Just to prove I'm totally in control, and to show off, let's be real, I do a cartwheel drop on my way down, whipping around the silk as the world spins. Shit. Now you're just trying to give me a heart attack. He grasps my waist the instant I'm in reach. This was a bad idea. What? I ask, panic in my voice. He can't mean us, right? These silk ropes, he growls, shaking his head. Seen you flipping and twisting around without a net or even a mat. It scares the living shit out of me, Tori. For a second, I frown, actually feeling a little bad. Then I remember I'm still mad at him for the asshat move that sent me into an early anger workout. Untwisting my leg from the silk, I let him lower me to the floor. I know what I'm doing, Quinn, I say. I wish you'd just trust me. He looks at me silently, grasping the fact that I'm not just talking about the stupid silks. The look he gives scolds fiercer than a spanking, before he flattens me against him, covering my mouth with angry lips, delving deep with his tongue. Holy hell, I'm instantly caught up in the kiss that reminds me who's in charge. Sapping my will to fight with tongue, with teeth, with so much passion I can't fight. Is this what gets taught to secret agent men in the FBI? How to make a woman delirious and fully captive with a kiss that's too perfect for life? Oh, wait. I can think of other things, mainly where I want this kiss to lead. His bed, mostly, or mine, or the couch, or right here on the floor. I'm not particular about where it happens. I just want it. And later, after I've wrung every snarly drop of passion from his balls, after I can think again, I'll get my answers from Quinn Faulkner. Promise.
18. We goat the beat. Faulkner. Whatever. So maybe Peach knows what she's doing on those silk ropes, and I'm the fool who's trying to tell her otherwise. Maybe I'm also the idiot with my head up my ass, missing a compass to point the way back to common sense. Not when it comes to her. I always knew once I kissed her, claimed her, dragged her to my bed, that we'd be shattering the only world we knew. The friend zone. And as soon as I laid it to waste, I'd want more. And that's exactly what happened. Having her again, morning, noon, and night, is the only coherent thought in my head. And it's the one craving I can't have. Not like the way we've been going. That rope around the goat is a grim reminder what's at stake. Someone was up to no good. No two ways about it. Just like the camera taken out of commission at Granny's place. Although it's pure torture, I rip my mouth off hers before it's too late. Before the need to haul her back to my cave for another round of the best goddamn sex of my life wins over any rational thinking. You've seen that dumbass meme about two wolves inside a person. That's me right now. One wolf wants to go monk mode, so I can focus on this picket shit and nothing else. The other just wants to spend all day seeing how many times I can fill Tori 3 names till she gets triplets. I release her with a reluctant growl and huff out a breath. She eyes me coyly.
Do you really want me to go back to Chicago today?
No, I huff out, taking a step away from her, needing space between us. But you should go back. What I want ain't relevant. She walks over, picks up a water bottle, and takes a long drink.
I told you I will, someday.
She faces me with her blue eyes lit.
I'm done being told what to do.
I try not to glare, to avoid launching into a wild-eyed lecture about how awful, how dangerous the Pickett brothers were. Bart and Jake both had rap sheets a mile long. Small-time petty drug dealing when they were young, car chases, armed robberies. And even if it was never in his official record, I know Jake Pickett was beating on his girl. I know it too well. Just like I know his dickless snake of a brother won't hold back any atrocity on Tori if it means killing me. They're the devil's twins. Two gargantuan freaks who live, breathe, and shit pure evil, inside and out. Sure, I get her need to stand up for herself. Even Dean's disgusted by how her ma orders her around like she never aged a day past 16. Still, her family drama can't hold a candle to winding up at the business end of Bat Pickett and his thirst for blood. Figurative and literal. Bastard hasn't shown up yet, but he will. If he's not already out of jail, he will be any week. That's why his goons are here, swarming in unsuspecting Dallas. So he knows exactly where I'm at, my schedule, my vulnerabilities. Namely, Tori. Bat's going to use her to try to get to me, his own psycho brand of payback. I can't have that shit. There's a showdown so imminent I can feel it in the air. While the girls were chatting this morning at the Larkin place, I pulled Drake aside and we talked. He's planning to fly North Earhart's oil helicopter over the lake to see if there's any activity at the old Nelson place. He also said he'd check out the cameras at Granny's. Things I should be doing myself, but can't, because I need to keep my eyes glued to Tori. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, darling. I heave out a frustrated breath. Hands on her hips, she stares at me, assessing whether or not she wants to believe me.
Why did you say I should go home then? That's a pretty big power move, Mr. Bossy Pants.
I avert my gaze, racking my brain for excuses.
What aren't you telling me, Quinn?
She asks softly. I shake my head.
Fine. You don't want me here. I'll take the hint.
She turns and starts walking, leaving me burned again by my tongue-tied bullshit. White. I catch up in a few quick strides and grasp her arm. I want you here, Tori. It's just not safe.
What? That goon from Oklahoma again with the emo kid tattoos?
Psst. She shakes her head.
Nice try, mister.
It's the damn truth. That goon is connected to the asshole in prison, who'll be walking free any time if he ain't already. And he'll beeline it here with the score to settle. Frowning, as if she doesn't believe it's all that serious, she shrugs.
So tell the sheriff. He'd probably enjoy some real excitement in a little town like this.
Wallace knows, believe me. But it goes a lot deeper than you think. She pulls her arm out of my hold and heads for the door, a sadness in her blue eyes.
You don't have to make things up to get rid of me, Quinn. I'll go.
She can't be serious. I start to say I'm not trying to get rid of her, but stop. Because technically, isn't that exactly what I'm trying to do? Send her sweet butt off to safety, where she won't be another pawn for Bat to check me permanently. Annoyed, I follow her to the house, trying like hell to keep my anger under wraps. Listen, I'm not just spinning stories. I meant what I said. I want you here. I want you to stay. But it's not safe with a mad dog who could show up on our doorstep any time. Don't you get it? I bite off. She stops in the kitchen once we're through the door and slowly turns to face me.
I might.
If you tell me the truth, she says, crossing her arms. I've been telling you nothing but, I say. Hurt crosses her face as she shakes her head. Not enough to make me believe that's the whole reason you want me to leave. What are you holding back? A frigging boulder, I think to myself. A mountain of grief and regret, all wrapped up in the biggest clusterfuck of my life. The worst part is, she's right. I haven't told her enough to make her believe anything. Not about the Pickett case, and not about what happened. You really want to know? I growl, raking a hand through my hair. Try me, she says, never peeling those endless blue eyes off me. Fine. Fuck it. The fact that I'll try for her sake tells me I must be in love. One more scary, unexpected, all too complicated thing to deal with. But first, story time. The Pickett case was a shit show from the very start. I begin, slowly pacing the kitchen. Jake Pickett was a lowlife, a low-grade meth dealer who worked his way up and managed to get a pretty slick operation going with distribution based around local laundromats. That's what put him on the DEA radar. Petty drug dealing doesn't usually fall under FBI jurisdiction, but when it also involves a lot of illegal weapons moving around to keep his crews secure, blackmailing local businesses, and a heap of money laundering, yeah, then it's go-go gadget feds. I know I'm running my mouth like a fool because she smiles at the Inspector Gadget reference. If only any of this shit were worth a laugh. Eventually, the DEA busted a larger drug cartel based in Texas, working its way up through Oklahoma. One of their guys who flipped gave us solid leads on the laundromats, and a repair business Jake Pickett was definitely involved in. I was assigned to follow up on the lead with my partner, Justin Franklin. It was like a spider web. No clean line straight to Pickett, yet he was weaved in here and there. I felt like something was always missing, right from the beginning, but had to follow orders. But you found the connection and arrested him, right? She asks. Yes and no. My gut churns at how it all went down. We got enough on Pickett to lure him in for questioning. His lawyer covered his ass so we didn't get a smoking gun, but his girlfriend felt the walls closing in. She started talking behind his back, insisted there was someone else at the head of the dragon. Not Jake or his little brother. Someone far more powerful than him, and she agreed to tell us all, if we'd get her and her kid into protection. I sigh, turning my back, fully aware her eyes are boring right through me. Of course we agreed. I continue. Justin was transferring her to a safe house, while I was still at the scene of a meth lab bust. They were ambushed. I clamp my jaw tight, recalling the scene, the gore, the twisted metal. Quinn, she whispers softly, laying a hand on my shoulder. It looked like a scene out of a Bonnie and fucking Clyde, the way the car got shot up. There wasn't a foot or two of metal missing bullet holes. I walk across the room, trying to get the image out of my head. Justin wasn't even supposed to be there. He was scheduled to fly out the night before, go home. His wife was having their second son. He stayed because of me, because we'd worked together for so long we could read each other's minds. He insisted I needed backup. Oh my God, how? Don't you guys get more men for this sort of situation? Local police escort never showed up in time. It was Jake himself who sprung the trap, right in broad daylight in the city. He hadn't cared one bit that it was his girlfriend. He mowed them down. Jesus, I can't imagine. She's all soft voice and comfort now, folding her arms around my waist tightly. Yeah, I arrested him a little while later after a shootout. The fuck knew he was cornered in an old grain mill, surrounded, and didn't have the balls to off himself. We got him. The case was closed. A few months later, he was drowned in prison. Not too long later, Bat took over his brother's machine and started making moves for revenge. Didn't think much about it till I heard he'd taken over Jake's operation and ended up getting himself arrested over a hit he organized against the men in prison who took out his brother. I ended it there, just as her hands skim up my chest. I'm sure there's more behind it, infuriating details we haven't hashed out, but I'm no longer on the official case. By choice. I have to keep telling myself that. I resigned after what happened to Justin, but looking at Tori, knowing she's involved, it makes me wish I hadn't. Then I might have that last key I'm missing. Information I desperately need. I'm sorry about your friend. Your partner dying. She whispers in my ear. Fuck. I want to pull her close but refrain. You believe me now? That's why I suggested you return to Chicago, so you aren't around when Back comes knocking. When he comes to put me under. You can't let that happen. She loops her arms around my neck, stepping in front of me, her eyes shimmering with fear. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Like hell. And the fact that she won't be scares me pale. I've never cared about anyone the way I do her, and when her lips touch mine, I can't help devouring them. It's almost an instinct, like breathing, delving my tongue into her mouth, teasing her lips with languid thrusts bordering on hypnotic. I can't stop myself from throwing her over my shoulder a minute later, carrying her upstairs. Looks like the inner wolf that wants to fuck wins this round. Once she's down on the bed, I lay beside her and stare. Don't know why. To give myself one last chance to come to my senses? Good fucking luck. With the way she's grinning up at me, brushing her legs against my waist, my cock is about to rip through my jeans. If I'm not cursed the instant her tongue grazes mine, I am when she bites her lip, gazing up with so much longing I'd be a monster to deny her. My dick screams to be freed, to sink deep inside her, to rut hard and empty this tension that's making me fucking shake. Without skipping a beat, she pulls her tank top over her head and throws it aside. The sports bra goes next, nearly ripping off in my hand, exposing the tits she insists are too small. Bullshit. I've never seen, stroked, and sucked a more perfect pair in the known universe. I place my hand behind her neck, fisting her cinnamon red hair with its faded pink highlights. The better to hold her head in place as my lips ravage hers, cupping one breast, teasing her pert nipple with my fingers. Tori's hands are under my shirt in a hot second, shoving it up till I have no choice but to end the kiss and shed my clothes. The jeans go too while she shimmies out of her shorts. Like the little minx she is, I get a sly red-faced smile and a second's hesitation before she hooks her thumbs in the waistband of her panties and brings them down last. Fuck. She's soaked for me, glistening in the evening light seeping through the blinds. Once we're fully naked, there's no stopping us. Everything she does, everything about her, flicks a switch deep in my head that says, own her. Tori's just as ravenous. Nothing left to the imagination in how hot and wet her pussy is, how she bites at my neck when I sink down into her, and how she fucking guts me when her legs twist high over her head and she tucks her feet behind her ears. Apparently, years of dancing pay ridiculous dividends in the bedroom. The fact that I can fuck her while she's bent like some kind of peach pretzel snaps the very last thread of my sanity. I'm on her like a hammer, driving deeper than ever, my swollen cockhead stopping just short of her womb. If I could still form words, and not these animalistic pleasure growls, I'd let her know every last bit of what she does to me. Being with her brings me highs I've never fathomed, beyond just sex. It ain't just fucking that has my heart fit to bang right through my ribs. And it's not wanting to unscramble the picket shit from my head that's got my mouth on hers so tight. My hips coming down, taking her from one shrill release into the next, like a human fucking freight train. This is why they call it making love. Something I never understood before, Tori. Something I'll never have again if I'm fool enough to let her go. When the sex happens with your whole soul, a dude knows. And every last bit of her is just as honest and obsessed when she's finished coming for me once, digging her little nails into my back muscles for dear life. I give her a breather, anchored deep inside her, bringing her back to me with swift caresses of my tongue. The look she beams is blue-eyed angel crack, a vision of the woman I was always meant to fuck, to love, to make my wife and the mother of my kids. Her legs hook around me tighter as she arches up, taking me even deeper, ready for me to turn myself inside out when I come so deep inside her. Shit.
God, I love having you inside me,
she whimpers, her eyes still glazed over with lust and something calmer.
I love you, Quinn.
Fucking aye. What a time to say it, but I can't think of a better time to deliver one more shot to the heart. Love you, Tori. Always have and always will. I growl. This new dark energy in my blood. This need to speak the more perfect language of flesh. I begin moving, thrusting faster, harder, and her bleary-eyed smile widens as she lets out the sexiest purr in existence. She's divine. Everything about her comes in waves of hot need, making me jealous as hell to keep it. How her hair splashes across the pillows just right. How she rises up effortlessly to meet every thrust, like she's always in my head. How her face scrunches in this adorable, sexy as hell way when she comes to the edge, under a minute from giving up under another screaming hot release on my cock. I go slower, relishing every second, enjoying this place we create that's only for us. My pleasure surges, emanating from the base of my spine, hers too. It's reflected in her eyes, etched on her face, whimpered in low, sexy moans and fevered gasps, in the way she clings like I'm one more of those damn silks she climbs.
Quinn.
Paige, I throw back, loving how she moans.
Quinn.
She shouts my name again before her peak hits and takes me with her. I come so fucking hard I wonder if I've just blown out my mind, plunging into her, pouring so much thick, hot release in her cunt. I feel it spilling out around us, leaking on the sheets. Her convulsing pussy pulls at every inch of me, greedy for more than it can hold, milking me dry. We shake together, a full-bodied frenzy, like coming through a hurricane unscathed, leaving me as close to being reborn as I'll ever be. With our hips still connected, I lower my head and kiss her smile right off her face.
That was amazing,
she whispers. Not half as amazing as you, Paige, I say, meaning every word. Giggling, she kisses me, suddenly the shy girl again.
Thank you.
Then wrapping her legs back around mine, she says,
Now that I have you where I want you, there's something you should know.
Damn. Even after having the most satisfying sex ever, I still want her. I'm already getting hard again. What? I manage. Tell me before my dick won't let you. She swallows a laugh.
I'm not going anywhere, and nobody can make me. I promise I'll be careful.
My heart sinks as I kiss her nose. I don't want you getting hurt. You'll come right back after this bullshit ends.
I won't,
she arches, pressing her hips tighter against mine.
I'm with you, Quinn, and that's the safest place I'll ever be. I can't let you face this alone.
A weird pride fills me, knowing she feels safe and loved in my house. If she's going to be that stubborn, well, whatever. I'll make it work, ensure she's nothing but safe and secure. Another siren kiss from her seals the deal, and she runs her hands down my sides.
Could I interest you in another workout before dinner?
Darling, Kindly shut up. I grin. You know I'm already interested. And just like that, we melt back into our passion, and round 2 is just as mind-blowing as round 1. The next few days are as close to paradise as any I've ever known. Even if they're also so tense, it's a battle not to snap at everything. Lazy mornings spent checking goats, watching Tori exercising in the barn, now with a newly installed net I picked up from a farmer who used to moonlight in a traveling circus, and making love to her whenever I damn well please. Our days and nights feel natural. So right. Like I found something I never knew I wanted. Peace. Too bad it's an illusion. Drake's flyover with the chopper found signs that somebody's been staying at the old Maddock place. The buildings are old and falling down, but he'd spotted 2 trucks parked under some trees near where the overgrown driveway ends. A red Chevy and a beat-up Dodge, out there more than once. He also fixed the cameras at Granny's place. Sure enough, some bastard cracked them open and removed both batteries. He moved them, and so far they haven't been tampered with again. Nothing unusual has happened there either, other than the work crew making good progress on Granny's remodeling job. Hardly any comfort. But the cameras at my place haven't picked up anything worrying either, and the goats are just chewing away at the dairy farm with no new interruptions. Some nights, when everything seems so distant and Tori's in my arms, I wonder if I'm making more out of those incidents than I should. Fuck no, you're not, my gut tells me. Bat Pickett's playing a slow, careful game, undoubtedly trying to lull me into a false sense of security, just like the bloodthirsty beast they'd named him for on the streets, something I always thought was just a stupid-ass play on his real name, Bart, till I read his file. Now I get it. He's going to show up soon, no ifs, ands, or buts. I get a hard knot in my stomach every time I think about Pickett exiting his cage, throbbing with this twisted need for revenge the whole time he was locked up. God damn. This whole thing feels as off as the costly bust with Jake. Why? I can't put my finger on it, just like I couldn't with what went down with his brother. That's another reason I'd taken the sabbatical my supervisor offered after Justin's death, and then made that break permanent. It wasn't just the guilt that chewed me up and shat me out. The day I brought Laura Franklin her husband's badge and broke the news about Justin scarred my soul for life. She deserved to hear it in person, from a friend who couldn't save her man's life. The guilt, the helplessness, it hurt. So did my fear that I thought I'd lost it, missed something critical about the Pickett operation that might have spared Justin's life, and the poor woman who tried to get away from her abuser. Maybe that's why I want action. Now, this waiting game is driving me insane. For Tori's sake, I'm trying to keep things normal. That's why I take her out and treat her like the lady she is. I glance at her as I park the truck at the purple Bobcat, and my heart skips. She's so damn beautiful in the moonlight. Some days, I find myself doing nothing but staring at her when she thinks I'm not looking, especially while she's working out on her silks. The girl's been dancing a lot for exercise, too. She's so talented, so graceful. I'm awestruck while watching her. What? Frowning, she flips down the sun visor to look in the mirror. Do I have something on my face? In my teeth? Worse. I flip the visor up. You're stunning, and I can't help but stare. Laughing, she leans over and plants a quick kiss on my lips. You sure are good for my ego. She opens her door. Let's go, I'm starving. Grady's bar is hopping tonight, and we're lucky to snag the last booth. We order cheeseburgers and beers, a classic pair. It ain't quite Macburger level dinner grub, but Grady's got himself a good cook. While we're eating, this country rock group shows up, and the music gives the soft purple light shining down a whole new pulse. I need to dance, Tori says, scooting to the edge of the booth. You danced all morning, I tease. Didn't you get it out of your system then?
Not with a partner.
She's already pulling at my hand. Whatever else is on my mind, I'm not rude enough to leave a lady high and dry. I let her lead us to the dance floor and pull her close. Big surprise. She's as graceful moving to the soft, twangy guitar notes and lilting voices as she is doing her artsy thing in the barn. Just as sexy, too. Her body sways against mine, heating my blood, turning my relentless dick to granite. With a glowing smile, she transitions seamlessly into the next song with a fast-paced Western beat. The music is uplifting. I can't help but laugh as she spins, swinging off the floor with her hands on my shoulders, then flashing me a saucy wink as she lands. I catch her hand and give her a whirl. Of course she does it perfectly, clicking a heel on the floor. She sachets around me like the ghost she is. It's actually fun. I keep up with her moves, but I'll never be the match she deserves for her skills. Her grace in each and every move draws plenty of attention, especially mine. It's impossible not to be in awe. The applause erupting when the song ends is more for her than the band. She doesn't even notice as she slides up, gives me a quick kiss, and asks, "One more?" Though I'll never match her skills, I love seeing her happy. So I grasp her hand, twirl her beneath my arm, and pull her close. "For you, Paige, I'll manage," I say with a grin. Then I dip her in my arms, and without giving one damn who's watching, kiss her through the start of the next song.
19. You Goat Me Wrong. Tori. Just when I thought I couldn't love all things dancing more than I already do, Quinn takes it to a whole new level. Dancing with him in this nowhere bar with 10 shades of revolving purple disco lights is better than performing in any show. Whether the songs come fast or slow, his movements are perfect. I think I could dance with this man for the rest of my life. Somehow he even knows how to line dance, something I freaking love and never got a chance to try out except in private. Before you can shout, "Yee-haw," we're stomping, twisting, clapping, and clicking our heels in perfect sync, and I'm laughing so hard my sides hurt. It almost feels wrong, having this much fun, and I can't stop smiling, even as the song ends. Not when he envelops me in one of those big spontaneous hugs from the sexiest man alive. "Shit, I need a break," he says, wiping his brow. "You're wearing me out, woman." I giggle because I know better. He's being modest. His stamina is impeccable. I've experienced it in bed every single night since we became more than just roomies and friends. "Fine," I say, giving him a teasing eye roll. "We'll sit the next one out." As we approach our booth, I give his arm a squeeze. "I'm going to run to the ladies' room. Grab me another beer, please." "Will do." My heart does a double somersault at his parting wink. He's so handsome in the simple checkerboard flannel shirt he's wearing tonight with jeans. It isn't fair. I have to remind myself it's not all roses. The last couple weeks have been too easy, even with the drama. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, frowning as I enter the restroom. How can I call it paradise when I sense how worried Quinn is over this creepy picket thing? Not for himself, of course, but for me. Oh, he tries to keep it normal, but the tension rolls off him in waves whenever we're together. He never lets me out of his sight when we're doing the simplest things around the house, or heading into town to pick up food. Clearly, it's wearing on him. My presence, my vulnerability frays him, and so does the apparent lack of progress with heading this off before a dangerous killer shows up on his doorstep. I just wish there was something I could do to help. I'm not even sure he sleeps at night when we're done wearing each other out. Every time I wake up, he's gone, whether it's the middle of the night or early the next morning. Talk about unhealthy. He might be Hercules reincarnated, but a sleep debt the size of an elephant catches up with everyone sooner or later. I almost wish something would happen. This limbo crap is killing him. We haven't seen that ominous blood-red Chevy since our one-time run-in. Add in my mother's constant calls and text messages, and I'm ready to just squeeze something until it pops in my hand. Can a person get mad enough to rupture an eggplant? Ugh. I'm just glad Mother hasn't followed through on her threats of coming out here herself to drag me home. Her latest message said, "Time's running out, and if I don't return ASAP, I won't have a career to come back to." Puffing out of breath, I wash my hands and walk to the restroom door. She's right, of course. I won't have a career if I stay away much longer. I'm surprised Jean-Paul hasn't sent me a Dear Jean, pun intended, termination letter from the company after Quinn savaged his ego. It's equally incredible and gross that my mother's money must speak louder than his own wounded pride. My knee gets better by the day, at least. The silks help limber up everything and strengthen my whole body. I'll continue practicing while an angsty part of me wonders if I want to have a director career. As I open the restroom door, a woman whips past, heading for the back door at the end of the hall. I instantly recognize the ratty bleach blonde hair stacked on her head. Carolina Dibbs. I shoot a quick glance into the bar area and see Quinn still talking to Grady. They're close, serious looking, talking in low voices. Obviously about the picket situation. Quickly, before he spots me, I hurry to the back door. I have no clue if Carolina knows anything, or whether she'll tell me if she does, but I have to try. It's dark outside. The door leads to a small patio smoking area lit up by a long string of lights hanging from the tall wooden poles. Carolina is the only person around, standing near a tall pub table. Even the long shadow she casts looks more crooked than the road to Hana. While lighting a cigarette, she gives me a sneer as I close the door behind me. "You smoke?" she asks, giving me a flippant once-over look. "No," I answer. "Just needed a touch of fresh air." "Should have used the front door. It'd be an easier walk in those two-bit heels." She blows a puff of disapproving smoke my way. Be nice, I tell myself. This one was closer, I say with a shrug. Then, lifting my hair off the back of my neck, I add, "I worked up quite a sweat dancing." "Uh-huh. That wasn't all you worked up, you little attention slut," she says, taking another angry puff off her cigarette. "So, this is going well." I lift a brow. She lets out a hoarse laugh that ends in a rough cough. "Fock couldn't keep his hands off you. You really must give good head or something." She shoots me another nasty look and spits on the ground. Can she be any more charming? The jealousy in her voice matches her sour expression. Understandable, I guess, but fair's fair. It seems insane I was jealous of her only a little while ago when I briefly thought Quinn had any interest. Poor guy. Truth is, I've always been a little jealous of any woman, or girl years ago, who I thought Quinn might have taken a shine to. Knowing that I'm that woman now, the one he's interested in, gives me a powerful sense of pride. It also makes it pretty freaking difficult not to rub it in Carolina's ugly face. I flash her a people-eating smile. "Honey, this mouth might do some favors, but that's not why he sticks with me. We've got the two most important things I bet you loved in school, history and chemistry." Her eyes turn to spears as she glares at me. I shrug again, nonchalantly, and step closer to the table. I can't keep my hands off him either. She averts her gaze and takes a long drag off her cigarette, like it gives her strength. Uncle Dean stopped by to pay me this afternoon. Cash, of course, because he doesn't believe in banks or doing a page of paperwork more than he needs to. Digging in my back pocket, I pull out 2 crisp Benjamins, a chunk of this week's pay. Goat wrangling will never make me rich, but for small-town life, it's not bad. There's nothing else I'd rather spend it on right now if it gets her to spill something useful. "What the hell's that?" "Money. You do use it, right?" I ask cheerfully. Her eyes narrow. "What for?" "You." Carolina stubs out her cigarette in the sand-filled can. "Why? What do you want?" "Information." "Oh, because I look like a frickin' library?" She snorts, shaking her head. "I think you know things," I say. Her eyes haven't left the money, and neither has my hand. I'll give her until the count of 10. I get to 4 before she opens her mouth.
What kind of information you after, bitch?
That guy who was at your place when I dropped off the goats? How well do you know him? I meet her eyes, already looking for lies.
Marvin, you mean?
She shrugs, tossing her hair over her shoulder.
Haven't much seen him since that day Quinn chased him off. He left town. Didn't leave me a number. But we were just fucking, so why would he?
He didn't leave, I snap, and I think you know it. Honestly, I don't know that for sure, but I did overhear Quinn talking to Drake about the old Dodge. Carolina pulls out another cigarette and lights it, deep in thought. Come on, lady, take the bait. I push the bills closer to the center of the table. He's a criminal, isn't he? Associated with some pretty dangerous people. Guys from prison down south. Right? Carolina glances at the money, then at me before she belts out another nasty laugh.
Girl, let me give you some advice. You need to go back to wherever the hell it is you're from. Dallas isn't the quaint little town you think. There's always something that's blowing up around here, or a serial killer to chase down, or mass poisonings. Hell, I'm just waiting for a fucking tiger to come tearing through here one fine...
Then why do you stay? She glances at the door to the bar.
Who cares? It's home. And it's not so bad if you stay out of that shit.
Sighing, she adds,
Other than the fact I'm too broke to leave, I guess.
A part of me feels for her. She's gotten herself stuck in a rut with bad decisions and can't find a way out. I know the feeling. I'm in limbo, too. Just a very different, prettier limbo than hers. Well, men like Marvin aren't your ticket out of town, I say, trying to steer her back to what I need.
I told you. I haven't seen him lately. What do you think he wanted with me? To date?
She lets out a sad, dry laugh. Nuts to this. I tug the bills back toward me. She slaps a hand on them, pinning them down.
But I'll tell you if I do. That counts, don't it?
The door flies open just then, and Quinn comes barreling toward us with worry carved on his face. Crud. Carolina is sure to tell him what we've been talking about, which will definitely make him madder than he looks right now. What happened, I wonder? Judging by his expression, he might drive me to Chicago himself, or at least back to Granny's house. The remodeling isn't completely done in the kitchen, but the house is livable again. For a moment, I'm breathless. Carolina slides the bills out from under my fingers, balls them in her hand, and walks around the table.
Hey, Falk. Nice moves tonight.
She gives him a gag-worthy switch of her hips and saunters past, back into the bar. What were you doing out here with that witch? Talking to her? I grin, trying to ease his worry. Just getting a breath of fresh air. I worked up a sweat after all that dancing. Time to go home, Tori. He sounds so cold. Angry. At the end of his rope. Desperate to change that, I grasp his hand, stepping closer. How about one more dance? The band's still playing, and we could... No. Guilt overcomes me. I'm sorry, Quinn. I didn't mean to upset you or cause any trouble, I say as we walk across the patio to the parking lot. You scared me fucking pale when you didn't come back to the table, he growls, throwing a heated flash of green-eyed anger my way. I didn't realize that there was a door at the end of the hall until I saw it, and then I just thought I'd cool off. There's a lot of people here tonight. Grady could use a better air conditioner for nights like this. I wanted to get out and clear my head. And pick Carolina's Swiss cheese brain? He does a slow, exasperated blink. Don't dabble in something you don't know shit about, Tori. I'm trying to protect you. Whoa. Justified or not, his warning comes out so condescending it stuns me. It sounds too much like Mother, Jean-Paul, everyone who's ever tried to control me. For your information, I wasn't dabbling. I yank my hand out of his and speedwalk to the truck. Really? How much money did you give her? He asks. I didn't. Don't lie to me, please. I saw cash in her hand.
She doesn't know a damn thing, and the more you give her, the more she'll want.
Pissed, I wrench open the door and climb in, giving it a good slam shut once I'm in my seat. He slides in the driver's seat a second later and starts the ignition.
This is exactly why I wanted you in Chicago. It's too fucking dangerous for you to be here while I've got a target on my back.
No, it's not.
Wrong.
He backs out of the parking spot and waits until we're on the highway to speak again.
I want you out of Dallas until this picket shit gets settled. Whether that's Chicago, Bismarck, or Paris, I don't care. It's not safe to be with me right now.
Stunned, I stare at him. Seriously? Because I talked to Carolina. You're going to blow a gasket and send me home? The minute I'd seen his face when he'd walked out the door, I knew that's what was on his mind. Sending me away. Something I expected from the start. It's just like it was years ago, isn't it? Growing up means nothing. Back then, I'd get to the point where I thought something might happen between us, and just like now, he'd put up an invisible wall. He'd always claim I was too young and didn't know what I was doing. I'm not a kid now. I know what I'm doing this time. Don't tell me what to do or where you'll send me, Quinn. I tell him point blank, shooting my coldest look.
I'm not sending you anywhere,
he says, his voice softer.
I'm asking you to go. Stay safe. For me. For us.
I don't know what's growing faster, my confusion or my hurt. What happened back at the bar to make him act this way? It had to be more than my worthless chat with Dibs and staying away from the table too long. You didn't ask, I whisper. You said you want me gone.
Fuck. Don't you get it?
His lip curls in a snarl.
You can come back when it's over.
Something inside me snaps. When what's over? I don't wait for him to answer because it doesn't matter. When I leave here, I won't be coming back. That won't be an option.
Tor.
Shut up, Quinn, I snap, trying to hold back the tears. Just, please, shut up.
20. Goat me twisted up. Faulkner. There's no denying the hard truth this time. I stepped in it. I'd iced over when she hadn't returned to the table while I was busy talking to Grady, filling him in on the intrusions at the not-so-deserted Maddock place. When the waitress told me the ladies' room was empty, my heart lodged in my throat. Tori's right, though. I do need to shut my yap before I say more shit I'll regret. Once she cools off, we can talk about it. I'll apologize for turning into a colossal prick. I'll convince her she can come back and that going to Chicago or wherever else she chooses is only temporary. My throat locks up at the thought. Temporary. Let's be real. There's nothing temporary anymore about Tori Three Names. I've tried fooling myself, claiming once this is over, after Pickett's finished, everything will be fine. Like hell it will. She's a dancing angel, a graceful swan in a woman's body, and this little town can't give her the chance she deserves. And no matter how territorial I get, what right do I have taking that from her? How the fuck can she stay with me? Sure, I can pack up, sell Gramps' place, and move to be with her. There ain't nothing truly holding me back. Don't have a clue how I'd put up with the rotten piece of escargot if she has to suck it up and work for Jean-Paul What's-It for a while. But, fuck. We've got ourselves a dilemma. And maybe that's what triggered our spat tonight, as much as my assholery over keeping her safe. This simple small-town life won't cut it, and neither will I, if I'm fool enough to tie her down. We could be happy together in Dallas for a time, but there'll come a day when she misses dancing too much. Guaranteed. Would I be better off letting her go now, rather than later, while there's still a chance to figure shit out? Not when she's stuck and hates my guts. When she realizes all she's given up to settle and can't ever get back. I can't let her do that. Can't let her give up her career, her dream, any more than I can let her get hurt by my imminent rematch with Goliath's not-so-little brother. I know she doesn't get how serious of a threat this is, and that's almost my fault. I've tried to sugarcoat this fuckery for too long, desperately fighting to insulate her from fear. The ride home is not only silent as the grave, the air in the truck is so thick it hurts to breathe. She heads straight upstairs when we get home, and I let her. I'd better let her sleep on it. That old tip about going to bed angry ain't always true. Sometimes, a person needs their beauty sleep so they can wake up fresh, calm, their sanity restored. Tomorrow will be soon enough to talk. I head to the kitchen to grab a beer. My stomach sinks as I open the fridge and see the full shelves. Yes, there's beer, plenty of it. But there's also containers of milk and eggs, fruits and vegetables, meat and poultry. Turning, I close the door with a grunt. It doesn't help my pitiful state right now, knowing how she's changed my life. The rest of the house is just as hard to look at with signs of her everywhere. Harsh, grating proof of just how deep I've let her into my life this summer. No, I've never been a slob. Too much hard-ass army discipline for that. But she's made this place shine as bright as her own smile. Not only is the house white glove inspection clean, she's left flowers in vases she picked up from Grace, pillows on the furniture and new rugs on the floor. This place looks more like a home versus the Spartan under-construction cave it resembled for the past year. Go ahead and laugh at my sentimental ass. I don't care. If there's any man around who claims he doesn't appreciate a woman's touch, he's a stubborn damn liar. Tori's spell is stronger now than it was years ago. Probably the same weird sign of the peach she put me under years ago, when she fell face first in a pie, and I got my first little taste of her wiping it off her cheek. Oh, I've tried running like hell, trying to live my own life, trying to forget her in this silly little town. I remember one night in Afghanistan, halfway through my deployment, I started penning her a letter. I looked her up, still had her address in Forest Glen and everything. I can still remember the first line I'd scratched out 10 times before settling on something simple. Dear Paige, it's been too long. Do you ever think about that crap I said a couple years ago to cheer you up? How I promised you some dude would be ecstatic to have you? That day you were sticky from that disaster pie, all teary-eyed and hopeless. Because I do. And I wish I'd had the balls to admit I was some dude. Yeah. When I said simple, I meant dumb as dirt. I'll never win any writerly awards. Of course, I also remembered she was 19, barely out of high school. Hardly a good time for me to be sending her the world's lamest marriage proposal. Still, that's how you know I'd be lying if I ever said I'd moved on from my best friend during all of those years apart. That's also the big fat liar ass I'll become if I think for 1 second I can live without her laugh, her sparkling blue eyes, the sultry nights I wish would last forever. No matter where I've been, who I've been, what I've been doing, Tori's always been there. Now more than ever, since I'm staring down the barrel of actually losing her, if Pickett doesn't terminate my life first. When I look up, there's a big furry shape bearing down on me. I jump. Al bumps my hand with his big head. Thanks, dude. I snort, roughing up his fur with a scratch that makes his tail wag. You're right. No use in dwelling on things that won't get fixed tonight. She'll come around. He lets out a low whine that sounds exactly like he knows what's on my mind. Smiling, I walk to the back door and let him out. He only takes a minute to empty his bladder and then returns. Locking the door, I double-check the front and the garage locks before I head upstairs, not looking forward to lying in my bed alone. If this is my fate after tonight, someday I'll be thankful for the time we had together, sharing the same sheets. Her door is closed tight as a drum. I get it. Al plods over and drops down in front of her room, and I have to force my feet to walk by. I shut the door and plop down on the bed, fully dressed, knowing I'm not going to sleep a wink tonight. I have no idea how long I lay there, not even thinking when my phone vibrates. Looks like an unknown number. Could be spam, but it's after midnight, so I answer. Yeah? Quinn Faulkner? A familiar voice snaps off crisply. Forgive my lateness. It's incredible what family life does to a man, but this is urgent. James? I say loudly, sitting up. I was beginning to think he'd forgotten my dilemma and the 1,000 other things a married man working for the premier security firm out west has to do. Is something wrong? Yes, Faulkner. Something's been terribly wrong for too long, and I'm scolding myself that it took this long to tie up loose ends. His words rush out, each one ringing with the same sharp coldness that made James Noble an incredible special agent and a better elite security specialist now. The harshness of his tone has me standing, stiff as a board. Have you heard from your contacts in Oklahoma? Official channels? James demands. The supervisor of the police unit I'd been assigned to work with down there, Ted Good, is who I'd been communicating with about Pickett. I haven't asked for anything more than public knowledge, following the rule of law to the letter of former agents. Not for several weeks, I tell him. Why? I have reason to believe you're in grave danger, Falk. My breath sticks in my lungs. Bat Pickett got released from prison today? The way my gut churns answers before I even ask the question. He was released, all right. Over a month ago. Practically the same day his records were sealed. You don't want to know what favors it took to breach that database. We found proof that someone altered the records and put an iron curtain around them on top of it. Faye and I will be babysitting for Ingard's entire senior leadership until we're gray. Shit. Worse than I expected, I growl. He's been up here weeks then? It seems likely. Took us forever to get a facial match from Dallas confirming his presence. The security cameras there in rural North Dakota are 15 years behind the times. James snaps. Listen, I've reached out to Section Chief Powers to fill him in on the latest. You need to... Powers? I echo, scratching my neck. Shit, man. You went that high up the chain? I'm sure he knows I've been digging, seeing how I served under him years ago, but hell, if we're going the official route, it must be bad. Atrocious would be a better word for what we found. He pauses. Did you have any inkling whatsoever that there's a high-level insider involved? Jake Pickett's girl insisted he had a helper in law enforcement years ago, but you know what happened before we could ever pull it out of her. I say, my head filled with grim possibilities. The long silence on the other end of the line has the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I hear some kind of muttering back and forth. James? Sorry, I had to remind my idiot friend Riker that this isn't idle chit-chat. This is the only chance I'll get to relay everything. Wheels are in motion, Quinn, and you don't want to get trapped under them. Powers is in flight as we speak, and he's informing your local sheriff. In flight? I'm gobsmacked. What, you mean here? To North Dakota? Correct. James clips back. What the... Why? Because our insider took the bait and revealed himself. For now, forget the details. I'll explain later how a brilliant strategy I crafted with my boss, Landon. And Riker, fine, allowed us to spoof a trusted contact's number. We texted his phone, he opened a crucial link, and he gave the right response, covering Bart Pickett's ass. Ted Good is well aware of what Pickett's planning against you. He's fully involved with the cartel the brothers did local distribution for, and he's still tight with Bart Pickett to this day. We have every reason to believe Good's currently trying to set you up with false evidence. Pin his dirty deeds on you, Quinn, as the insider who helped the Pickett meth machine fly under the radar for so long. Boom. There's my missing piece of the puzzle, and it kicks like a mule strike to the head. Supervisor Good. Ted motherfucking Good. That's how Justin's car was ambushed so perfectly. How Jake Pickett shot my partner and his turncoat girlfriend to pieces. Good was the only other person who knew Justin was transporting the woman to safety that day. I never imagined he was the brains. He'd been a straight shooter, tough as nails, and played by the book almost to a fault. But he'd thrown me that day we had Jake Pickett for questioning. And now I know why. He'd been helping that maniac, shoving a knife in our backs the entire time. Fuck. No wonder he's kept in contact with me all this time. No surprise he's kept feelers on my old contacts with the Bureau, who innocently told him the minute I started asking around about Bat Pickett earlier this summer. He's known my every move. He's been setting this up, egging Bat on, making me believe, son of a bitch. He killed Justin Franklin. My partner. I stopped mid-sentence, not meaning to say it out loud. I have to lay a hand against the wall to hold myself up. I'm physically ill. I'm afraid so. When was the last time you spoke to Good? James asks. Weeks ago. Wait, hang on. Snarling, I punch up my text and see one from roughly 10 days ago. So bland I'd practically forgotten it. My vision turns red. Almost 2 weeks ago, I say. He texted, told me Bat was still in prison. All clear was all he said. Bullshit. And I'd been fool enough to buy it, to believe him. He covered all his bases, making sure you can't connect him to it. That's why he reached out when he heard you'd grown concerned for your safety, James says, confirming the worst. If Good wanted to get me bullet-spitting mad, mission accomplished. Only thing I hate more than being played is being played by stone-cold killers. We're not the only ones who were left in the dark. Powers commissioned an undercover team to revisit the killing of your partner, and they've uncovered their own suspicions about Good's involvement. Thanks, James. Don't know how I can ever pay you back. One of these days, you're going to bring the whole family up here to little old Dallas. I'll show you how we party in North Dakota. I say. I better get off the horn. Gonna be a long night. Good thing I was already planning on staying up. Someday, Quinn. Even his chuckle sounds like pure class. Lay low until law enforcement arrives. Good doesn't know we're onto him yet. He thinks he simply has to get rid of you. But if you can catch him snooping around your property, trying to stage a scene, bingo. He'll be in custody in no time. Powers' ETA is 0500. Take care of yourself. I will. No thanks to you. Peace, man. I hang up with my jaw so tight it's fit to break. Holding back 100 restless thoughts, I stomp into the bathroom and splash cold water over my face. Willing focus. Okay. Right on cue, Drake calls, telling me the sheriff sent the entire small Dallas PD force to make the rounds by my place. I assure him I'll call the second the cameras ping anything out of the ordinary. It's close to 1 a.m. by the time I hang up and my instincts tell me to check on Tori. She can hate me all she wants, but I need her in the same room. Hell, I need her the fuck out of here like yesterday. I'll call Dean, I think, and get them their own police escort. He can pick her up and bring her to the police station if need be, until this gets sorted. She can't be with me once Powers and the other boys from the FBI show up. Christ. Good might have more helpers in law enforcement, too. It might be a week or more before we can call this place safe again, even if he goes down fast, and so does Bad. As all the moving pieces settle in my mind, I exit my room, stepping into the dark hallway. Al isn't flopped down in front of her door anymore. It's still closed, so she probably let him in. I knock softly, then check the doorknob when half a minute passes without a reply. It's unlocked. I push the door open. The room looks dark, but there's just enough moonlight filtering in through the window to show her bed. Empty. I flip on the light, my heart climbing into my throat. The covers on the bed are thrown back like she left in a hurry. Tori? I ask, crossing the hall to the bathroom. It's empty too. Not a drop of water left on the sink. I pivot, run down the stairs, searching for any signs. Tori? Calling her name rips me open like a dagger, panic stabbing through my blood. She's not downstairs either. The second I see the barn lights on through the kitchen window, I'm stone, glaring into the dimly lit night. Damn it all to hell. I don't know what I'm saving her from, but if I ever want to sleep through another night in my life, I have to.
21. Goat some bad news. Tori. I wake up to the worst hangover headache of my life. My mouth tastes nasty, clinical, almost like the way rubbing alcohol smells. What happened? My head hurts so bad I can't pry my eyes open. Why am I on my stomach? Why can't I move my arms? Why am I bouncing? I'm moving, I realize, tucked back in a vehicle. I try to focus, to remember, begging my groggy brain to fire again. Oh, yeah. I was psycho bitch mad at Quinn. How could I forget? Then I couldn't sleep, especially when I heard him on the phone with someone having one of his hush-hush secret agent man conversations. So I'd taken Owl for a walk and my own fine self to the barn to work off some frustration. I'd barely turned the lights on and gotten my bad breakup playlist queued up for the Silks. When it happened, footsteps. The ones I thought I was hallucinating at first, and Quinn second. Then that shadowy figure crept across the window, heading straight for the door, creeping around far too carefully to be anyone who belongs here. The last thing I remember is Owl growling. I frantically tried to shush him as I held my breath, grabbing a broom with a thick wooden handle, thick enough to give someone a concussion, I hoped, and opened the barn door. A sad moan bubbles up my throat as fresh pain streaks through my head. "She's coming too!" My heart stops at the sound of a stranger's gruff voice. "Cheap-ass chloroform! I told you this shitty brand was diluted!" Another voice snaps, also male. "It never keeps 'em under for long." Chloroform? No wonder my head feels like I've taken a direct hit from a rock. Panic tightens my chest. The best part is, Quinn was right all along. I'm in a dangerous situation, in so far over my head, I might never come out of it. "Should I give her another round, or what? Stuff the rag over her face again?" Thing 1 asks. "Nah, we're almost home. Let the Batman have some fun for a change." Thing 2 growls back. "He's been chewing nails all week, real tense, waiting to hear from his guy. Never seen him happier than when he found out we could make our run tonight." Almost where? I wonder. "We're lucky we had practiced fucking with those cameras. Couldn't just work the batteries out like we did before, but I'm hoping that other trick did the job." I force myself not to open my eyes. They can't know I'm awake. I shift subtly, rolling against my pocket, and find out fast I'm missing my phone. Lovely. Of course they've taken it. What now? Quinn probably doesn't even know I'm gone. And Owl? What happened to him? Did they hurt him? Did they... Oh, God. My entire body jerks from the roughness of the road and the fear chewing through me. I bite back an anguished moan. From what I can tell, I'm in the cramped back seat of a pickup truck with my hands tied behind my back. "Is she awake?" one of the thugs asks. "Like, fully conscious?" A hand grips my upper arm and shakes me. I force myself not to react. Don't think so. Still feels like a rag doll. She must have just been whining in her sleep. Nightmares or something. Go figure." The unwelcome hand releases my arm, and I let the air I'm holding in slowly seep out of my lungs. "Damn weird how the dog disappeared, wasn't it?" Thing 1 asks his fellow minion. "I expected it to attack us, or at least bark like hell and wake up Faulkner." "I know. I didn't expect her to come outside tonight either. Figured we'd be sitting behind that barn half the night figuring out a diversion, a fire or something to flush them out." The other guy laughs. "Lucky us. This sure worked better than trying to steal one of those stupid goats for bait. Now we just round up Faulkner and call it a day.
Coast should be clear for Bat's guy to plant whatever the fuck he needs to there. Word is, he's a dirty cop.
Yeah, never ever fuck with that type, his buddy says. Well, now I know why poor Hellboy was tangled up in rope. Rage courses through my veins.
I told Pickett we'd find a better way to get her.
They continue talking about Pickett, money, and dick-size compensating sports cars I'm sure they're planning to buy with their ill-gotten gains. My mind is stuck on Owl. He wouldn't desert me when I need him the most. That means one thing. Something awful happened to him, and it's my fault. If only we hadn't gotten into that stupid effing fight. I would have went to bed with Quinn, and they would have never breached the property. He'd have known it right away with the cameras and his own good sense the nanosecond these savages started messing around, especially if they had to light a fire to get his attention. The truck stops a short time later, jerking to a halt and interrupting my self-pity. I stay limp when the back door opens and someone grabs my legs. A heavy-set man reaches inside, grabs around roughly, and tosses me over his shoulder like a feed sack. I'm lifting an eye to see if I can make out where we are when a bearish snarl rips through the night. My eyes fly open, just in time to see Owl leaping out of the back of the truck. Holy hell, he's been hiding the whole time! The man fumbles and drops me as Owl slams into him head first, knocking him down. I hit the ground hard, rolling out of the way as shouts, growls, and furious barks fill the air. Between the darkness and the tall grass around me, I can't see anything, but I can hear people roaring, running, and then louder noises that stop my heart. Gunshots. At first, I flinch, afraid to call out, but I'm more scared for Owl, afraid he'll get killed. Round up, I scream into the inky sky. It's the only command I know that he'll listen to no matter what. I wonder if he even hears me over the chaos, the blackness exploding like a battlefield. Someone grabs me by the arms and lifts me off the ground. There's another shot that echoes, a loud skittering sound, and then nothing but the merciless drumming of my own heart. Upright again, I stumble around, no thanks to my arms being pinned behind my back. My wrists are still tied and it hurts. Hurts. But I barely keep my balance as they shove me forward. It's so dark out here, except for a sliver of moon shining down. I see trucks, a couple old buildings in the distance, and is that water? I hear it a second before I smell it. A damp, musty odor rolls up my nose. Definitely algae water. We must be near a good-sized lake, meaning this has to be the abandoned Maddock farm on the other end of Big Fish Lake. Swallowing my panic, I tell myself, it'll be okay. It has to be. Quinn will... No, he won't. It's the middle of the night. He's in bed, probably still pissed at me or busy talking to whoever called so late. I have no clue whatsoever if the thugs made enough noise to wake him, and if they were quick to disable the cameras and smart enough to stay hidden from the others on the barn roof. God, there's so much going wrong tonight and inside my head. I don't even know how Owl got in the back of the truck. He probably jumped in without them noticing, but I couldn't tell you when or where. Please just let him be okay.
Put her over there, a man orders. I've called Pickett. He's on his way.
With another hard shove that doubles me over, his sidekick drags me up to an old house, onto what feels like a rickety wooden porch. A rough blow to my shins from his boots forces me to sit down, wincing. Owl is nowhere in sight, and it's too quiet to mean anything good. I don't know how long I'm there, kneeling in misery. It could be 10 minutes, or it could be an hour. It's a miracle I don't break down sobbing then and there, but I'm not giving them that. I force myself not to cry at the thought that Owl might be lying in the grass only a few yards away, bleeding and lifeless. If I can't make myself be brave, then I'm definitely toast. Why didn't I heed Quinn's warnings? All this time, in the back of my mind, I just didn't take this nightmare seriously enough. I thought I could fix it. Now, I have to, what little way I can. Have to find a way out of here, out of these ropes. My wrists are skinny. I'm used to twisting them, and do so now, bending them around and around, working the rope looser very slowly, counting seconds in my head for calm. 4 men are standing near the trucks. I recognize that creep, Marvin Heckles, but I don't think I've ever seen the others. No sign of the tall, strange man with the cherry-red Chevy either. My heart stops the moment the rope on my wrists goes slack. Looks like Edison the horse isn't the only one in this town who can play Houdini. I slip one hand out carefully, not wanting anyone to see my movements, but then slide it back in and keep them behind me. Let them think I'm still tied up. I also don't know what I'll do for sure, but the rope is all I have for a makeshift weapon. Do I run for it? The dairy farm isn't far from here, a few miles, less cross-country. Drake and Bella's place is even closer, but I'm lost on how to get to either place. All I know is this is the south side of the lake, I think. Minutes feel like hours. An eternity passes by the time the headlights finally appear on the road leading to the house. A pickup chugs up the road and rolls to a stop, newer than the other trucks. I watch as a freakishly tall, horribly familiar man with tattoos along his neck unfolds himself and climbs out. My stomach flips at the way he glares at me, walking toward the porch. I'd get friendlier eyes from a starving wolf.
Faulkner's girlfriend, huh? Bat Pickett spits Quinn's name like a curse. You ever get a primer on what happens with feds women?
I keep my mouth shut. I've already made enough mistakes. I'm not going to mouth off and let this monster backhand me into another mini coma. He leans down, nostrils flaring as he reaches for my chin, tipping my face up. For a second, I'm forced to gaze into his blue eyes. Nothing like my own. They're weirdly pale, even in the darkness, gray, soulless, and angry. Straightening up, he drops my chin.
Gotta say, I like that you mind your manners. He's taught you well. You're perfect bait, he says coldly. We're gonna have ourselves a big old slice of justice tonight.
Justice? I whisper, wishing it hadn't slipped out. He turns, looking at me like I'm just another bug in the night.
Old school justice, little lady. I'm talking real old, like Babylonian style.
A cruel smile pulls at his lips.
You ever hear of Hammurabi's Code? This history professor told me all about it. A real degenerate. Loved to run his mouth about all sorts of wild shit, while I was just a street grunt, keeping him in crystal.
I look down because I took ancient history at college. I know what he's getting at before it's even out of his mouth.
Those were some smart fuckers back then. You ask me, we'd all be in a better place if we left the laws real simple. You know what I'm talking about?
He pauses, drowning me in that wicked gaze.
No. You ever heard the phrase, an eye for an eye?
Before he can reach for me again and force an answer, I nod. It feels like my head weighs a ton.
Thought so,
he says, his smile getting wider.
See, this whole beef with Faulkner happened because he murdered my brother. I ain't the kind of fuck who gets hard for messing up women and burying them in pits, but, well, you understand. I don't have no choice. Don't take this personally. To make things right with the universe, right with the law, I've got to kill Faulkner. But first, I've got to kill you.
I'm just as surprised as anyone when I look him in the eye, beaming pure hatred, refusing to shudder. I just wish defiance won more than brownie points. The evilness oozing off this towering beast turns my blood ice cold.
22. We've goat trouble. Faulkner. I stomp my foot on the gas and wrench the wheel, cutting the corner onto the gravel road leading to the Maddock farm so hard my truck sprays rocks. Those bastards made quick work of the cameras out front, hitting them with black paintballs before they had a chance to capture anything. Too bad for them they missed one. The frames from the camera on the barn showed me everything I needed to know about the men I'm about to dismember. I also know exactly where Tori's been taken. The pictures showed her walking out of the house with Al at her side, entering the barn, then two soon-to-be very sorry minions slinking up to the door. My heart spills into my guts, recalling the frame where she went limp. They picked her up like a kitten and carried her around the building to their truck. They put their hands on my woman, signing their death warrants. The images showed how they kept the Chevy parked down by the pond, which is why I hadn't heard it while I'd been on the phone. I wish to God I had. I would have heard her leaving the house, if my dumb ass wasn't so caught up in getting her to safety while she was already in peril. If I hadn't put so much faith in this wizard camera tech, where the only way the app alerts fail is human error. Because I was so glued to talking to my people about Pickett that I missed 2 crucial motion alerts from the camera on the barn, never thinking for 1 second Tori would leave the house. Don't worry. There'll be time to kick my own butt to India and back later. For now, if Bat Pickett has stolen a single hair on her head, I growl at the savage thoughts scalding my brain and stomp the gas again. Time is of the fucking essence. I can't wait for Powers and whatever backup he's brought from the Bureau. That's a given. Drake said he'd get help, the unofficial kind, since the entire Dallas PD is about to form ranks with the feds flying in, and he'd meet me at the Maddock place. Grady and Ridge, no doubt. Help I don't want, honestly, even if I've got no choice but to take it and be glad. My friends are husbands and fathers. All the more reason I need to end this myself, without giving another Pickett brother a chance to draw anyone else's blood. Without creating more widows and kids who'll never know their daddy. Justin's parting, innocent smile as he climbed into his car sticks in my head. My blood boils over. This is my mess to clean up, and my woman to save. No one else's. My phone rings just then. Another unknown number. I hit the answer button on the steering wheel so it comes over the speaker, but I don't say anything.
Ah, Faulkner. Just the man I want to invite to my little barbecue.
Bat Pickett's slimy, rough voice sounds just like his dead brother's. I squeeze the steering wheel harder.
Talk, asshole.
I snarl. Why are you calling?
No need to play dumb. We both know I have something you want real bad.
Bat says, this hot triumph in his voice.
A pretty little thing.
My jaw aches, pinched like a vice. I don't answer.
Well, would you like to know where she is?
He asks. It's hard not to roll my eyes right out of their sockets. He's such a cartoon villain. I know where she is. I bite off. Already on my way. You'll see my headlights in 2 minutes flat. The stunned silence on the other end is a tiny victory. Let me talk to her, I say. If I don't get proof she's still alive, I swear to fuck, I'll turn around and come back with an entire SWAT crew for her body, and yours. I'm working off my playbook. First rule of FBI negotiations with monsters like Bat Pickett. No matter how hopeless, how dire, how improbable it seems to negotiate, show no fear. Can't help but flinch, though, when I hear a muffled thud, and then Bat whispering, telling Tori to say hello.
Quinn, we're at the Maddock farm,
she says breathlessly.
I'm okay.
I know. I'm almost there. Did he hurt you? The way she pauses makes my fury so hot I'm about to be a flaming wreck.
Yes.
Her voice is far off, as if the phone gets jerked away.
I see your headlights now,
Bat says coldly.
Only one set. No backup.
I snort. What? And get more folks mixed up in this idiocy? This is between you and me, Bat. My crew stays out of it, unless you do something stupid like shoot me in the head the minute I step out of my truck.
I want you alive,
he growls.
You have my word. Putting you down instantly like the bastard you are ain't in the cards.
How comforting. I hang up then, because right now, less is more. Leave him full of questions, scrambling to send a few of his goons away to cover his ass. Let him think I'm coming with surprises, and he'll have to work to torture me. I pull into the yard a minute later, steering past the broken-down fence out front. 4 burly, nasty-looking men, all armed, surround my truck instantly. Good times. Everybody's going to get a workout tonight. Hurling open the door, I pop off my seatbelt and leap out, marching forward like there's nothing more than the annoying help. Bat looks just like I remember. He's the spitting image of Jake, slightly younger, a jagged scar forming a half crescent up one side of his head. I wonder what otherworldly demon Mama Pickett slept with on at least 2 occasions to produce these soulless, dead-eyed, menacingly tall killers. And he has a vicious hold on Tori's arm, hard enough to bruise, her hands still tucked behind her back, tied, I'm sure. It rattles my brain like a bone-crunching blow to the face. A strange flood of relief that she's okay, and livid fury that she's a prisoner. Panic, hurt, shame, and fear for what I'm about to do to them whips through me like a current. One of the armed minions steps in front of me. Too pissed to be intimidated, I grab the barrel of his gun, yank it from his hand, and bash him across the head with the stock. The satisfying crack only lasts a second. Then I'm surrounded by 2, 3, 4 more guns. Bat looks at me, baring his teeth, a cowardly glint in his eyes.
Enough. You make one more move, I'll shoot your balls off.
Glad you know I've got 'em. I toss down the gun as the fallen goon on the ground twitches. Let her go and call off your boys. This bullshit's between you and me and nobody else. He sighs, waving a hand at the men, but jerks Tori back with him, creeping along the side of the house. They're heading for the lake I can smell in the distance.
It is between us, Faulkner,
he says slowly.
But first, you're going to get an overdue taste of your own medicine.
I don't understand till the magnum he's kept trained on me swings up. The barrel bites the side of Tori's neck as he swings it against her, and my fucking heart stops. I can't scream, can't charge him, can't make him shoot me instead. Not when one simple pull of the trigger will annihilate the love of my life. So I just ball my hands into fists. The hell do you want from me? I'm here, I'm talking. I'll give myself up the second you let her go. I surge forward. I can't control it. But he shoves the gun harder into her neck, forcing a whimper from her throat.
Not so fast, Romeo, or she gets a bullet just like her mutt.
Fuck. Ow. I wondered where he'd gone. And now I have one more reason to murder this sun-blocking bastard. I dig my heels into the ground, all I can do to keep from lunging forward. Damn the consequences. It's too risky. There are too many chances that gun will go off before I ever reach her. Then a new gun pokes me in the back, urging me forward as Bat pulls Tori along, closer and closer to what looks like a worn-down dock on the lake. Tori's eyes flutter and her gaze meets mine. Shit, think. I have a gun tucked in my waistband and a knife in my boot, but going for either one is also too risky right now. So I walk forward, staring at Tori, trying to assure her I won't let anything happen. Without being able to pull a weapon, I use the only ace I've got. Words. Guess you had to swap wits for an extra foot of hide, huh? I mutter.
What?
Pickett snaps, those pale gray eyes opening a little wider. Ted Good's playing you like a fiddle, Bat, I say, as calmly as I can muster. Are you that goddamn stupid? He's the guy who got your brother killed. He's the one who helped Jake snuff out his girlfriend, too. And now he's using you to do his dirty work, setting you up the same way he's planning to do to me. You'll die in a shootout as soon as you're done with me. Bat stumbles slightly. A rock, maybe, but I'm sure it was my statement.
Shut the fuck up, yo.
I ain't finished. He wants you believing the prison hit was all my fault for putting Jake away, sharing the burden with the boys who held him down in a grimy sink. I say. Also, you'll try to take me out, when what he really wants is for it to look like we took each other out. We're the only 2 men alive who know what Ted Good really is, and how he loves making money.
You don't know that,
he snarls, hateful eyes flickering in the moonlight. Don't I? I force a sly, harsh smile.
Fuck off. You're bamboozling me when I got you cornered like a stuck rat.
He pauses mid-step.
If goods flipped, then why were you asking him about my release?
So I'd be ready for you and him, I whisper.
You don't even know where he's at. Last time I say it, shut your...
Believe me, I know. I let out a false chuckle. The real question is, do you? He gives Tori a hard tug backward, dragging her onto the rundown dock.
Of course I do. Quit playing games. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, Faulkner.
The edge in his voice is music to my ears. Angry men are careless men, and careless men get stupid. Knowing he's starting to crack, I take several steps closer, ahead of the grunt pushing his gun in my back. It's not obvious. Good helped orchestrate the prison hit on Jake, just like he let you get away with yours on Jake's killer. Then he set you up to be arrested so he could get the full cut of your dirty money, managing your operation, letting you think you're still calling the shots. Every message you ever sent to your boys from jail had to go through him, didn't it? Pickett says nothing, standing paralyzed, an angry colossus hate glaring into the night. Don't shoot the messenger now, I say slowly. And why'd he help you get out on early parole and scare some poor judge into sealing your records? Sure as hell wasn't for your gain.
We're partners,
he stammers.
Good knows I swore revenge on you for killing Jake. He fucking helped us get this, all of this, lined up, you liar.
I didn't kill Jake. I wasn't in that prison. But I wonder who the boys that drowned your brother were really working for. The wheels are turning in his head now, so I walk a little faster, right toward him. And how about our friends here tonight? Who hired them? You or Good?
Shut up,
he shouts.
Shut up. You don't know shit, you bastard Fed. You don't know.
Yes, I do, I say sternly. I'm right about Good. I'm right about you being dumber than dirt. I'm right about your helpers planning to throw you to the wolves and run, just when you need 'em the most, and you know it. An odd, faint, somewhere eerie slapping sound echoes across the lake, which causes everyone to pause and whip around. Wondering if it's my 3 musketeers, I scan the waters. If I know my friends, Ridge and Drake will take the lead, and Grady will hang back with his sniper rifle. If I'm lucky, he's got a night scope and a direct bead on the back of Bat's head right now. Pickett turns away a second later, facing me again with those crazy eyes. It's hard to tell for sure, but I catch a glint of something in the moonlight. A canoe or small boat gliding this way. If they're smart, they're rowing real slow, keeping it deathly quiet. Tick-tock. I have to get this over with before they arrive and get in harm's way. Good's going down one way or another, I promise you, I tell Bat. The FBI already knows everything. The best and brightest are about to ram his dick in the door.
Like hell.
You should have picked your friends wisely, Bat. Dirty cops are the worst. They always believe they're above the law till it all comes crashing down. I hope he can see my grin in the darkness. Snarling, Bat jerks his gun at me, away from Tori. Thank God. Why isn't he here right now, Bat? I ask, certain that Good's heading to my place, planting evidence to implicate me in his dirty dealings, just like James suggested. It's too clear now, and infuriates me that I hadn't seen it sooner. Tori wouldn't be in danger right now if I had, and I wouldn't have to stand here in the middle of the night repeating myself to this shitheel, willing him to do something stupid and giving me the opening I need. Why isn't he here right now? I ask again.
Because I'm in charge here,
Bat roars, looking too much like a monster from a bad B-movie in the pale moonlight.
I'm calling the shots, you asshole, not Ted Good. And I've had it up to here with your bullshit.
He motions to his goons, who close in. The man behind me shoves his gun in my back harder, while two more grab at my arms.
Back on track. I'll make you watch, Faulkner.
Bat takes a heavy step forward until he leers over me.
Come see your girlfriend get the same treatment my brother did. An eye for an eye.
For a tall, pissed-off maniac, he's quicker than I give him credit for. In less than the blink of an eye, he shoves Tori down and grabs her by the hair, aiming to push her head over the edge of the half-collapsed dock where the water ebbs high, straight into the water. No. I lunge forward, handing out presents to his goons in my spinning mad rage. A well-placed crunch to the nose with my elbow, a headbutt to the throat, a backwards kick square in the balls. Shitty people don't get to enjoy the usual rules about not hitting below the belt. I'm feeling pretty good when hot lead blows an inch past my head at a couple 1,000 miles per hour. Nice shot, Bat, but you missed. And I only need a few more seconds to mess him up royally. That's exactly what I'm aiming to do as I charge forward. Kick ass and save my woman, when this weird, out-of-place clatter suddenly fills the air.
23. I've got you. Tori. Holy crap. Seeing Quinn fighting off 3 armed men totally freaks me out and sends adrenaline shrieking through my system. If only I had time to stand around being short-circuited by his noble, insane, and utterly beautiful sacrifice. It's now or never. I twist my hands out of the rope and take a deep breath, hoping against hope my knee can take this. Well, only one way to find out. I crouch down, kick, and leap as high as I can, springing up with just the right ninja momentum, breaking the monster's grip on my hair. It seems like forever before my feet hit the dock again, missing their shoes. I'll celebrate getting free of Bat later. For now, ignoring the pain sparking through my knee, I do a double twirl, nailing the giant in the knee with my foot and whacking him across the face with the rope simultaneously. Fuck! He stumbles back, briefly shocked, and while I'm trying to figure out my next move, the night explodes with a sound I must be imagining. Is that? No, it can't be. But it keeps coming, closer and louder, like a pack of kids honking toy car horns. Soon, it's undeniable. Goats. A whole chorus bleating their angry little hearts out. The entire tribe comes flying around the house a second later, heads down, with Owl racing behind them on their heels, barking up a storm. Front and center, head down, running at a full charge. Hellboy beelines for the dock, while the others break rank and come crashing into the bewildered goons on the ground. It's a miracle they don't knock down Quinn, too, who surges through the sudden chaos onto the dock, blazing toward me. "Get down!" he roars, waving his arms. It's the last thing I hear before everything goes eerily silent. Like there's so much insanity happening. My hearing just fades in this dull hum, and all I can do is stare. Quinn dodging 2 more furious shots from Bat Pickett's gun. Quinn smashing into him, elbowing the gun out of his arm, and then locking his arms around a literal human titan. Quinn power wrestling the overpowered freak in his arms, putting Odysseus and David to shame, snarling as he tries to throw the giant on the ground. They fight their way toward the end of the dock, where it tilts into the water at this crooked angle. For a horrible second, everything stops, and I send up a prayer. Please let Quinn come out on top. But when I hear the pounding hooves behind me, I realize he doesn't need to do the impossible. He just needs to keep Bat Pickett distracted for a few more seconds, turned, fighting for balance, barely a foot or 2 away from the steep drop into the lake. Hellboy whirls past in a shadowy blur, heading for them, as I flatten myself against the decayed wood. I wince before it even happens. Bat Pickett might be a vicious freak, a criminal, and evil incarnate. But I flinch to imagine how a human body feels when it collides with those horns at that speed. The instant Quinn sidesteps the giant with a parting shove, Hellboy plows straight into bat from the side, sending all 7-foot something of him flying through the air. I'm sure half of Dallas hears the massive splash echoing through the night. Then it's just anticlimactic. Hellboy stops at the edge of the dock, his head up tall. He unleashes a loud bleat anybody could understand, even if they don't speak goat. Take that! You okay? Quinn stands over me, reaching down, lifting me up against him. Tori, darlin'. I'm fine now. I push at his chest so I can lean back far enough to see his face and pat his arms, shoulders, and face, convincing myself he's real. He's okay. Holy hell. I think we survived. What about you? I ask rapid fire. You were fighting all 4 of them, and Pickett, Quinn, you... I'm still breathing, Peach, and so are you. That's a good outcome. He gives me a quick kiss. Hang on. I'd better check on Bat. In the past few hours, I've gone through a litany of strange, whirlwind emotions I've never experienced. From believing I was about to die, to finding the grit to kick a bad guy in the knees, to watching Quinn wrestle a flipping monster of a man so our horned guardian angels could finish what he started. It's so unbelievable. My nerves are fried for the next 50 years. Go get him, I whisper. Just don't put yourself in danger if he's still conscious. Not again. He nods, turns, and does a double take when he sees Hellboy's silhouette glowing in the moonlight, flashing that devil-may-care grin. Get him off the dock. This thing's like a sponge, lots of rot. It's gonna collapse any second. Without waiting, Quinn runs to the end, motioning frantically to the goat. Finally, something else I can help him with. I find my shoes, stuff my feet into them, and run. Hellboy, get your cute butt over here. I click my tongue at the goat, not wanting the dock to collapse with him on it. The water will give him a heart attack if he doesn't sink straight to the bottom first. With a bored look, he finally deigns to turn and meet me. I grasp his horn as soon as he's in range and lead him off the dock. Okay, tough guy. You've won me over, I tell him. I'm going to make sure Uncle Dean keeps you rich in bananas for the next year. Hellboy bleats in agreement. Despite it all, I laugh, knowing how much he loves his fruit snacks between the big grazing jobs. As we step off the dock, I notice the other goats, how they have the few goons who didn't run at the first chance surrounded. Even Marvin, who Quinn whipped across the face with the guy's own gun, is flat on the ground, groaning and holding a hand against his side. Owl's there, too, this big growling blur of fur, reminding any man who moves that he won't hesitate to pick up right where the goats left off. The minute he sees me, though, he breaks into a ground-eating run and nearly bowls me over. I give him a fierce hug. My other hero. I knew you wouldn't leave me hanging. You're too tough to let these idiots put you down. He gives me an excited bark, then returns to the men, keeping tight circles, overseeing his goat brigade. By the time I return to the edge of the dock, Quinn pulls a miserable, limp Bat Pickett through the water, just in time for the boat arriving next to them. Damn, a day late and $1 short, Drake says, sounding disappointed. Sorry we weren't quicker. It's harder than you'd think to steer this thing at night without making a sound. At least we can help you load up the trash. The goats beat you sloths, Quinn says with a grin. But yeah, I guess you can help me tie them up. Still one more rattlesnake unaccounted for, and I'm thinking we'll find him at my place. What does he mean? I glance around, knowing all the men here took a huge beating, and the couple oddballs who escaped won't get far. Not in nowhere cornfields stretching for miles. Plus, every country road is bound to be swarming with police soon. No need, Ridge says, beaming a blue-eyed smile my way. The sheriff already arrested Good. Caught him lurking around your house right after you left. Deputies should be here any minute. Shit. You guys are serious? Quinn rakes a hand through his hair. I owe you. I called the sheriff as soon as you hung up, Drake says. From everything you told me,
I figured he'd move swiftly the second you were gone, trying to plant something to implicate you in all this. Our instincts were right."
Quinn nods.
"Thanks, guys. That's exactly what I thought after talking to James, too. Just wish he was here so I could thank him."
I'm officially lost in this conversation, so I mostly keep silent and out of the way as the three men ground the canoe and finish hauling Bat onto the shore. He's still breathing. Part of me wishes he wasn't, but then there's no telling how many people they could help by capturing a kingpin creep like this alive. This time, there'll be no easy ticket out of prison. Something moves in a tree overhead as soon as the guys are ashore. I almost scream, wondering if they missed one of Pickett's men. But I recognize the big bearded hulk who slides down and turns to me with a smile, a big rifle slung over his back.
"What the hell?"
Grady rumbles, swiping a hand over his face.
"Lady, I've seen a lot of crazy shit in my time, but this takes the cake. Hell, the whole bakery. You okay?"
I give him a friendly nod. Fine now. It makes me feel better knowing you were up there the whole time.
"Fuck did the hard part. Never needed my backup,"
he says with a shrug.
"I couldn't get a clear line of sight on Goliath over there without risking hitting you or Falk. You're damn lucky those goats came charging in when they did. How'd they get here anyway?"
"Owl," Quinn says, walking over and beaming at us.
"He wasn't at the house when I left, so I knew he must have tried to help her somehow. He knew Tori was in danger, and it looks like he did what he does best, rounded up the tribe and brought us reinforcements."
I still can't believe it, I say, shaking my head. I also know if the animals hadn't shown up, Quinn would have saved me without their help. Bat Pickett never had a chance against the four fiercest men in Dallas. In no time, Grady, Ridge, and Drake hog-tie Bat and the other men. All they're missing are bows on their foreheads for the cops. The deputies show up with a couple dozen other officials in tactical gear and black suits, while Quinn, Grady, Ridge, and Drake are busy talking. I stay busy keeping Owl and the goats away from the commotion. Incredibly, all 18 are here and accounted for, and that's when I finally let myself smile. I bet I'm the only woman who's ever been saved by 18 goats, one bull of a mastiff, and the most amazing, kind, and fearless man on the planet. The man I owe my heart to. I also want to apologize, even if our hissy fit before this started was a two-way tango. But first, I need to get the goats home. Borrowing Quinn's phone, I call Uncle Dean and tell him to pick up the truck and trailer, then bring it to the old Maddock farm. I'm amazed he's even awake, considering it's after 3 a.m, but the man never misses a monster movie marathon on cable, and I guess if he shows up in time, he'll get a glimpse of a real monster. It couldn't be more fitting. Dropping down on an old crate, I wait, stroking Owl's head, watching Quinn's handsome profile in the shifting cascade of blinking police cars and floodlights. Fitting might just be the best word for everything tonight. The sun is up and burning my tired eyes by the time the goats are settled at Uncle Dean's place, and I finally drive the truck home to Quinn's. Guilt strikes hard when I'm alone and able to think how I hadn't taken his warnings seriously enough. I don't know why. Maybe because no one's ever had my best interests at heart before, and for some reason, I refused to believe it was possible. Quinn isn't home. He's still at the sheriff's office, meeting with the FBI people. From what I've gathered, that good guy was some sort of high-level police official back in Oklahoma City, but he'd been a double agent of sorts, playing the streets and the law to line his own pockets. It's sickening. There's a lot more to it, I'm sure, like Good having a hand in Quinn's partner getting killed. But my mind is about as cooked as a scrambled egg. It might be a year before I pick up a thriller again, books I usually love. The fact that this is way too real still freaks me out. Having a taste of the life Quinn lived for years during our little intermission scares the crap out of me. Seriously, What if there are other dangerous men out there with axes to grind? I'd like to think this insanity was a one-off, but the mere idea of more makes me tremble from head to toe. I take a shower, and though I'm dog-tired after being up all night, I know I won't be able to sleep until Quinn gets home. So I get dressed, feed Owl, and then go to the barn to finish what Pickett's men so rudely interrupted the night before. Honestly, I don't get very far, hanging off a few silks before I'm out of breath and limping to the blanket in the corner. Even fear can't keep a girl up forever when she's this exhausted. I'm still there napping, dreaming of how my entire life has changed since summer, when I hear footsteps. In my groggy state, it scares me. I jerk up so hard I almost crash right into him. Whoa, easy. Didn't think I'd find you here. Haven't you had enough exercise for one day? He asks, crouching, laying those big calloused hands on my shoulders. His grin lassos my heart. I flash him a shy smile. Sure, but I didn't want to fall asleep until you were home. I tried to stay awake, but... Never any shame in a power nap, darling. He cups my face with both hands, melting me alive with the hottest emerald green eyes in existence. I think I'm a puddle by the time his lips mold to mine, and he kisses me fully awake. Have you eaten yet? I'm not hungry. Did you get everything sorted out? His eyes darken and he shrugs. It'll be a while. Weeks, maybe months, before everything gets fully sorted and cases closed. I'm finished with the after-action stuff for now, though. Taking my hand, he leads us to the door. I brought home some Chinese takeout. You up for a bite? My stomach growls as soon as he says it. His growly pants chuckle curls my toes. I'm thinking that's a yes? God, yeah. I haven't had good Chinese in ages. Me either. It's a new place next to the sheriff's office and smelled awful good when I walked out. What time is it? Almost noon. Crap. Okay, let's eat. He stops and tugs me closer, though, leveling another heavy look on me. How are you really doing, Peach? You promise me you're okay? He asks. Yes, it's just, well, kind of crazy. I know you get it. Kissing the top of my head as we resume walking, he says, I'm sorry about all that shit. I put you in that position. If I hadn't opened my big mouth and chewed you out before they showed up... I freeze, turning toward him, folding my hands in front of me. Quinn? No. I'm the one who's sorry. I shouldn't have gone to the barn last night. I wasn't thinking, and I shouldn't have put up such a big fight about leaving town. Huffing out of breath, I continue. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd work out until I was tired. I'm truly sorry. I should have listened and taken your warnings more seriously. I know you didn't want to send me home to hurt me. You tried to save me. He looks down for a moment, then his eyes snap up again, full of warmth like a sunlit forest. It's over now. You're fine, I'm fine, and so's everybody else. Critters included. He opens the back door and holds it for me. Ladies first. Go on in before our lunch gets cold. I wasn't sure what you like, and I was hungry as hell, so I bought a lot of everything. No kidding. 5 huge white bags stuffed to the brim with little boxes and plastic containers are sitting on the center island. It's like he cleaned out a whole round of a Chinese buffet. It looks like you bought one of everything, I say with a giggle. Nothing like leftovers for supper, right? If you mean breakfast, lunch, and dinner tomorrow, sure, I say, tearing open the first bag. My stomach growls again at the amazing smell of the food. Oh, egg rolls. Pork? At least one kind with every meat known to man. He smiles and hands me a plate. The food tastes as good as it smells as we tear into it, sharing each other's company, just like old times when we used to order way too much ice cream. Except back then, I didn't have Quinn's bed to look forward to when I'm too full to move. I'm not only as stuffed as a Thanksgiving turkey by the time we put the leftovers in the fridge, I'm yawning my jaw off. Time to crash, Quinn says, too tired to even agree. I lean against him as we walk up the stairs. At the top of the steps, he pauses. My room is one way, his is the other. It's not even a question. I know where I'm going, but I love the sexy look of frustration he gives me. His arm around me tightens, leading me to his room, as if to say, "Only one place you belong, woman, now and forever." I pull off my clothes and dive into bed, wearing just my panties and bra. Quinn kisses my forehead. "Be right back. Gonna take a shower and clean up." Nodding, I snuggle my head into his pillow, inhaling his intoxicating scent. It's comforting, intense, real, almost as reckless and utterly endearing as our love. I'm not sure what wakes me at first. Then I know it's the hand on my boob. Same for the exciting nip of teeth and hot breath on the back of my neck. The rush begins as I roll over, almost too sore to move, but not sore enough to ignore makeup sex with Quinn Faulkner. "Still tired," he whispers softly, the tip of his tongue flicking against my skin. "Not too tired for—" "You know," I answer. Ha, if I'm ever too tired for him, please check my pulse. I roll over, catching an eyeful of lust on his face. "What about you?" I whisper. Quinn doesn't answer, not with words. He reaches behind my head, weaving his fingers through my hair, kissing the side of my face while his other hand dips beneath my bra. When his lips finally find mine, I'm freaking dying to kiss him, completely, madly, deeply. A hot moan rumbles in my throat the second I feel the stubble on his face grazing my silky skin. "I can't stop touching you." He breathes against my mouth, his eyes brighter than I've ever seen. "Can't stop thinking about you, Tori. Almost lost you. That fuck. I thought he'd—" Hey. I'm still here, aren't I? I'm here and I'm yours. I dig my fingers deep in his thick hair to keep his face next to mine. I know the feeling. They could have taken everything away. If it's true, then it seems to make him hell-bent on giving everything back. We kiss again, our mouths hot and wet, tongues at war. I twist to my side, wind my legs around his and arch against his hips, wanting more of that hungry bulge I can already feel every time I grind against him, wanting him inside me. He breaks the kiss with a hitched groan, rolling me on my back, shadowing my body with corded muscle and wild ink I want to lick right off his skin. My turn to moan, and this time in disappointment, because I can't feel his erection pressing into me, not with his hips pulled back, and that hot glint in his eye ordering me to be patient. God, I want to devour him just slightly less than I want him to consume me. Thankfully, he isn't opposed to the thought, trailing sticky kisses over my cheeks, my chin, my neck, before he snaps my sports bra up with a fevered groan. Shit, Tori, he rasps. You still don't have a clue. I whisper, my legs stroking his. What you fucking do to me. Don't you get how bad I need you? Need this. Drawing a feral breath, he shoves his hand in my panties, reaches down and fills me with 2 thieving fingers. Holy heck.
This short intermission is just for you. A quiet moment to breathe, relax, and find comfort in peaceful sound. Thank you for listening and supporting this free audiobook channel.
You leave us behind, out of your mind. You know where to find. I hope you remember the smile you call kind. You know where to find. I hope you remember the smile you call
kind. I'm drenched, bucking against him, finding his knuckle and working my clit good and hard against it. Somehow, I'm still able to grasp the thick elastic of my bra. I pull it over my head, hoping beyond all hope that's where his mouth is bound. His head dips low at the sight of my nipples. I arch my back, pushing against his mouth, loving how easily he finds the wickedly delicious line between punishment and pleasure with his teeth, his tongue, his everything. I never knew how much that turns me on. No man has ever kissed me before like he does. No one has ever loved every inch of me like Quinn. No man ever will again. By the time he pulls my other nipple into his mouth and his tongue puts stars in my eyes, I'm burning with need. He's naked and I reach down, grasping his hard-on. Yeah, fuck. He sucks a harsh breath as I start pumping him with my hand, marveling at how big, how hard, how much he throbs for me. When he's leaking pre-cum all over my hand, he reaches down, fists my panties, and rips them clean off in one swift movement. For a second, we lock eyes and he grins. I'll buy you new ones. Whatever the hell you want, just open those legs for me. Right the fuck now. I don't even care. I'm too delirious, riding his hand. So close to coming, I think I'll lose it the first minute he's inside me. Quinn, please. Groaning, I arch into his palm. I can't take much more. He stiffens, pulling his hand away. Same. And what the hell are we waiting for? I ask. A second later, he mounts me, feeding his entire full, rough length into my body in one deep thrust. I'll never know how I don't hit my O right then, but I'm glad I last a few more minutes. Grasping my hips, he pins me against the mattress, folding my legs tight to his wall of a body as he thrusts with perfect pressure. Divine friction, and that white-hot look in his eyes make quick work of my resistance. Quinn, come with me, I whimper, digging my teeth into my bottom lip, taking him as hard as I can. I'm almost to the point of no return. I want it to last longer, forever. But I want him to fill me with his molten, fiery essence even more. Quinn, I whimper, thrashing my head, damn near clawing him. I can't anything. My vision blurs as the ecstasy wave hits, radiating out from where we're joined, hot convulsions sending me crashing against him again and again. It's as close as I ever want to get to death by orgasm. Oh, but Quinn isn't finished. The second I hear his rough groan, his thrusts quickening, every inch of him swelling, pulsing, bursting deep inside me, I'm dead. Dick-matized. Gone. I just wish we could ride this wave, this rush, this love forever as my eyes pinch shut. Together we let out ragged cries of pleasure, riding a high we both know we'll never, ever find with another living soul. The bed is empty when I wake up. I roll over, wincing at my extra angry aches and pains after the past 24 hours, and glance at the clock beside the bed. 8 p.m. Wow, I slept hard, and who could blame me? Stretching my arms over my head, I sit up with a yawn. Tossing aside the covers, I scoot to the edge of the bed. Rummaging around in the closet, I find new underwear, shimmy them on, and then grab a shirt. It's Quinn's, but for now it'll do. I slip it on and leave the room, loving how his scent lingers. I pause halfway down the stairs just to stare a moment at a scene from something I'd forgotten. Normalcy. He's sitting on the couch, wearing a pair of sweatpants that look dangerously good on him, watching TV with his feet propped up on the coffee table. Hey, sleepyhead, he says without turning around. Smiling, I continue into the living room and stop in front of him. How did you know I was there? The stairs don't even squeak. He pulls me onto his lap and kisses me. ESP. I meant to come clean about it sooner, but now that I know we're serious. For a second I blink, confused at how serious he looks. Really? His grin spreads like a sunrise, as cocky as it is playful. Nah, you pretty little sucker. I just saw your reflection in the TV screen. Idiot! Don't you dare think I'm that gullible. I playfully slap my hands on his bare chest, then run my hands across his pecs, loving the feel of his skin. He kisses me again. You hungry? Again?
Are you?
Yeah. Thought I might starve to death before you woke up. Figure we'd eat leftovers together, though. I kiss him and climb off his lap. You didn't have to wait up for me. I know. He stands up and gives my butt a teasing slap. I wanted to. Just when I think I'm out of new reasons to love him, the way he... Whoa, what? Am I totally sure this is love? The kind that lasts for life? The feeling that hits in a balmy, spinning glow when you're face to face with the one? I stare at him as he warms up our food, trying not to gawk like a total weirdo. Oddly, for some reason, the big L word scares me as much as being kidnapped, just in a different way. A very different way. If I love Quinn Faulkner, fully, wildly, irreversibly, then that means making a life together. It means giving up Chicago, the dumb director job that was already gone, and maybe even dancing. What's wrong? Nothing. I lie. I was just thinking about what I want to eat. Lo mein or fried rice. He laughs, flashing that world-shredding smile. No rules saying you can't have both. I think we've burned off a week's worth of carbs lately. There's still plenty of everything. I nod and take a chair at the little table in the kitchen. You're right. Both sound pretty good, actually. I wish I weren't just talking about the food. The both I'd really love to have involves keeping Quinn and my dance career. The Chinese food is just as exquisite the second time around, but I'm not able to eat much. My mind puts a real damper on my appetite. I want Quinn. I want what I have here. Maybe I even want to stay here in Dallas and live where we've always been the happiest. But then, what will I do with my life? I'd be lucky to nab a few clients as a personal trainer or something in this little town. My mind continues tossing around questions, not finding any answers, for the next 2 days, until the moment when I open the front door and see my mother standing on the porch.
24. We've Goat Company. Faulkner. The sleek rental car in the driveway is no surprise when I get home. Granny Coffee called this morning, warning me her pain-in-the-ass daughter-in-law was arriving today to convince my peach to go home with her. I tossed around calling Tori, warning her, but ultimately hadn't. I've committed to not interfering in a meeting this important. I've had plenty to chase after the past couple days. The criminal machine Ted Good ran goes deeper than I'd expected, multi-layered, and Section Chief Powers has asked me to return to the FBI as a part-time consultant to help with the big investigation that has tendrils branching out in several other cold cases. I said no. He told me to think about it for a few days. To his credit, he'd pointed out that Justin's death wasn't my fault. I'd already accepted that years ago, as much as anyone could. As for Tori's kidnapping, there are no excuses, and that's the problem. I can't let my work hurt her again. Ever. Having Bat Pickett locked up where he belongs again helps, but it's not the final word. If I knew she'd be happy as a lark here in Dallas forever, then I'd tell Powers there's no question. No need for me to think about anything. I'm not positive that's the case, and if she's not interested in staying, then neither am I. This little town has too many memories tangled up in that woman to live a life here without her. Nah, I'm not going to try and influence her decision. I'm committed to her having the final say because I respect her that much. Folks have been marching her around her entire life. This time, the choice is hers, and hers alone. Whatever she decides, I'll man up and accept it, even if it means her future can't include me. I shut off the truck, shake off the heebie-jeebies the thought of meeting Gloria Redson-Riddle Coffee gives me, and open the driver's door. My feet feel like solid stone as I drag myself to the house and up the porch. Tori and her ma are in the kitchen, and as soon as I open the door, the tension smacks me clean across the face. Gloria, a tall woman who still looks like a fashion model in middle age, whips her eyes toward me, a barely concealed scowl on her face aimed like a sword. For once, I hate the fact that my instincts were right. My heart goes out to Tori. I try to squelch the anger that fills me at the way her mother glares. Not even a hello. Awesome. Sure, I've never met her, so I shouldn't judge, but fuck it. I'm judging. Gloria reveals plenty the instant I walk over to Tori, lay a hand on her shoulder, and feel how she's wound tighter than a spring. "Hey, darling, you ladies having fun?" I ask, flashing a wink in Gloria's direction. I hope she finds it annoying. "We're fine. How was your meeting with Powers?" She reaches up, lacing her fingers in mine, and squeezes like a hostage trying to communicate their predicament. "Fine. He's on his way back to D.C. now." "So that mess is settled then?" Gloria snaps. "I read all about it. You'd think this ridiculous town would get a break after everything that happened with the oil company. And then the movie star. Frankly, it's the reason I'm here. To talk some sense into my daughter and ensure she leaves this miserable hole in the dirt that's never been anything but a magnet for trouble." Her sharp-eyed look tells me I'm the real trouble she's worried about, far more than Dallas. "Mother," Tori hisses, slapping a hand on the table. "None of it was Quinn's fault. I told you that, and so did the papers." Looking at me, she hisses a sigh. "Quinn, this is my mother, Gloria Redson Riddle Coffey." I nod, and attempting to hide my aversion, plaster on my best Prince Charming smile. "Nice to meet you, ma'am. I've heard a lot. All bad things, of course." Gloria huffs out a thick breath and turns away, lifting her nose in the air. Apparently she's too good to even feign politeness. My jaw tightens, but for Tori's sake, I ignore her mother's rebuff, reminding myself that I can't butt in, that whatever she decides is her choice. I clear my throat. "Didn't mean to interrupt anything. You ladies must have an awful lot to talk about. I'll leave you be." Gloria's eyes snap back to me, softening ever so slightly like I just graduated from pond scum to ordinary mud. Giving Tori's arm a gentle squeeze, I add, "I'll be in the barn if you need anything. Just holler." "We won't be long," she whispers, patting my hand. There's nothing pressing in the barn, but if I stay here, I'll say far more than I should. Whatever fireworks they're bound to have don't need me igniting the fuse. It ain't fair to Tori. Al shoots out the back door as soon as I open it. Apparently, he's also had more than he can stand of Tori's mother. He walks beside me down to the barn. The goats are back at the dairy farm to finish the big job, and should stay there for a few more days. The Newmans fixed the fence they'd torn down during their great escape to help rescue Tori, with Al playing field marshal, and thankfully weren't too upset since it was falling apart anyway. "You know how to work a shovel?" I asked the dog, trying to think of something to keep me busy for an hour or two. There are several blue landscaping stones stacked up near the side of the barn I'd planned on using to make a walking path down to the creek. Now's as good a time as any to lay them down and keep my mind off what's happening in the house. He barks once. "All right, fair enough. You worked your tail off this week." Grinning, I rub his head. Guess I get to do all the digging. The stones are all laid, and I'm tamping down the dirt around the last one when Tori appears, her hands tucked together shyly in front of her. "These look nice," she says, stepping from stone to stone. "Thanks." I lean against the shovel handle, nodding at Al, who's sleeping under a tree. My helper's on a break. "Well, you look like you could use this." She hands me a bottle of cold water. "Thanks." I take it and glug down half before asking, "Is your ma still here?" "Nope. She went straight back to her hotel room as soon as we were done." "Any idea when she's going home?" I bite my tongue, but it's an afterthought. The question's already out. Tori snickers. "She has a flight tomorrow, bright and early in the morning." Shit, I can't take this. "You going with her?" I ask, holding in a deep breath. For a second, she stares directly at me with a serious, solemn look on her face. "Can you give me a good reason why I shouldn't?" Yeah. I love her like an anvil dropped on my heart, but that's why I don't want her to go. My reason, not hers. It's your decision, Paige. Wouldn't be right for me to twist your arm one way or another. She closes her eyes and smiles, shaking her head.
I knew you'd say that.
I don't understand. It's the only thing I can say. This has to be her choice, and entirely hers, with no ifs, ands, or buts. Her eyelids flutter open as a more serene smile forms on her lips.
Tell me this. Do you want me to leave Dallas?
Darling, you already know what I want, and it doesn't matter. If I launch into theatrics about what you mean to me, how you're stuck in my head with every loving breath, well, that shit wouldn't be fair. This is your choice, your future, your happiness. What I think about it doesn't count. I tell her, fully aware I just slipped up and dumped my guts. Damn it.
Wrong, she whips out. What you want does count. I don't want to stay if you don't want me here.
Curling my lip, I shove the blade of the shovel into the ground and step toward her. Enough with these games. I'll always want you here, woman. But the question is, do you want to be here? Do you want to be with me? Any way we cut it, you can't chase your dreams to the stars being tied down with anyone, especially me.
Yes,
she whispers, batting her eyes.
I know, and I want you, Quinn. Having a life without you in it feels like no life at all.
I realize she's blinking back something heavy and wet a second later. What about your dancing? I ask softly, stopping in front of her, gingerly laying my hands on her shoulders. You've worked your whole life for it. Nodding, she says.
Sure, but I've been thinking and, well, I think that part of my life might be over. It's not just you. I'm sick of the stress, sick of Chicago, sick of backstabby people like Jean-Paul and Madeline, sick of the endless drama it causes with Mother, too. What would a normal relationship with her be like? All this time, I've been living her dream, not mine.
Tori. I try to cut in, but she ain't having it.
Listen, I've made up my mind, and I'm ready for something different. And part of that's figuring out I felt more alive here than anywhere else, and I'd like to stay longer. See if that feeling lasts, if this is really what I want. The rest will come. We don't have to stay in Dallas forever, but for now, I can't imagine anywhere I'd rather be. And you're the only man I want to be anywhere with, Quinn Faulkner.
Shit. It's hard pretending my throat's not getting tight, so I squeeze her shoulders, playing a total fool. How long? I ask her. How long you want to stay here, giving small-town life a spin? She laughs, wiping away an escaping tear, then lands a hand on my chest.
Until you kick me out?
It's my turn to chuckle, and grasping her hips, I lean down and take her lips like there's no tomorrow, then peel back to stare into those blue eyes I want to drown in forever. Got some bad news for you, Paige. I pause. That's never going to happen. You stay. You're stuck with me. She beams like the sun.
In that case, I have one more question.
Her eyes are gleaming now, more than a little mischievous. What's that? I ask.
Would you consider going on a road trip?
I cock my head. Road trip? Sure. Where? Her arms loop around my neck and she presses against me, teasing me to a new high.
Chicago, so I can pick up my things and bring them back here. Don't worry, I already told Mother I'm moving out, so she'll be expecting company.
Tori, I'd follow you to the devil's doorstep, no question, as long as you're certain. I catch her under the chin with one knuckle, gingerly gliding it across her cheek. You are sure, right? About staying here? About giving up that director job?
Totally. I'd miss you 100 times more than I'll ever miss dancing.
She kisses my chin.
Besides, I can still dance in the barn whenever I want.
Stretching on her toes, she whispers next to my ear.
Buck naked.
Oh, hell. Now she's speaking my language. My worries are replaced by wild visions of everything I'm aching to do to her tonight. We make the trip to Chicago the following weekend. Turns out, a road trip with Tori is like everything else with her. Fun-filled days, lots of easy banter, and nights so passionate they'll leave scorch marks on the sheets. Once we're pulling into the Windy City, though, I can sense her jitters compounding with every mile. After a long stretch where I have to adapt to rude, overly aggressive hornet human beings behind the wheel, we pull the truck up to an immaculate home in a fancy-looking neighborhood. Nice place, I say, breaking the silence that's dominated the last few blocks. She nods, then gives me a look with her brows knit tight. This seemed like a better idea when we were still in North Dakota. We're just here to get in, get your stuff, and visit with your folks a little, if they'll have it. Taking her hand, I give it a fierce squeeze. I'll be at your side the whole time, whatever happens. I guess. She stretches over the console to give me a quick kiss. Thanks for having my back. You have no idea how much it helps. I catch her lips with a growl and give her a long, solid kiss, intent on dragging her mind off what's waiting. If you change your mind about staying here, we can always rent a hotel or Airbnb. Just say the word. No. She shakes her head. If I'm in charge of my own life now, this is where it starts. I give her a wink. You've got this, Peach. Let's rock and roll. A moment later, we do exactly that. Her folks have the wide front door with the stained glass already open and waiting. As we walk up the steps, Gloria Redson Riddle Coffee gives new meaning to the term Ice Queen. Her attitude could send a penguin chasing after a space eater. She kisses the air beside both of Tori's cheeks, but doesn't even look my way with more than a passing blink. Faulkner? She says with a terse nod. Ma'am. Screw it. I give it right back, barely dipping my chin. We might be guests here, walking on the world's thinnest eggshells, but I'll be damned if I look like a spineless pushover for the sake of politeness. A tall man walks out of the door behind Gloria. Hello, sweetheart. He gives Tori a solid bear hug before extending his hand to me. Quinn, I'm John Coffey. I've heard nothing but good things about you. Gloria huffs out an offended breath as John and I shake hands. Noting the way his eyes twinkle, much like Granny Coffey's, I say, if those good things are all from your mother, you might want to take them with a grain of salt. The woman loves to embellish. He lets out a laugh and slaps my back. You know my mother well. Come on in. I have steaks ready to grill and cold beer. Sounds great, I say, laying a hand on Tori's back. Her old man isn't quite what I expected. He has a pulse, for one, and a smile that seems genuine. It's hard to see the money grubber who spent his whole life burying his small-town roots to keep his woman happy, but first looks can be deceiving. Tori smiles up at me. I give her another wink, letting her know we're in this together. A short time later, John and I are on a huge tiered deck out back. Alone, because Gloria insisted she needed to talk to Tori. Girl to girl. John lights the grill, then sits down on one of the cushioned deck chairs. You know, this is the day I've dreaded for years, he says with a sigh. Why's that? I ask, assuming he's referring to Tori moving out. Because I have to come to grips with the fact that I'm trusting another man to take care of my little girl for the rest of her life. Shit. What? Come again? I blink at him in genuine surprise. He smiles, almost a little sadly, his eyes drifting over to the warming grill. I'm not gonna lie. Gloria's fit to be tied with all this. Tori walking out on her old life, old career, old boyfriend. He winces when he says the last word and leans toward me, lowering his voice. I never liked the guy. I nod, glad there's something we can agree on. Anyhow, I heard about what happened back in Dallas with you and that bust. Tori told me plenty over the phone, how you came to her rescue. Maybe something you had experience with long before getting mixed up with that picket trouble. If I remember what she used to say about those summers in North Dakota, He winks at me. That's why I can't share my wife's hesitation. Every version of the story I've heard from Mama, Dean, and Tori goes slightly different, but they all agree on one thing. You'd die for my daughter. I would. I look at him, wondering where this is going. Well, any guy who'd put his life on the line for my Tori, who loves her that much, isn't a man worth second-guessing, he says, meeting my gaze. You've earned my respect, Quinn, and an honest shot at keeping her happy. I nod, understanding this must be difficult for him, caught between his wife's attitude and his own heart. I'd never do anything to hurt Tori. I'll protect her with my life. Glad to hear it. He takes a drink off his beer, then says, What I want to know, Quinn, is if you'll live for her too. I've just gained massive respect for this man. He puts things in a perspective that's often too skewed. Live for her to fulfill her dreams, whatever they are, dancing or something else. He continues, live for her to find the destiny she's always craved, but was always too stifled to search for, to grasp. My Gloria, she made mistakes. That's the one thing we struggled to give our daughter, free rein. But the past few months have helped me realize it's the thing she needs. What else can I do but answer honestly? I'll do what you're asking, but I need to tell you, I'm not steering her decisions. It'll always be up to her, and whatever that choice is, it'll be right behind her in any capacity she needs. He sits thoughtfully for a moment before he nods. I believe you will, Quinn, and I can't ask for more. He leans across the table, his hand extended. Whatever the two of you decide, know that you have my blessing. I stand to give him the respect he deserves, and wait for him to stand up before taking his hand and shaking it fiercely. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Call me John, he says, smiling like the sun. I nod as we both sit back down. Tori's always loved Dallas, you know. I'm guessing she'll be happy there. Frankly, I expected her to move out there years ago. She was busy here, I say, taking a long pull off my own beer. All in the timing. Timing, yes. She waited because you weren't there. He takes another long drink off his beer and then holds up the bottle. There's a lot to be said about fate. Her moving back, finding you again, finding herself. It's like everything's coming full circle. I lift my beer bottle and clink it against his. I'll drink to that, John. He's so pleasantly different from his wife. I wonder how the hell they've been married for so long. Gloria will come around, he says a minute later, almost reading my mind. She's been stuck, reliving her younger years through Tori, being the overprotective mama bear she's at heart. She's a good woman, even if her instincts are wrong. Believe it or not, I wouldn't love her as much as I do if she wasn't. She just needs time, like Tori, to figure it all out. Once again, I'm impressed with this man and his calm. I look forward to getting to know him better. We spend the next half hour or so talking about a variety of subjects, until the sliding glass door opens. Look who's here. John and I both turn and watch as Gloria, hugging his arm, escorts a short, thin man with spectacles onto the deck. I have to do a double take. The guy's wearing a professorial sweater vest that looks like it came from the last century, tight jeans, and has his curly hair tucked up in a frizzy, uneven man bun. John Paul couldn't resist a chance to wish Tori well while she's in town, Gloria says. Say hello. John Coffey looks at me with an apologetic frown. The subtle glint in his eye also reminds me so much of Granny Coffey when she's up to some mischief that I have to bite back a laugh. John Paul, John says with a broad, fake-as-hell grin, motioning at me. Meet Quinn Faulkner, Tori's boyfriend. For a second, I stop and stare. Gloria's mannequin-like smile tells me everything I need to know. I'm being tested. She wants to see if I'll go full Neanderthal and turn this little get-together into a shit fight over a snail. I ain't gonna lie. It's hell plastering on the phoniest smile of my life and walking up to this pissant. We've met over the phone, I say cheerfully, then greet John Paul with a handshake that nearly rips his arm off. Believe me, it doesn't take much. My gaze goes to Tori, who steps outside behind her mother with a worried look. I flash her an everything's okay grin. The look in her eye says, yeah, I can't believe it either. This was the worm she considered marrying at one point. Now, he's nothing. Just a stranger with a plastic, desperate smile and a mumbled, pleasure to meet you. He's playing nice for Gloria's amusement, probably so he can cling to her money after I've made her daughter off limits till the death of the universe. Mother invited Jean-Paul to join us for dinner, Tori says, with a mortified smile. Awesome, I lie, holding my hand out as she instantly arrives at my side for a searing kiss that borders just on obscene before I glance at Jean-Paul again. Nothing like a good grilled steak, right, buddy? Jean-Paul doesn't eat meat, Gloria cuts in. I have a delicious seasoned portobello mushroom for John to grill him. Pulling Tori closer, I whisper, okay, now we have a problem. Eggplant is one thing, and so is your ex being here. But I'm not replacing my steak with a goddamned mushroom. I know, she says, her eyes glittering as she laughs, squeezing me tight. And I'm glad. That meal is actually one of the highlights of our trip. By the time it's over, I'm convinced that her mom and Jean-Paul both know Tori's made her choice permanently, and nothing will ever change her mind. The next day, Gloria actually softens up and treats me like a human being for the first time as she serves us a big breakfast. Waffles, Portuguese sausage, duck eggs, and fresh squeezed blood orange juice. Fancier than I'm used to, but the stuff tastes good, and it could grow on a dude. Just like I'm hoping her mother will someday, far in the future. We leave Chicago a couple of days later with the box of my truck full and towing Tori's pink convertible Volkswagen Bug. She'll have to stick to the main roads in Dallas with that thing, but at least she'll have wheels again. My parting invitation for her parents to visit us whenever they can is sincere. Tori really shined while we were there, and I want them to know that she's in full control of her new life. Before I can even blink, the rest of summer blurs by. By October, I believe Tori's happy settling into her new life, and I know I am. I'm also ready to make it forever. The ring is in my pocket, and the rest is in place. No thanks to Granny again. The old woman has more tricks up her sleeves than any magician. While Tori was busy helping Grace set up the big harvest festival at the Barnett Sellers pumpkin farm, Granny's been a busy bee. She swore everything would be picture perfect when I bring my girl home, hopefully as my fiancée. I turned down a new position with the FBI, no surprise, but accepted one with the local sheriff's department, just part-time, which gives me plenty of time to keep helping with the goats. They've just retired for the season and are housed back at Dean's place for the winter. Tori insists on keeping up with it for something to do while Dean shares most of the workload. She loves those goats, though, especially Hellboy. I swear if I'd let her, that goat would be inside the house with us just like Al. Part of the Harvest Festival includes a petting zoo, and of course, that means the goats, which is where I find her. How's it going out here? I ask, stepping up behind her near sunset. So far, wonderful. She sets down a big floppy-eared rabbit on the hay and pats a little girl's head while walking toward me. The kids adore the animals. Stepping closer, she whispers, Edison is the main attraction, as always. But don't tell Hellboy. He's pulling a close second. I kiss her. I won't say a word, Paige. Can't let anything go to that boy's head. Giggling, she grasps my arms with both hands. Isn't this grand? People have been coming all day, picking pumpkins, buying crafts and homemade goodies, having hay rides and walking through the corn maze. I've never seen anything like it. I always thought this town just kind of shut down after summer. No, wait for winter when you're waist deep in snow dunes. Then you're snowed in and it's time to get creative. My heart thuds at the way her eyes sparkle. Fuck. I'll never get tired of looking at her. Better get over my nerves and cough up what I'm here to do. Looks like a big hit. The entire town's been looking forward to this for weeks, I say.
I can see why. She glances around at the crowd. Granny's supposed to be here somewhere, but I haven't seen her.
Lowering her voice to a giggling whisper, she adds,
Probably with Robert Duncan again. The two of them are acting like a couple of sneaky teenagers.
I chuckle. Ever since their Alaskan cruise, Granny and Robert have become closer friends, though she still calls him an old goat. Yeah, I saw them going in the maze a little while ago, I tell her, scratching my leg. It's like the ring in my pocket is burning a hole through the material. So are you about ready to head home and rest?
Very ready. I know I better pace myself. The last week was crazy enough with getting this set up, but worth it. Grace says it'll run for at least the next 3 weeks through Halloween, until the first freeze takes out the pumpkins.
She points at the petting zoo.
Uncle Dean will be back in the morning to help with feeding. He also sold 4 horseshoe coat racks today, and wants to be here bright and early to peddle more.
I smile. Maybe he's finally found his calling.
For this week, you mean?
She laughs. Then, wagging a finger at Ridge, Grace, and a surprisingly content-looking Cornelius the rooster milling around near the hay wagon, she says,
Let's go say goodbye and get out of here. I'm beat.
Not too tired, I hope. She turns, shooting me one of her coy, sexy smiles.
I'm never too tired for you.
We spend a few minutes congratulating Ridge and Grace on the successful grand opening, and then head home. The sun's sinking below the horizon by the time I pull the truck into the driveway, leaving the sky a dusty blue streaked with shades of orange, yellow, and brilliant red.
Any thoughts on food tonight? I could make eggplant parmesan for supper,
she says as I turn off the truck. I shrug, having something else in place.
No? I thought you'd like it.
I do. But I want to show you something first. Come on.
Oh, all right.
She opens her door and climbs out. I take a deep breath, knowing every movement counts now so I don't ruin the surprise. Just like the 100 times I've done before, I check my pocket, feeling to make sure the ring box is still there securely before I climb out. We meet at the front of the truck.
So what do you want to show me?
She asks, frowning. It's in the barn. Taking her hand, we head across to the huge building.
I haven't even been in there the past few days with everything going on,
she says, clearly racking her brain for clues.
Wait, you didn't. You didn't get me one of those giant human hamster wheels I showed you on YouTube. It was a joke, Quinn.
No, nothing quite that insane. I grin, knowing what I've got planned might just be crazier. She gives me a skeptical look. I just smile and stare at her longer than I mean to. To say I'm a little nervous is like calling Al a little puppy. I never thought I'd be here, planning to put it all on the line, asking Tori 3 names if she'll have me forever, but here the hell we go. I love her, and that ought to be enough, more than I ever imagined. There isn't a single shred of doubt I want to spend the rest of my life with this woman. She hears the soft music as we get closer and glances up at me again, a slow smile forming on her heart-shaped lips. I don't say anything yet, just open the door languidly and step aside for her to enter first.
Quinn Faulkner?
She belts out my name, taking a deep breath.
It's beautiful. But why?
I follow her inside and have to agree as I close the door. The strings of twinkling lights I'd hung along the beams, entwined in her silk ropes, fill the entire space with a mellow glow. In the center of the floor there's a table, draped with an ivory white cloth like a little preview of white silky things to come. Flowers everywhere. An ice bucket with a bottle of champagne chilling in it, and a large platter of finger foods are also on the table, ready to be devoured in celebration. She looks at me slowly.
When did you have time? You've been at the pumpkin farm all day.
A little old lady helped me, I say with a shrug. She laughs, shakes her head, and looks around.
This is so lovely. Glancing at me again, she adds, and romantic. Good. That's the vibe I was going for, I admit. She stretches up and gives me a quick kiss. Well, Romeo, you nailed it. I'm all yours. Not yet, I growl. She blinks and her smile disappears. My original plan was to pop the big fat agony question after eating, but hell, I can't wait a second longer. It's now or never. Taking a breath, I step forward, grasping her hands. For a second, we just share this bewildered glance. She has no clue what's happening. That goes double for me, wondering how I can condense half a life of feelings for this woman into a few words without giving us both whiplash. I love you, Tori Redson Riddle Coffee. I just blurted out. I've loved you for years, ever since I caught you freaking out over Gramps' honey farm. When you fell down face first in that peach pie, and I promised you'd find your man, even when you were so sticky and miserable you thought you'd never live it down, I had to prove you right. Here I am, darling, the same dude who loved you enough to lick your face clean. Except now we're grown up, and I'm damn glad I get to taste every inch of you. Her eyes go huge like blue diamonds as the reality of what's happening hits her. No going back now. Hell if I want to. As I drop to one knee, I pull the box out of my pocket and flick it open. Holding it up for her to see the diamond ring, I reach down deep for a few more words. You didn't steal any honey from Gramps, and you didn't get my tongue that day with the peach pie like I wanted to give it. But you got something better both times, and again years later when you came back to Dallas. You stole my friggin' heart, woman. So will you marry me already? Because I'm fresh out of romantic crap to say. I promise to cherish you till my dying day. Her eyes are blue moons as she puts a trembling hand over her mouth. My heart pounds in the silence where every second feels like a century. Oh, my God, Gwen. I'd hoped and dreamed, but never expected this so soon. She drops to her knees in front of me and throws her arms around my neck. Yes, of course I'll marry you. I've only loved you my entire life. Let's do forever. At some point between the whirlwind of sticky, teary-eyed kisses she tackles me with, I manage to slip the ring on her finger. We also eat some of the goodies Granny made, pop the champagne, and dance to the music, laughing till it hurts. It doesn't take long before we can't keep our hands off each other. And now, knowing we'll be man and wife, there's zero reason to. No need for clothes either. Good thing I'd planned on this part too. Grabbing the thick quilt off the shelf, I throw it over the floor as we shut our clothes. Naked, looking more beautiful than ever with the tiny lights painting her skin, Tori runs her hands over my chest, digging her nails into my skin with a sweetness that makes me suck in air. You thought of everything, she whispers. How did I get so lucky? I tried. I kiss her, running my tongue along the seam of her mouth slowly, teasing her lips apart. Our lips dance as seductively as our bodies did only minutes ago. Swallowing a growl, I stop the kiss and pull her down on the quilt beside me, folding my arms around her with a screaming desire to never, ever let go. I love you like mad, woman. Keep me crazy. Smiling, she presses my shoulders with both hands until I'm lying down. Then she straddles me with her peach-perfect hips I want to lose myself in forever. I love you, Gwen. More than anything. Grasping hold of her ass as she aligns her sweet, wet silk over my cock, we lock eyes and I watch her take everything, sinking deep inside her. The moment the head of my dick fills her, pleasure rips through me. Tori's eyes flutter closed with a moan while she slowly moves down, finding her place on my shaft. She rolls her hips slowly and sensually, and damn, I'll never ever get sick of this. Claiming her with a fury in my pulse so hot, it makes every last bit of me throb. I love the way you feel me, she says with a soft moan, then lifts, gliding up the length of my cock until it slips out of her pussy before engulfing it again.
It's enough to drive me crazy, but if I'm gone, I want to be her happy lunatic. Lucky you, Paige. I love filling you up, I say, reaching down and finding her clit. She leans her head back and whimpers as I tease her, showing her teeth. That's it, darling. Let it go. She gasps and her eyes flicker open.
You keep that up and I won't last long.
Then don't. Come all night for me. Come till you can't. With another slurred whine of bliss, she rides me faster, faster. Drunk on her pussy, I focus on her pleasure, holding back my own, driving up deep and hard as she loses control and the frenzy overtakes us. When her orgasm hits, I don't stop for a second, turning every thrust into a full-body wave. She gasps, she twitches, she clutches my arms as the raging momentum takes her into a second convulsing release. The heat in my balls, my blood, my soul becomes unbearable. We're both gasping for oxygen when I can't hold back, when a groan rips out of me, barely ahead of the torrent I'll empty into her, planting my seed deep. My own climax hits like an avalanche. It's massive, intense, enveloping my whole body in pure, white-hot pleasure. I keep thrusting, fighting it till the end, dragging out every last electric spasm. She drops to my chest, heaving and shuddering. I wrap my arms around her, lacing my fingers through her auburn hair, holding her tight against my chest, loving her with my all, my best, and now my forever.
25. Goat ourselves a party. Tori. Sure, it's an old cliche to call a girl's wedding the happiest day of her life. For me, it's nothing but the truth. I've been pinching myself all day, making sure I'm not dreaming. When we're an hour from the magic moment and I still haven't woken up in my bed back in Chicago to drag myself to Jean Paul's studio, holy crap, no dream, it's happening. Like, really and truly. I'm about to marry Quinn Faulkner, the love of my life, the boy who was bound to be my forever from day zero. I've been on cloud 9 ever since he'd asked me, and we'd set a date weeks ago. If I'd had my way, we'd already be married. But I knew I couldn't cheat my mother out of helping plan her only daughter's wedding, so I let her whip through every last microscopic detail to her heart's content. At least I'd had veto power, and I said hell no right away to having it anywhere but Dallas. She'd also started out by insisting on a long engagement, which I also shot down. Once I'd convinced her that 6 weeks was the most I was willing to wait. All we had before the holidays would be right around the corner. She'd come around. Literally. She'd shown up in Dallas over a month ago, and she's been crashing here ever since. Incredibly, it's been nice having her around. I'm sure Granny doesn't agree, having to put up with Mother in her newly remodeled house, but as far as I know, they're getting along with a truce for my sake. If Mother hadn't flat-out refused to ride the tandem bike, they might have rebooted their whole relationship. Oh well, there's a limit on miracles. Quinn's done a decent job of winning her over, at least. Hardly surprising. He's just that wonderful. I'd be lying if I said that learning how wealthy Quinn's investments have made him over the years wasn't part of the reason she's warming up to him. But I can live with that. Some things you just can't change. Quinn won't either, and today that's what matters most. As with everything else, nothing is too much when it comes to Mother. My dress is absolutely gorgeous. A long, flowing white gown made of silk and lace. The little country church is overflowing with fall flowers. It looks like a florist's wildest dream. Grace spared no time or expense, and the little wooden plane Bella and Drake modified from a North Earhart oil sign is too perfect. Fly high, love higher, Quinn and Tori, it says, words painted on the frame lovingly by Bella herself, who's actually standing with me now, right next to Grace, the two best bridesmaids in the world. Ridge, Grady, and Drake mirror them perfectly as groomsmen. Almost time, honey, Mother says as she enters the dressing room. Are you nervous? I'm too happy to be nervous. She adjusts a curl hanging on the side of my face. You really love him, don't you? With all my heart. No longer afraid to admit anything, I add, I have since I was a kid, the very first day we met, and that day I tumbled into the pie. Let's just say there was no going back. She smiles softly. That's what your grandmother says, too. I refused to believe it for years. Thought it was just that awful woman trying to raise my blood pressure, but I was wrong, Tori. And I was wrong for ever thinking he wasn't good enough. A wave of empathy fills me. I reach behind my shoulder and clasp her hand. I'm sorry if I disappointed you. Mother frowns. Disappointed me? I know you'd rather have me in Chicago, dancing the ballet, sucking up to Jean-Paul. But I truly am happy here, Mom. So very happy. She pats my face. Perish the thought, darling. I'm happy you're happy. All I ever wanted for you. But wouldn't you rather see me on Broadway? No. I'd rather see you living your life and enjoying it. I realize now that I was selfish. I got a bit carried away in the scramble to help you catch your dreams, and part of me hoped you'd catch mine. You'll understand someday when you have kids. I let out a soft, thoughtful sigh. Will I? You'll want them to have everything, to succeed, to excel, she continues. That's what I've always wanted for you. I just got confused by what I wanted and what you wanted. I know that now, and I'm sorry for what I put you through. I hope you'll forgive me. I'm stunned, but also impressed by her honesty. Kissing her cheek, I say, Of course. I just hope I can give my kids a childhood as wonderful as mine. I'll always appreciate everything you did, the money you spent to try and make me happy. It didn't get me to Broadway, but it's made me the person I am. Thank you. Oh, dear. Now you're making me cry. Don't you dare make my mascara run. I hand her a tissue. You still look great. Yes, she does, Dad says, walking into the room. In fact, I believe I'm looking at the two most beautiful women in the world. He walks over, kisses us both on the cheek, and then says, You're on, sweetheart. Showtime. Happiness fills me as I take the bouquet of flowers my mother hands me, and then grasp my father's arm. I'm so ready. Moments later, as Dad walks me down the aisle to Quinn, I think I'm about to explode. I didn't know it was possible to be this happy. My almost husband was already the hottest man of the century, but now he looks atrociously stunning in his black tux and a wicked, sly grin that just pops the second he sees me. Holy crap. Am I hyperventilating? I'm about to be Mrs. Quinn Faulkner. Tori Faulkner. For the first time in my life, I'll have one last name. Reason to celebrate. But first, I'll make sure I take everything in and remember every waking moment of this ceremony for the rest of my life. The vows we whisper, the way he looks at me with longing in those fierce green eyes, the all-consuming, God, I love you kiss, in front of all our guests. No other word fits besides magical. Unfortunately, the real moment no one will ever forget happens after the ceremony. Smiling at each other, hand in hand, Quinn and I walk out of the church proudly. People line the sidewalk, clapping as we walk toward the limo. Another fun thing Mother insisted on, that will take us to the hotel for the reception. We're about to make a perfectly pretty exit for the cameras when, seemingly out of nowhere, a black goat, bleating loudly, breaks through the line of people. A split second later, Owl comes barreling through the crowd, barking his head off. People shout and scatter, but that doesn't stop the animals. Son of a biscuit eater! Granny yells as she does a full whirl that'd put any of my best performances to shame, and flies right into Robert Duncan's arms. Hellboy's hooves click on the concrete sidewalk as he gallops toward me with Owl on his heels. Before either of us can react, Hellboy snatches the bouquet of flowers right out of my hands and goes running around the limo. Owl pauses just long enough to look at me with mournful eyes as if to say, Sorry, I tried to keep him home. Then he continues on a wild tear after Hellboy, herding him back in the direction from which they came. Guess somebody got pissed we forgot his invitation, Quinn says, trying to make sense of it. The crowd erupts with laughter as everyone watches Owl chase Hellboy, who's still carrying my bouquet in his mouth, away from the church. Uncle Dean's farm is at least a good mile away.
I just want to know how they timed it so perfectly,
Dad says with a smile.
Wouldn't be Dallas without a few surprises.
Right, Uncle Dean says, elbowing him in the side.
Hey, you think we could get the footage to go viral? Everybody loves animals. We could make a fortune off that craziness.
Quinn and I both look at each other, laughing, and slide into the car. A sign our married life won't have a dull moment if there ever was one. Once we're tucked in the back seat, he kisses me, then pulls an envelope out of his pocket and hands it to me. What's this? I ask.
Early wedding present.
Open it. Too curious not to. I tear it open and pull out the slip of paper, reading the first line. My heart swells. I have to blink back tears as I look up at him. Yearly VIP seats to the New York City Ballet?
Your ma said it was the most prestigious.
It is, but this letter says it's for 2 VIP seats.
I've never seen a ballet, but this was me thinking ahead.
He glances at the letter.
This way we're guaranteed some time alone, minus any goats or dogs or future kids. At least a couple times a year.
My heart does a freaking cartwheel as I kiss him 3 more times, one after the other. I love you, I whisper, loving his foxy smile. Honestly, I never understood foxy before, but Quinn Faulkner definitely fits with sly sexiness incarnate. I know, he replies before kissing me again, like he has something to prove. Maybe he does. His lips, teeth, and tongue show me exactly how much the man I just hitched adores me, and why we were always destined to shatter the best friend zone. This concludes The Best Friend Zone by Nicole Snow, narrated by Carly Robbins and Tor Tom. Copyright 2020 by Nicole Snow. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Snow, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.